production.
I love that music, man. Good day, grand risings, good afternoon, good evening, hello. Welcome one and all to the Wide Awake Sunday Show. Thank you very much for being out here, like hanging around. We've been keeping everybody waiting. You know what it's like when you start talking and then the conversation runs away, and then it's like, whoa, shit, that's the time, man. We got to go. Anyway, I'd like to say hello to my fellow panelists here and co-hosts and presenters. Sarah, how are you doing?
Good. Thank you.
Roxanne, how are you?
I'm all good, brother. Thank you for having me. Lovely to see you all.
Great to see you. Thank you for having me. Look at that. Thank you, the co-host. Thank you for having me. You're a permanent fixture on this show. Callum, how you doing, buddy?
Very, very well. Always well. Happy Ning.
This is a little bit of a continuation of the the Science Guy and Cam's stream earlier. I don't know how many people we've got here from that birthday stream earlier with Bernie and Cam. But shout out to the chat room. Squirrel Sniper, Indigo Day, Pushkin, Reverend Hole, Forgotten Knowledge. Good day, just watched your channel live with Autodidactic. How you doing, Forgotten Knowledge, and C-Ray and Shari Eyes and Chris, if he's here. Yeah, so I'm gonna hand over to Roxanne. We haven't seen you for
a minute.
Some time, man.
For a minute.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm still standing. There's a lot of bits and pieces going on in the background. There's a lot of change going on in my life, which is positive. I think the one sure thing in life is change. So I'm embracing it. I'm embracing it all. So yeah, a lot of things going on in the background. A lot of positive things happening in my local area as well and across the country. As you know, I've been trying to keep abreast of what's going on. So there's lots more to come from that this year. But other than that, I'm just super grateful to be here on the panel today. I was up against a little bit of strife before coming online. So yeah, I'm just super grateful to be here, and so much to talk. There's so much going on. The information warfare that is going on in humanity right now is like something we've never seen before. Yeah, people are waking up at the moment with a rate of progression that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Yeah. I'm so pleased, right? I've got to say this. I've had 2 videos shared with me this morning with people that are sharing, content makers and people that we've interviewed. I'm so glad to say that we've interviewed them and we've spoken to these people. The Great Awakening is accelerated so much since 2018, right? I got sent a video with ODD in it this morning. Someone was like, check this out, man. Have you seen this guy? And I was like, yes, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. I feel like it's a boomerang. You know, like maybe 4 or 5 years ago, you're throwing these content makers out there, you're trying to wake people up. And only now I'm waking up to people trying to wake me up to these things. So I'm like, we're getting somewhere. So yeah, I yield the floor.
You're muted, Sarah.
I was just going to say beautiful. That was beautiful.
What have you been up to?
It goes along with speeding up, doesn't it? Speeding up, it seems and it all feels like it's speeding up. That as well.
Definitely.
You know?
Everything's sped up. Like, I mean,
how much people are waking up in a short amount of time as well. It's like, I remember like a lot of things I was looking at for years before I really accepted it and woke up. But now, if you're waking up now, okay.
Oh yeah. It's taken us, like, for me personally, 9 years to get here, and so they're getting. Yeah, for me, 9 years worth of information.
I would even say it's like warp speed, guys and girls. It's like warp speed. People are genuinely waking up at a rate of progression that I never thought, as I said, I would see in my lifetime, far less, you know, it's some distant point in the future.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's the 17th of July, man. It's the 17th of July.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't believe that, because it's going to be my birthday soon. You know, we're having all these birthdays, because Bernie's birthday today. It's going to be my birthday in a couple of months. It's Cam's birthday in August, isn't it?
It's like this year's gone so quick.
Yeah, well, it's just getting faster and faster, man. And that's why I say, you know, if this physically takes 10 years to sort out in the three-dimensional realm for those people playing the game, if it takes 10 years to sort out, it's definitely not going to feel like 10 years to us. We'll get to the end of the 10 years, we'll be like, wow, was that 10 years?
Really? Feels like one.
Oh, no, hang on a second. Yeah, I'm 52 now. Right. Oh, yeah, it must be. Yeah. Sarah, what have you been up to, lovely?
I was writing Bernie's birthday down to make sure I could remember it.
Oh, there's Campbell. Hey, Campbell. Campbell's in the chat there.
Oh, nice. Cam, hey, man. How you doing? I've Skyped him a StreamYard. And Em's here as well. How you doing, Em? And Sherry.
Hey, Em. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Alex.
Yeah, what have you been up to, Sarah, this last week since the last show?
Well, nothing too exorbitant, but I was just talking about how I switched to tea. I was just trying some things. I'm working on some other addiction things, but
yeah, this is the mushroom tea, isn't it? This is the mushroom tea.
Well, this is it, but I do have, and I actually could drop some. This camera is like horrible for trying to pick this up, but this is lion's mane. I went to the farmer's market yesterday. First of all, it's wonderful to see the amount of organic produce being made very close to us, and also with, like, they have meat options too, so it's you have just a wonderful variety. But then this is being done really close by too, where they're doing a bunch of their own mushroom growing, and my mind immediately went, Callum, you were talking about that you're trying to grow some of your own mushrooms, and so I'm very curious to see what their process is, you know, because they grow a huge variety. And I just got some chestnut mushrooms, which I'm gonna cook with. They're supposed to taste a little bit like chestnuts. And anyway, we
were talking about the origins of chestnuts, weren't we? Trying to decide. I was trying to remember where the whole roasting chestnuts comes from, because I've had it, like, there's the festival thing in this what's the word? Moorish village in Portugal, where you get them free. You know that everybody's cooking chestnuts, and you go up and you just get a punnet of chestnuts for free, or not a punnet, you know, like a cone, for free. But then, so I thought, is it Moorish? But then we've got chestnut trees in the UK, and I remember doing it at Christmas, picking chestnuts, you know, and roasting them on the fire at home. So maybe it's just everyone used to do it, man. Anywhere that gets chestnuts, they used to roast them.
Well, that's actually not a bad point, considering the situation we're looking at, to be prepared to harvest and look for those things. But I just helped my neighbor. That's the other thing. I went to the farmer's market with my neighbor, and she's quite a bit older, but I, you know, befriended her walking down the street with her dogs. And so she was showing me her whole house and her garden, and she's growing a couple different varieties of trees. Like some different kinds of corn, and, you know, just kind of experimenting. And I think those are really good things that we've talked about before, that we should all be considering, sort of like the foraging. All right, buddy, you're way too cute.
Very gorgeous.
He's on the catwalk. Dog walk.
It's just like, Dad, this is cool, but when are we going out? When are we going for a walk?
He's like that all the time, though. He's like 10 months now. So he's just always in play mode. I haven't seen much else. Play, sleep, play, sleep. The Uberman sleep cycle. That's what he's on.
I've got
Suits me.
Come here. Come here. Come on.
So he has like little naps.
Come and say hello.
I'm talking about you. Talking about you.
Come and say hello.
Hello. Who's that?
Oh,
Look.
Coffee. Whoa.
See, trying to get a dog to look at the. They can't see, can they? I'm sorry, mate. Go on. Cough it up. Yeah. Anyways, right. So,
you know what happened actually? Considering dogs, so my dog did
My dog's sleeping. Kenny's out cold. He's too hot and bothered. He's like, I'm out.
He senses them though.
Yeah.
My dog is doing a lot better. My dog ended up having some like massive abscess. Just it was really random, and actually, what I figured out, or what I think has happened, is that she got scratched by my cat. It's the only thing I can think of because of where it was too. And my poor dog, after I did the Sunday show, her face just blew up. She was so swollen, and she was so swollen, like her skin was showing because, so she's got a little fur missing right here because of it. But anyway, she's doing a lot better now. I got the infection taken care of and everything, and it ended up like oozing and TMI. But
that's that physical expression though, because I remember you were doing Reiki on her as well at the time. It's like you do energy work, you move that energy, you move that flow, unblock that flow. Then we can in the physical manifestation of that.
You probably helped them.
Yeah, and my
allow it to flow, and of course after that you'll see some symptoms of healing.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
It's changing our attitude towards this. So when we see it, we go, great. I mean, like I remember having like conjunctivitis, and like every other time I've had it before that, it's like the worst thing in the world. But this time I went, oh, I'm in one eye, by the way. And every single person's telling me, like, don't rub the other eye. Don't rub the other eye. And I'm like, what, like this? Don't do that? Don't do that? Never contaminated the other eye or anything. So it was just one eye. But it's that left or right is actually telling a story as well. And it's telling an emotional story as well, whether it's connected to the feminine side or the masculine side, our mother relationship or our father relationship. So that story is all part of it. So it was more about observing that detoxing now and getting every part of it as well. So it was this releasing as well. And after that, I noticed that I had more energy than what I started. I got a burst in energy as well, and that's to be expected. So
it's purging, isn't it? It's the body's purging. Once I changed my perception of what sickness and disease were, that's when the symptoms got less. And I've been sick once in the last 5 years, man. And yeah, it was pretty bad. I was sick for like 8 days or something, but the whole time I knew it was just my body's just purging. I'm just purging. That's all it is. I'm purging. It's going to be, it got like, I think I said before, there was a point where like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, my temperature was so high and my headache was so bad. I was thinking, right, if I was a muggle, I might call the ambulance now.
Or try and stop it, or,
But perception, so your perception of the, if you believed that if you were to contaminate the other eye would then get infected, then there's a possibility perhaps that allows it to happen, but differently, so it didn't happen. It's like coming into contact. It's like coming into contact with somebody who's got a cold or flu and thinking that you're going to catch it off them.
Also,
and when you feel sick afterwards.
Yeah. Well, also the concept of the right versus the left, because you do see diseases or illnesses orient sometimes to one side of the body, and then we talk about stroke obviously too. So that's really interesting. It makes me wonder now with stroke patients, actually, if that has something to do with you not really like opening up that side, or I don't know for sure, because there is a definite difference in your brain activity after that's happened.
Have you looked into any German new medicine? My dog's going nuts. German new medicine, Sarah? He's got his blankie, special blanket.
That's what I was going to say. I saw him scooting out when I saw this blanket like, scooting into the shot. And I was like, what is that? And then it's so cute.
Special blanket.
Oh, is he humping a little bit? Sorry. Okay, so German new medicine. Can you explain that a little bit exactly?
So it's Dr. Hammer's research, and it's research mainly into cancer, but everything really. And he did experiments with basically it's over 10,000 patients, but he worked mainly with cancer patients. And what he was able to do, which not many people do at all, is scan the brain. So with all of his patients, he scanned the brain, and lo and behold, he found tumors in the brain for every single patient that has some sort of cancer within their body. And it's the opposite side of the brain. There's a tumor in your brain that relates to the tumor size in your body, right? But he started his research because he himself got cancer. But he linked it, he just experienced a trauma of losing his son. And his hypothesis was, is this linked in any way? Our traumas and stresses, shocks, creates a biological system within the body. So the body is just doing, like protecting you, forming, so if it's something to do with lungs, it's sort of survival and our ability, so it relates to our natural being as well. But this also explains that aspect of what you're talking about, which is it's one side of the body. Like, why is it in my left leg but not my right leg? Like, what's that? Especially with things like lymphoma, which my father had, right? Which, like, why is it spread? Why is it one side of the body? But his research, he related everything back to that mother nurturing side and that father-partner relationship. So it can be a shock within the environment, whatever environment, work, family relation, whatever, but you've witnessed something that's a shock to your system. And there'll be if you don't deal with it, if you just push it aside, which is what we're all trained to do, is ignore everything, ignorance, push the pain away. So if you don't process it, these processes go to work. But not to say that also cancer is also about carcinogens. So it's just these shocks and stuff which then relate, and it's a release. We can now release these toxins from our body. But also there's that toxic thought aspect and stuff involved as well, whereas the sheer shock of it and stuff. So for me, that conjunctivitis, when did that happen? That happened just after all this COVID stuff happened. And I'm watching cops beat up people in the street and stuff in Australia. I didn't like seeing that. And that was my left eye related to my mother as well, and how my mother relates to all of this, because I was waking her up. And I knew what was coming and didn't want her to take any things, poison things. So there was something that I was seeing, and this is when the detoxing of that as well. So in being aware and observant in that process, I can then and assess all the emotional information related to that package that's being released, let go, And we can have that. We can actually understand exactly what happened to us and what we're going through now if we let go. It is a matter of letting go and allowing the process to happen. Getting out of your own way, basically. Same as breathing and all these things.
Yes. And this is connecting again to that documentary with the woman, the doctor who learned NLP because she got a tumor in her pituitary gland. She was obsessed with having a child. Come to find out through therapy, she discovered she actually didn't want a child. Manifested the tumor So that, sorry. Anyway, so she manifested the tumor because she truly actually didn't want a child and didn't realize it. And then through figuring that out, she was able to get rid of it. The tumor was on her pituitary, right on the fertility. Yep. And that was her indicator. She went and did her own research because she was a DO, which is, I know it's a little different around the world, but that's where they have a little bit more training, and they are based more on that initial, like, holistic, what's the cause of the disease versus an MD, which is really taught to just deal with the symptoms, right? So she realized this, and so she did her own research, and that's where she discovered the Neurolinguistic Programming, and then she was able to change it. So that's beautiful.
Change the program. Neurolinguistic programming is about understanding the programming and what we can do to change that program, or to utilize the program. If you know how it works, you can do the shortcuts. You've got the short keys you can use, triggers that you can activate,
Have you heard of
that's actually that's how I help myself as well. Like, what I needed, I was stuck in a beta mindset, which is you have to be in beta for fight and flight as well. This is the brain state we go into to function. So I was pulling myself outside of that. You're muted.
I'm muted, which is, when you think about it, quite ironic, because the alpha male, what society's put forward as the alpha male, is in constant fight mode. In the fight and flight, they're in constant fight. They're the alpha. And yet, to be in that state, they need to be in a beta mind state. It's like, you don't realize, boys, you think you're alpha and you're not. You're beta. Yeah. I've recognized.
And if you observe a pack where there is one alpha, what is that alpha doing? That alpha is chilling out.
Oh, relaxed. He's cool, relaxed. Like,
a threat comes in, he's like, "What's that?"
Yeah.
And all the betas are going, "What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, he's relaxed. Cool. We can be relaxed now. We can all be relaxed now. Watch him. Watch him."
Mm-hmm.
They're still, that's the mindset. The beauty of being man, or the species man, is that we can all be whatever we like. We can experience all. Our natural mindset, by the way, is alpha. It's not beta. That's our middle spectrum.
Mm.
There's two gates either side of this. Like, what I had to do was expand because I was stuck in beta. I had to actually get to alpha, and experience that relaxation of alpha more, and reset my brainwaves, because it always wanted to pull to that. It was always like a natural, and I had to force myself into that. But also the other side of beta, gamma, right? And with gamma, that's a special set of ways, but it allows us to. There's this interconnectivity that happens where we can go into any single wave very quickly, what we need, like more alpha or more theta or whatever we need, and still be in a more aware, awakened state.
And that's where that's where it's absolutely key that we balance ourselves to emotionally, physically, spiritually, mentally. It's on every aspect of our being, though. It's like, you have to balance every aspect, and that's what the original hidden teachings of Jesus Christ say, was that it's about balancing the left and the right, the female and the male hemispheres.
And that's part of that cross as well. That cross is a symmetrical symbol.
Mm. Yeah.
It sort of symbolizes posture as well. It's like nailed to the cross. If you imagine yourself nailed to the cross, that's your bone structure as well. There's a lot involved in that, in those symbols that were used.
So kind of interestingly with this discussion too, is that there's this type of therapy for anxiety and depression and PTSD, and it's called, I don't know if you've heard of it, EMDR. It's eye movement, desensitization, and reprocessing. And the idea is that when you're in therapy, they're trying to get you to relive a memory that you have a bad, I don't know what the right word to say with that, but bad memory with, let's just say.
A block, resurfacing a block or opening a block. It's the same language, isn't it?
And so that in the concept, they're making you do eye movements. So think about like what you're talking about with this crossing over, that probably unwires something in the brainwave activity.
So when I read people's eyes, where they look, they're accessing those areas within their mind.
Like one side is
Tuning.
creative, one side is memory, that
Like
kind of thing.
That's a simplified view, but yes, I mean,
there's
more technically, and a good way to think about this is the right side of the brain is more unfocused, aware more, and the left side is the focusing of. So we need to focus to actually know what something is, right? So you have all, and you have, but knowing everything is not really good, like it. Unless you've got something to relate it to, like the topic, what we're talking about or whatever, now I can focus the information. So yes, that creativity, it comes from a void of everything. So it's ultimate creativity, so it's just going to that. And then logical and reason, yes. But it's
the power though of sight, of your eyes. I was watching this guy who said he was given a really, really very quick fix to feeling tired. When you feel tired and you think, I shouldn't really be feeling tired. And he's talking about it's where your gaze is. And he said, if you're looking down all the time, you're going to end up feeling tired. If you actually look up, like just look up for a bit and look around, it actually wakes you up. Yep. It's like your brain gets flooded with oxygen or something. It wakes you up. Just looking up. And like he gave these exercises that you do looking up and then boom. And I tried it. Well, it's like, oh, it does actually. It it's like, oh, I'm
very
more
simple
alert.
one.
I'm much more alert now.
A very simple one for a rapid relaxation, which is what they use in TFT or EFT, thought field therapy, which is just keeping your head neutral and looking down down as floor to ceiling. It basically is as down as far as you can go. You can tap this gamut point at the same time if you like, which is right there between your last and your middle. And you can tap that. And while looking down, you just slowly bring your eyes to level and up to the ceiling very slowly, as high as you can go. And bang, that's just a quick little
do you know what it reminds me of? Do you know what that reminds me of? Right? When I got my drone, the first thing that you have to do before you can fly your drone is you have to calibrate it. And you calibrate it by turning it round, twisting it over,
doing a good way of thinking about it.
And you calibrate it. Well, the body is an incredibly advanced bit of technology, but that's just calibration, isn't it? All you're doing is you're calibrating your gimbal, you're calibrating your gyro, you're calibrating your equilibrium, and
all our senses we're calibrating. We calibrate the senses,
and that's why yoga is a calibration. Yoga's you're calibrating physically with the stretching, everything. You're
connecting. So when you're calibrating, it's all about that communication, that biofeedback, what you were talking about before. So you're connecting to that muscle, putting awareness into that muscle to communicate with it. That's one of the reasons why I do that every night before going to bed or something. I put awareness all the way through my body. You get it really fast, right? So it's a wave. So at first you do it really slow and you move your mind everywhere and over every single little thing, like in your face, every single part of the face. And as it's moving through, it's relaxing as it's going. See, now this is that first part of yoga that's kind of lost, that people kind of lose. And they start with sitting there with nothing and finding a pain, and you go to that pain and you squeeze that pain. So this is a tension and a relaxation. So we can do that as well. That's another way of doing it, right? So that's our electrical way. So like if you're using like a TENS unit or something like that, like stimulating. So tensing that muscle and relaxing. right? But you're putting that awareness on that pain or that muscle, and you're activating it to its full, and you're also going, bring it, all of it right now, all the pain right here, and then you just relax it as much as you can.
Like contract it. Yeah.
It's interesting you say that, right? So after my
this is
car
NLP too. Yeah.
after my car accident, after I was released from hospital, and they put me up on my. I was in a wheelchair for a bit, and then they put me up on my feet, put me in casts, and put me up on my feet, and it's like I was kind of doing that, and I was testing my pain. I was testing my pain. Yeah, right. And I learned the difference between the pain that you can ignore, and you can just say, yeah, that's just a natural pain, but don't worry about it. And the pain that says, yeah, mate,
something else.
Or it says, no, you need to stop doing that. You stop doing that now, because that's going to end in tears, kind of thing. Learning the difference between the pains.
They're different.
But that is all about perception, and that's all about that's all about imagination of, when you feel that pain, what do you imagine's happening, and what do you imagine the consequences are going to be? And it's like,
so take this into account too. It's like right now think of a stretching pain, something you initiate.
Yeah.
Now that's fun pain, isn't it?
Yeah, and like massage, being massaged.
Fun pain.
Now you have that experience. Now you can take a pain that's not so fun and turn it into a fun pain. It's like exercising too. Like you could get to that moment where it's physical pain. You've put yourself into that pain, but you can enjoy that pain there, by turning it into a stretch, which is really moving into that pain and
which is where marijuana is a useful tool as well, because it takes the edge off of the pain. It can turn it into.
It's also putting your brain into alpha. So you're relaxing already. You're relaxing your mind, but you have to relax your body as well. It's a body-mind thing, balance that has to happen.
Yeah.
You do it with your mind, your body will respond. You do it with your body, your mind will respond. Right?
And
so if you put yourself in a relaxed state, in a relaxed pose, you bet your ass that in a couple of minutes you will feel relaxed.
That's also a power position. This is also
I always do this. Like this is a pose I'm always in, and this sort of stuff. But I always, because we're connecting polarities here as well. These are all polarities. So when when you're hearing somebody, I put myself in a recycling sort of state where this energy is not being lost. I'm not open, and my energy is expelling. I'm recycling it. So this is now a biofeedback system. And when I put it on my head too, there's also a polarity here that is now also adding to it. So of course, these poses that we look relaxed in are the poses that do put us into a relaxation mode, which is this energy that's flowing.
Right?
Yeah. But a lot of the times it's on their knees. So you have two vortexes within your knees, and you're connecting those polarity points together, creating that circuit, so that now that energy can circulate and you're not losing energy. In this state also, we can now, what we talked about on Bernie's show, we can enhance this and bring more energy in by just appreciating anything, whatever you like, a loved one, a flower, whatever. And even better yet, the good news is we can do this in our mind, and doing this in our mind, this is nervous energy that we're now accumulating. And now we can put this to work for healing as well.
We're transmuting the energy, aren't we?
Yeah, well, now I'm loaded with energy. I can now put a healing hand on, because we do it naturally anyway. We want to hold.
Could you say that nervous energy is...
With my patients, to put a hand on them, that was something that was sort of an indicator for me. The other thing is my connection with nature, because I've heard that you reach a certain state of enlightenment when you can look at almost any scenery and just be in bliss. And like yesterday, I had to go run an errand, and on the way back, there's these beautiful country, big rolling hills. There's farms everywhere, but it's like out, and you've got the mountains in the backdrop and everything. So I went on a drive, and the sun was popping out, and there was just big old, and I was in bliss. I was saying it out loud.
You can't capture
it's also
it.
much
You can't
easier
capture
for
it.
us. Yeah. It's much easier in when we're in large, open outdoor spaces, because now we have that width, that breadth, that large expanse, because that's part of that feeling. It's an all-encompassing, right? Where we just understand more in terms of we feel more. We feel the energy of everything more. And that's an observant state. I'm just observing it. I'm observing how wonderful this makes me feel. You know, the appreciation or the gratitude that we're expressing is really now, and within a relaxation state, we're building that more and more and more and more. It's this biofeedback, but now it's in a spiral that's ever increasing. So we can actually gain large amounts of energy very quickly as well. And we can use this for ourselves. We can use this for other people. So it would be building up my barrel of energy so I can now lay hands on someone. The laying on of hands, which is ancient.
Yeah.
The healing. I do it with myself, and I do it with the dogs.
We do it naturally.
I do it with Canito a lot because of his skin condition. I do it with him a lot. But with
that's
me,
why I was asking, like,
headache.
Is it left pawed or right pawed? What's your animal? Because then we can test these things and move our energy around. They seem more relaxed like this, you know, and find those little keys and lock in and go, we both, you know, because you're giving healing to anyone, everything.
Well, your heart's in sync. Your heart eventually,
you gain. You always
your heart is in sync. Is completely synchronized with your dog.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you again, Richie.
No, you're right.
I was going to say, and the imbalance isn't always where you think it is. Like, you know, my dog is a perfect example of what you're talking about, but she's very jittery, hence jitterbug. And so she is very hard. She has changed dramatically in the last 2 years as far as letting me touch her, because she's still to this day like won't let me touch her feet because something she was abused. I mean, I know it because it's taking years.
That is quite natural for all animals as well. Their feet will be. It's just the texture and stuff too. It's just like
and because she was never handled by humans other than as a work dog, no one ever touched her. So as we know, Buddy's probably cool with it because you touched his feet a lot when he was a kid, right? Or when he was
Canita growls.
All of these things, they need that safe environment where you can slowly let them know that it's okay to be relaxed and nothing bad's going to happen. It's a time thing.
That's how I know that Ruby trusts me. I mean, apart from the turn on his back and everything, but I can touch any part of his body when he's asleep. When he's fully stretched out and asleep, I can start tickling his paw, and he stretches his paw out. He loves it, you know. It doesn't matter where I touch him. He's like, he knows it's me straight away, and he doesn't even flinch.
That knowing, that feeling of knowing that is appreciation, and this is like, no matter what, you pat an animal or something as well, this generates within us, and that's healing energy. That's energy waving through us. That's self. It's like a wave that the more you do it, the better it becomes as well.
Yeah.
You know, to a point maybe that it's a bit uncomfortable because I'm not ready to relax that far as well. People have their limits. That's something to, especially healing and stuff. If you're healing people.
I'm not. I'm not with anyone.
We have limits. I can push it myself. You know, when I first learned that meditation is amazing and allows us to bring up everything that's stored in our subconscious so we can work with it. It brings it up for me to work with. Allowing it to happen, allowing it to be there. You can do too much. And then for a week, you could be swinging off these different emotions and stuff because you're still processing. You're pushing yourself too much. We all have this natural limit, and it's beautiful. It's our natural. I didn't set it. Well, I did over a long time. It was me and my ego sort of, you know, working this out. But now I'm aware of it. I can change it, and I can, become less sensitive to it. So these things I can now work with easily because I've allowed it and practiced it. It's like relaxation's a really hard thing to do. I don't know if you've tried, especially if you're trying, you're failing. So
yeah,
depends what techniques you use as well. Like there's techniques you can use to relax that aren't it's not relaxing to do. Like it's kind of like breathing techniques and stuff, certain breathing techniques that you can use.
Well, there's one that's very easy to remember, which takes you out of fight and flight straight away. And that's breathing out longer than you're breathing in. So that's one to keep in the memory, ready to go whenever.
I go three in, 6 out, 3 in, 6 out.
Yeah, but say we do a any sort of humming or anything like that, singing and stuff as well. That we're holding those out breath for a very long time, naturally relaxing. Takes you into alpha straight away. Dropping our tongue, relaxing our tongue, puts you into an alpha state. And our awareness, putting our awareness onto that with intention of doing that, relaxing, boom, puts you into alpha because there's intent there now too, and you're allowing it. Yeah, I've instructed it. I'm the controller of the program now, which is all is awareness.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you take all this time and effort to relax, right? But then coming out of this and going back into our normal state, right? We start to put all these things back on, this tension back on. And by the end of the day, you're an old man, right? And so, it's being aware in those moments of, I'm starting to, back to that balance, back to that calibration. Just calibrating yourself all the time. You do that long enough. Now that's your program, starting from a balance. So everywhere I go, as long as I'm starting from a balance and central, beautiful. I can handle everything in the world.
Yeah.
Go on, Rox.
Rox, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think it's incredibly important for those that are watching and anyone that's watching on a playback is, for me, in this whole process, I struggle with giving myself permission to have time to relax. I've very, very much struggled with the guilty feeling of I've shelved something else because I've allowed myself to maybe take half an hour or 45 minutes. And then I battle with that for most of the 45 minutes to try and relax. And then, as you said, you come out of it. Before you know it, you're going into bed at the end of the day feeling like old Mother Hubbard. Yeah, so for me,
compressing.
That's it. I just want to remind everyone listening and everyone watching that it is incredibly important in any rotation to give yourself permission to have time to relax. Obviously, don't put off anything, for today that, till tomorrow that can be done today. But, you have to find time to give yourself time. Makes sense.
Permission.
So, yeah.
I'd say same for healing. Like this time right now, I spend for this healing that needs to happen for this intent, purpose. And guess what happens? It happens.
Yeah.
When we bring our awareness to it, that's why awareness is the most powerful thing.
Perception.
Yeah.
Perception and awareness. They're like hand in hand. They're
listening to other perceptions
you have.
Is opening your perception. So your perception is wider and you can see it.
Which is increasing your informational field, which basically increases your ability to connect. It increases your understanding, your inner standing.
You have to connect to it.
It helps you to be able to see things clearer in your mind's eye, even if you can't explain it to somebody. Because there's so many things that I can see clearly in my mind's eye.
If you can't express it in language, it's more feeling than thought.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know. There's things that I can see. It's like I can see how something goes together and why it's working the way it does, but I can't seem to articulate it.
Do you think it comes down to the fact that our conscious has expanded, but the shackles within the language that we're having to use have not expanded? We're still using the same English that we were taught as children. So we're starting to learn conscious expanding information that puts dots together. I find myself struggling countless times to try and vocalize something to someone that's here, and it's not, you know, out of this realm, but you find yourself shackled. It's like you're shackled.
Getting lower.
Because the words that we've been given have already got entire narratives attached to them that present a different perception of what you are trying to explain. It's like using, it's like the nuance of the word love. Like there's a lot of nuance to love. That you love your dog, you love your animal, you know, your animals and your car and your watch and your phone and your girlfriend and your film stars. It's all different nuances of love.
And each person has their own definition of these things as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know about prescriptivism and descriptivism in terms of language? Prescript and descript. What we're living with now, this living English, is descriptivism.
Right, yeah. Okay.
What we had before this was changed is what they call a dead language, is prescriptivism, which prescriptivism is prescript. It's this is the way. It has one meaning, or it has however meanings it has, but they don't change. This is the meaning of the word. But with now descriptivism, words evolve.
But
so all it takes now is for a new word to come in or for a word to change, say like a V word. All it takes for that to change is like a couple of news shows stay it, a couple of CNNs, a couple of Sun Herald.
Merriam-Webster's dictionary.
Boom. Change, done. Because that's now the evolution of the word.
Because it's
but
almost
also with that, that's allowed. Everyone has their different definition of the word love, of this or that. I found it very hard being autistic as well when I was to read people in this respect, because I had to work out what their definition was. And I had the brain capacity to do that. I would overanalyze and actually work out so I could communicate with you better. Hence social problems, you know, because sometimes it took me a while and I needed enough data to work out, what's your meaning of the word love? Oh, let me tell you my meaning of the word love, so that we now have each other's perspective, opening that perspective, and then you're connecting. But, you know, using prescriptivism, it is what it is, and we'd all be speaking on the same terms with the same language.
Which is why it would have been difficult to lie. In prescript.
Look at what politicians do now. They're using techniques like I studied mentalism, magic, fooling people, and I see this dark shit that I learned to understand the mind and how people work and how people manipulate as well. I see politicians using this. One of the best examples is Obama. He's a master hypnotist, conversational hypnotist, using language and words, because they're also using this thing called dual reality.
All Obama is a very, very good auto cue reader.
Trained, but it's reading it in a certain way.
Well, the way that I studied, I sort of analyzed the way that Obama spoke, and when you're listening to Obama, he would only say things, you know, he'd say like 3-4 words at a time. It would be three or four words at a time. That's what you do as a master. Yeah, but it's also
so you can start
really nice, easy fucking speed for the
sentence
to come up, man.
I think use like a few.
Dude, we've given Obama way too much credit.
May as well just call him by his name and say Hussein.
Hussein, yeah, exactly.
Hussein is getting way too much credit. It's just
this energy,
Kenyan-born Hussein.
is becoming more aware. You become aware of what people use to fool you. You're not fooled anymore. Once you're open to see that's exactly what these people do, you're not fooled anymore. You're like, nice one, mate. Nice. Good on you. Nice try. But you're not getting in here.
Won't get fooled again. I love Bush, man. I love Bush's fool me once.
The reason why he does 4 sentences and stops and 4 sentences and stops is so that you in your mind are continuing the story and making it up in your own mind. And you make up better shit in your own mind. And then he cuts in with his thought. So you're creating 100%. A situation which gets you excited too, because you're actually creating a lot in your mind. It gets your mind working just for an evil cause, though, really.
But all I saw,
tell and read.
In all honesty, Callum,
dark shit right there.
That's
black magic.
And all I could perceive,
100%, Callum, it is. It's dark. It's dark, man. It's dark.
All I perceive and all I will ever perceive is a guy that can read well off a teleprompter.
You do.
And the only reason he's reading it like that is because the sentences are coming up at a nice slow speed, and he's given way too much credit. He's an absolute fake phony shill actor, and he's a very, very good actor. That's all it is. He's not a very good actor. He's just very good at acting.
He's a shit actor, but he's good at public speaking and
he's good at public speaking, man.
Give him what he does. That's it. And you're using it for an evil purpose, so that's not good. You're using it unawares, so that's not good. That's horrible.
Was he farmed?
I know a lot of shit.
He was definitely farmed. He was definitely farmed. That much is sure. He was farmed.
I can use these things that he uses, but I don't. I'm not doing that. He's using it to convince you and manipulate you to vote for him. That is all.
Have you seen the theory? Have you seen the theory that he's the reincarnation of Akhenaten?
I've seen some photos, I think, some comparisons.
It's actually quite funny that him, Michelle, and the kids all really fit the whole thing of Akhenaten and his wife and his kids and that.
Those kids weren't even his. And Big Mike's. Big Mike and Hussein. Like, they don't have any kids. Those kids are not his.
We need them.
And I've got some ice to sell you in Alaska if you think it is. That's nuts. You're right. We've given Hussein way too much airtime.
Yeah, but these like-minded people, this is also like what we see is this trait throughout, and it's this ability to sell your soul or not be aware of how much damage you can cause just by doing my job or doing what you think is okay for you, but without thinking of the all.
I want to know what this. Picture is that Sarah's sharing with us here. This Egyptian sky goddess nut frequency canopy.
Oh, interesting canopy.
This looks very interesting.
The lady stretched out with the sky.
I saw this forever ago. I'm just going to kind of play it, but he's showing you an equalizer based on the notes, right? And it's going up to certain pitches. So then this is the canopy, quote unquote. So he immediately saw this picture and thought, because we all know this is like the steps of life, right? And so this is what you were talking about, Callum, with us being lowered, and this is what he's talking about. Like, what if that canopy or this part, the quote unquote sky, right, is lowered right now, and that's what's forcing us to be in this duality world, or whatever. And once maybe if there's any truth to this and it rises, is there a possibility?
Maybe that's where the when the vapor is more possible. If the sky is bigger, if there's more volume within the realm, because the canopy is higher, then that might be what gives room or gives the conditions for the vapor canopy.
Yeah.
Maybe the vapor canopy fell because the frequency fell.
Oh, that's a good,
A very strong relationship with then pressure and difference of pressure. So things being bigger and stuff as well. Yeah. Also, you know, vapor canopy, it's a lens then, so everything would be magnified as well.
Well,
So
yeah, that's what Jason says, isn't it? And it would also obscure the sunlight of the sun that's within the realm. It would actually diffuse and obscure that sunlight, or cause a like a bioluminescent glow. You know, that's where that
depends how much light is actually getting to us. If it's a lot less, then we'd see a lot more of those natural lights come out, I would think. So
what are you doing there? What are you doing there, Sral?
He's messing with
and it may be to affect, depends what's happening with the sun and stuff. It's always light. It's always the same sort of thing. It might just get a little bit more, a little bit less or whatever. So because if it's spread out more, if it's diffused more, we might not even get to a dark, you know. So there's stories revolved around that as well. So this is a high pass filter and a low pass filter.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is standard voice.
Yeah, he's just showing you
voice.
Do you want to
what you see
if you're doing a voiceover, this is a standard voiceover.
And that's why he saw this. He saw that while he was messing with it, and that's why he said his mind went to the. And it makes sense with what we've discussed with frequency, and this really. I saw this years ago. He made this video, well, not years ago, but at least a couple of years ago.
I've seen a different version from a different guy talking about the same thing, but not with the same. Not with the same. You know, he's just talking about it. This is why I know this is a voiceover thing. This like, oh look, this is what that guy was doing. This is basically, and he's taking out the S's and the, you know, finding exactly where to take those sharp S's out and stuff, and it's all in that. Like where you take it from.
Too, like he was showing you these different points. He's explaining to you these are the different like settings to the parameter of the canopy.
Oh, yeah.
Let me put a link for this in the chat too. We can listen to it if you guys want, but he does do a decent explanation of like the specifics of what this picture, means. Okay, I just posted the link for that.
Just for anybody that's interested, I've swapped from strawberry clipper, and now I'm drinking manzana, which is Spanish for apple.
I did know that. I know zapat, or I just tried to say Spanish, and now I was telling Richie that sometimes when I speak Spanish, I feel like I'm very Americanized.
If anyone thought I had a big glass of wine, it was cherry Coke. Just letting you all know that was cherry Coke.
I did think it was a giant glass of red wine. I was like, all right, go for it, girl.
And as ashamed as I am to say it, like cherry Coke gets a pass. Yes, Coca-Cola's terrible. It's all terrible. We shouldn't drink it. It's all shit. But cherry Coke gets a pass. If I could get cherry Coke here, I'd be drinking cherry Coke because there's something about it. There's something about it that's just.
I saw Coke on a list, so I will never be drinking it ever again. A list that associated natural food flavoring.
Did I get a whole pass of that? Brilliant.
Have you ever seen anyone cook down Coke? Like cook it so long and what it turns into?
Yeah.
And then I think it takes the rust off of cars, and I thought,
rock. It turns into a rock, man. It turns into like a solid, unburnable rock that I reckon that they could use to coat spaceships with, you know?
Power of intent. It is not sitting like a rock in Rox's gut. It's actually flowing because she's flowing.
No.
So power of intent.
Yeah.
It's not poison. It's not poison.
With inside rocks, it gets filtered, and inside anybody. This is the whole point. When you know, right? Nothing on this earth can really fuck with you. It can make you slow down, and it can
if you have awareness.
if you have awareness, and it can make you purge. What's she done?
Conscious awareness. I mean, the thing is, I'm not going to say it's not a poison, but if you're aware it is a poison and you will be processing it, you can allow and help your body to process it, knowing that that is what that is.
Right.
That is what that is. Get that out of my body, and we're all
that's on
good.
the same. That's the same rule as right. So in the Islamic faith, they're called the jinn, and then they're also called jinn in the Jewish faith. But basically, their power over us is our complete unawareness and ignorance of them, and that's how they are able to control us. As soon as you're aware, as soon as you know that's what's going on, they have no power over you at all. You can relinquish all of your power that you've given to them, and you can completely change your perception of what they are, right? And it's the same thing with poison. It's the same thing with the stuff that they're putting into your body. If you're not aware of it, if you're not aware of it, if it can mess with you, maybe. I don't know. But if you're aware of it,
this is the difference with ignorance, right? Because if you are aware and you're ignoring it, that's different than aware and processing it. And maybe there's some action involved in that as well. Like I have to remember to do this or that or do some things. Maybe there are some physical things that we need to do. Like being aware, if you're not earthed, like I have various things, like I'm always carrying a crystal and stuff as well to help me earth when I'm not earthed, but then I always earth myself. It's just I'm aware of that. I know that earthing helps my entire makeup, my being.
I'm a little bit, it might be arrogance, right? Like the other day I was walking on really nice grass, and I'm thinking, I should take my shoes off and do this barefoot and really soak it up. But I couldn't because I was walking to go and meet somebody and I had my shoes on. And so while I was walking, I really focused on it. And I was like, that rubber's nothing. That rubber's not there. It's not doing anything. My field.
You were up here walking on the grass now, were you?
I was, kind of.
That's how this works. Just because you're not there, you can imagine it. Now the intent, now you're actually doing something, right? That's using your awareness to conquer the situation or whatever.
That's perfect, because I didn't feel like, because of my dog, I could properly massage her right now, and her muscles are in like atrophy. So I started to mentally, and I just did it. Now I'm going to do it again. But like, I'm massaging her, even though I'm not physically touching her. And this is what we were talking about now. Remember? And I was saying that they proved that you were really working out, but because you were just doing it in your mind.
Photo. I can get what am I doing? I'm there actually touching you. In my mode. Bang, healing. We're here for healing. Boom. But I'm touching you in my mind. Done. Remote healing.
I mean, Case does
beautiful,
it with
wonderful world works. It's this communication is everything always on,
Everyday Masters. Case does it with his long distance reconnecting stuff, and I've seen his videos where he's the person does it like on Zoom or whatever, and so they'll be laid down in their home, and he's in his studio where he is, and he's in his mind's eye, he's there laying his hands on them, playing with the energy. And you watch their bodies, you watch them like they've got their eyes closed. They don't know where his hands are or what. Yeah. And it does kind of correlate to there's something definitely happening. I've had long distance healing.
There'll probably be somewhat of a delay too. A lot of the time, where you see like a big movement, there might be a delay before that, whereas the body processing and then goes, and releases.
Yeah.
But there's definitely, all that is imagination, and that is real. For your body, what it means for your body is reality.
So I'm watching South Park at the moment. The one that I'm watching is all about Imagination Land, and the mayor of Imagination Land, Kyle, is having a bet with Cartman that leprechauns don't exist, and if Cartman can prove they do exist, what's his name has to suck his balls, right? And they see and catch a leprechaun. But before they do that, they'd see and catch the leprechaun, and then the leprechaun escapes. And then the mayor of Imagination Land comes and says, "Oh, did you see a leprechaun?" And Kyle is basically like, "I don't get it. Like leprechauns, they're imaginary." And the mayor of Imagination Land says, "Yes, absolutely, they're imaginary. But just because they're imaginary doesn't mean they're not real."
Are you experiencing it? Therefore, it's real. You are, like, experience is real. So no one can discount your experience. It is real.
Like my experience with the shadow man coming into my apartment, trying to put me to sleep. That, I'm telling you, like, all right, maybe I was just off my nut. No, I wasn't. You know, I hadn't done anything the day before or the day before that either. I was actually living quite a clean little bit then. I had a bit of coffee in me. And yeah, I was smoking some weed, but I'm a seasoned smoker. It does not cause hallucinations or psychosis with me. And the thing about weed is it's a psychoactive drug. I agree with this guy that I heard recently that was saying
if it's being messed with, if it hasn't been messed with, not usually.
What it does is it shows you what's inside you. So if you get
I would say it puts you into a position where you're able to deal with it, able to be shown it as well. It relaxes you so that you can deal with these things.
He's got a theory.
Think about what you just said. And the most common related psychosis development with cannabis use is schizophrenia. So think about what you just said. That means that person is having probably trauma related, but it's their own demon that they're hearing, which is why the schizophrenia came to the surface, and because they need to deal with it potentially.
And also, it's the perception of what that thought is. They're hearing that thought as a voice. It's not a voice. It's not audible. Yeah, it's a thought, but the only way you can describe it is as a voice. I have the same thing. I have thoughts all the time that I could describe as voices.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why if I went to the doctor and I just laid it on the table, what goes on in my head, I'm pretty certain they would diagnose me as a paranoid schizophrenic, because that's the boxes that I tick in their little on their fucking clipboard. I'll tick all the boxes that go. It's like this plus this plus this plus this equals schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenic. Okay, except there's gonna be a load of boxes that they don't have. They don't have the boxes that I would tick if they were there, but those boxes don't exist because they don't even think. They're not actually programmed to think about things in this way.
Well, it's reductionist.
They put it purely. They've
well.
reduced it. They've reduced what's going on down to this chemical. Oh, it's a chemical imbalance in your brain. That's what that is. It's trauma. And it's you need to, all it is a gateway to get you onto pharmaceutical fucking drugs. That's all it is. And every single one of those drugs that they prescribe you, the side effects are depression, suicidal thoughts, fucking, they're like so many
worse and worse and worse over time as well. It just gets worse because you're adding when you add poisons with more poisons. Those poisons react with those poisons and become worse.
Yeah,
it's just this spiral down.
Oh, it's like it, right. It's like mixing.
It's amazing how quickly we can come out of it too. That's what I think we're emphasizing. But
all you need to do is detox.
Yourself just believe you can't get out, right?
You can always get out.
If you know you are detoxing all the time as well. There are poisons in the air.
Your body naturally is purging all the time. That's what snot is. That's what snot is.
Discussion. It's like if we actually had the proper balance to begin with in the soil, we wouldn't need all this magnesium, right? Supplements to help us with our issues.
Shilajit, that's the only reason I take Shilajit, just to make sure that I'm getting all the nutrients, because there is lack.
But if we, and that's what I'm saying, yes, no, we just need to change that mindset, fix the soil, don't deplete it, right? Get back to that. And then we don't need all this, and our bodies will fight the parasites themselves instead of being so obsessed about it.
Fix the water.
Well, if you're strong, you don't get parasites. If you have a strong organism, the parasites attack the weak. When you're weakened, that's when you'll see parasites. Like people were trying to connect it with cancer as well, but that's like the fireman thing. Is the fireman real? No, the parasites they're cleaning up. You know, it's there's something there to eat and attach, right? They're attachments. So if we're not in those positions, so I actually like talking to people who are already healthy and go, this is our defense against the dark arts class, right? How do we maintain our health and stay strong? Because when you're strong, it doesn't matter what's out there. You're perfect. You're fine in your strength. It's when we're weak, that's when we're open to all of these things, you know.
And people don't realize that what they're intaking every day on a daily basis, both like not just food, not just water, not just the air they breathe, but also what they're consuming on television and stuff, what the information that they're consuming, all of this stuff. The body most of it is poisoned and corrupted. And so there's actually there's no need for it. And we're spending the entire time purging all the time. And it builds
that
up.
Shock, that German new medicine, shock, then turning into a bloody cancer. Right, there's a relationship there. There's a psyche relationship of shock, stress. You will see a physical response.
There's also the stale. There's the stale energy that can create cancer as well. When you have a bad negative energy that you're holding on to, and you're harboring it, it's.
But also, mind you, if we didn't have that carcinogen, that toxic load to begin with, if that's not there, you wouldn't get any cancer of any description, and you'd be able to process your emotions easier. You'd be able to process them. But because we have this toxic load anyway, we become weaker. So then it's harder for us to process these shocks, one on the other. This is now a cycle bringing itself down. So the relationship between carcinogens is there. Like, why do you read on everything? This is a risk of cancer. Why? Because there's a poison in it. That's the relationship. It's so easy to see.
Shout out to the Illuminati. 33 people watching.
One thing I wanted to ask, I'll mention really and get everyone's input on, is what we were mentioning earlier with the rate of progression, with the Great Awakening, and obviously negative thoughts, fear, everything we just aforementioned here, going into people being unwell. Obviously, with the rate of progression of the Great Awakening, there are difficult truths coming to light. Yeah, that 6 months to 2 years ago were just a crazy conspiracy theory. The new one is, give it about 6 months, and it will be mainstream media. It's getting to the point where the fourth branch,
4 months
they can't ignore it. They can't defend a lot of what's going on anymore because it's being difficult truths, as we said, are coming to light. Difficult truths about harvests worldwide that have been destroyed now almost 2 years in a row. Difficult truths coming to light in various different countries about the ability to get food. Obviously processed food, which is no good for us anyway, which is another difficult truth coming to light. People are mentally unprepared for some of this that's going on. And also the biggest one of all, which is protecting children. Yeah, there's been a lot of that over the last 2 years of people talking about difficult truths coming to light about public figures being involved in uncouth things with minors that now the mainstream media is having to report on. The American president's son being involved directly with his family members, namely his nieces. With what you were just saying, Callum, I wanted to bring this up because it's poisoning people's minds, and the rate of progression that people are waking up is making people unwell. People are genuinely finding it hard to cope with everyday life because of what was aforementioned, the rate, the warp speed that people are being pushed through this now. What do we make of that all?
Anxiety, massive stress. We can see that that's what it is. And we can see that the people who are getting sick are the ones that fall for it, that go with it, that feel that anxiety, that stress. So when I can watch anything, I can watch anything on the news as well. Am I feeling it here? Do I allow myself to trigger? And if I do trigger naturally, there's something I need to work on. That's now something I release from it. So what am I getting from my awareness is more waking up, more awareness of myself and others. So that's the know thyself. But when you're showing yourself very quickly, that's the scariest thing in the world. When you know you're this far away from it, like I'm worlds away from where I need to be, when that's seen to you, that's now more stress, more shock. So that's where it goes very quick. So that's where we need and will be seeing people go into that shock stress, which is where you'll see anger and stuff like this. But that's okay because that's processing that fast.
And also people need to know as well that realization, right, that may cause anxiety, and when you look at yourself and you think, rah, this is where I am and this is where I need to be, and how am I going to get that? You know, that just that realization, you don't realize truly that if you've realized it, you're already here. You don't need to stress about getting here.
That's the step.
You don't need to stress about that. You've realized it. So don't forget it. Don't go back to sleep. Basically, you've realized it. No. Right. What do I need to do next?
My dad, my dad actually just sent me this article, and it says Skittles are unsafe for consumers. Lawsuit charges because they contain a known toxin.
Oh shit! Who eats Skittles?
Sour Skittles, me. I used to eat
convenience.
Stop
the convenience.
The last bag of sour Skittles that I ever bought, right, was a giant bag. The last bag that I ever bought was stolen out of my car in that time when they locked it back up again after they broke in.
Yeah.
The Skittles and the shoes, sour Skittles, new shoes, and all my receipts.
I was sent one this morning that explained, obviously, we've got some hot temperatures in the UK at the moment. Tomorrow it's going to be 37 degrees. And as a result, we've been sent weather warnings and articles stating that extreme temperatures can cause...
Isn't that hot?
Right, thanks, exactly. 37 degrees. And not only that, it can cause blood clotting. The thickening of blood and blood clotting.
Really?
I'm wondering if that's a little bit of covering backsides for the jab. I don't know. But, call that what you want. Don't know.
I've never heard
that. They'd never do that. Yeah. They'd never do that.
We've had over 40 degrees Celsius because I'm kind of near California.
I don't know. I mean,
I've seen warnings go out, right? They went out in Texas a few years ago, and it was because it was over 50 degrees centigrade. Over 50, which is like 140 or something, isn't it? It's fucking like you can cook food on the sidewalk, you can cook food on the hood of your car, fry eggs, fry bacon, and like any metal that's in that heat gets, especially if it's black.
They reckon London's going to be over 100 degrees. The Daily Mail, they've said, inside the cities could get well over 100 degrees.
Really? Because that's never happened before. Never happened before.
We're grossly unprepared for this. We've got weather warnings. I mean, it says, I will actually screenshot it. It says populace wide. This is not about the vulnerable being exposed to the heat. It's everyone. And they're expecting a lot of people to end up in hospital because it's 37 degrees.
With blood
clots and all sorts, yeah. Serious, this. Weather warnings are everywhere. I'll send you a few screenshots. Everywhere you go on the internet is giving you weather warnings for London.
I
it's going to be 37 degrees.
Cracks in the sidewalk can cause heart attacks too.
Oh man, I've heard that.
Hair too long, heart attack.
Apparently, any physical activity can cause a heart attack. I think it was the Daily Express was stating that any physical activity at all.
They chill.
I mean, did you know though, if it's too sunny as well, like if there's too much sunlight and not enough cloud, it can cause anxiety, which will then lead to potential myocarditis. So,
it's rare though. That's rare. That's rare extremely,
yeah,
very rare.
yeah. But so we're the X-Men, really, because we're absolutely totally immune to all of that crap.
And we're also finding our superpowers.
We're finding our superpowers right now. And yeah, I mean,
not normal, the ones that aren't normal, you know. Because the new normal's something else. That's this weird sort of robot zombie normal thing. But those outside of that, they'll be seen as lock them away, mutants.
Just remember all the asylums that were around everywhere in the 17 and 1800s.
Yeah.
A lot of asylums that could house a lot of people when the populations didn't seem that big.
Yeah, and
really,
then
in comparison.
And then the amount just dropped as well. Where did all these mental people go? Like what happened?
Like they were suddenly all cured, obviously.
They'll definitely take that. Take credit for that for sure.
Yeah. So
I doubt it. You know, what they were doing is shocking and drugging people, which is still what they're doing today as well.
And lobotomizing them.
Barbaric. What they're doing is just barbaric. It's just people don't see it. You know,
like cranial lobotomies.
And like we talked about too, just people constantly letting people get away with it over time, partly because it was family. Like, let's not get, like I've joked about, like Uncle Bob or whoever, whatever name I use, like, let's not get him in trouble just because he touched you inappropriately. Don't tell anybody. This is exactly what happened. I was just talking about with this Pat Robertson, that he's come out as like a raging homosexual. And there was this whole PR, I can't remember where I watched this, but PR cover, so that his whole congregation, when they found out that he had these kind of relationships and they were inappropriate or whatever, this whole congregation was put into this, well, if you talk about this, then you're going to discredit the entire
congregation,
entire religion, and it's all going to be false now, so don't talk about this. And they literally hired PR people to come in and do that.
Yep.
That actually might have been on Timcast, actually.
Yeah, I think I saw that on Timcast. That it must be, because I know that story as well.
All right, we're just trying to do something real quick with sharing a link here. So,
Calistoga, how you doing, man? Shout out to you, and shout out to Cam and to Beach Motors and Pushkin and Brian. Brian, dude, I'm sorry, mate. When you said one love earlier, and I was going to shout you out, and it didn't happen. But Brian Evans, how you doing, man? Tyler Arnold, Sail Away. And sail away, sail away, sail away, sail away, sail away, sail away. Do you remember them?
Yep.
Who was it? Name that tune.
I used to listen to that album to fall asleep, and whenever that song came on, I'd immediately wake up because it was like.
Sail back again.
And what's that other one? Sail away with me. Nora Jones.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
To another world.
Tyler Arnold. M. How you doing, Mighty Atom? And Paul from Newcastle and Londonground. And I'm trying to pick out the ones that. And TW, 2 Joy Now. Sorry, what we realise is that we're really bad at shouting out the chat room, and like even it's like if I could rely that as soon as I click that button,
I'm unable to see it. My text not allowing me to see the chat room.
If you look, can you see the private chat? Have you got a thing there that says private chat? Because if you click it, you've got a choice between private chat or comments.
Oh, that's cool.
So you can see the comments if you select them. If it's But Rox, if you're on your phone, going into comments means you can't see what's on the screen because the screen changes, doesn't it? It goes into comments. You can't have the comments up at the same time. I don't think. I don't know. Anyway, shout out to the chat room.
Just realised that.
Shout out to the chat room. Thank you very much, guys, for being here. We'll be going for an hour and 24 minutes. I'm going to call a break.
Coffee time. Right?
People make coffees and go on empty bladders and let dogs out to go and have peas.
Perfect.
And all of that sort of stuff. Roll up joints, roll up cigarettes, roll up bloody cigars if you've got it. And we will be back to continue this conversation. And Cam, if you're still around, dude, there is a link in Skype if you want to join us. I think Mr. Burneye has probably gone to bed with his beautiful girlfriend. What with it being his birthday and being like 5 o'clock in the morning or something. So we will be back, guys. I'm going to
Can I chime back in again after the break, Rich? If that's all right with you.
Yeah, you can chime in now, babe, before we go on a break if you want, and give everybody something to think about on the break. If you want.
No, it's just that I've got loads to come in with after the break. I've got a massive lag, so I'm going to chime out and chime back in again because it's a massive lag on my end. So while we're in the break, you'll just have to add me in back after the break. That's all, because I'm going to come out and refresh the internet and come back in again. But I have loads of interesting things to say if my internet will just let me catch up to speed with you all. All right, my darlings. See you on the other side.
See you on the other side. All right, guys. So I'm gonna start off with I'm actually gonna play the new intro that I made. It's the outro that I made, and I'll try and find something else as well for while we take a little break. All right, guys. Much love.
In this life what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going. And it's not something that you can learn by as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10 I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully that hasn't unjinxed.
a lot of people have been expressing concern. They are concerned about CERN. We all know what CERN is, don't we? The Large Hadron Collider over in Geneva. And it's being operated by these scientists, these incredibly intelligent scientists. You know, the same scientists that brought us COVID and, you know, told us to wear these things on our face and get jabs and stuff. Same scientists that also tell us that the Earth is a globe. Yes, these same so-called scientists are lying to us and have been the whole time, but we're all supposed to be concerned about CERN because CERN is real. It's a real thing. It's not another bullshit narrative, because these scientists don't push or propagate bullshit narratives at all. Do they? Anyone that knows me knows that I'm gonna fucking hate doing this, but it's got to be done, innit? If I'm going to be, you know, taken seriously on YouTube and all that, this is what they do. I'm getting banned, I'm getting deleted, I'm getting shadow banned, I'm getting censored. So do me a favour and just subscribe to my channel, give it a thumbs up, just to give it, you know, that to YouTube and Google. For me, thank you. Right, that'll do for now. I'll come in. I'm just going to play that. That also applies, obviously, to Sarah's channel, Mindful Exposures. If you're watching on her channel and you haven't already subscribed, please make sure that you subscribe. If you're watching on my channel or on another somewhere else, please make sure you go and subscribe to Mindful Exposures. And also to Really Roxanne as well. Roxanne is going to be back. I'll get her channel up and I'll put it in the chat. Most of you, I know most of you are actually subscribed to Roxanne already, but just to anybody watching on a replay, anybody that maybe isn't. What was that? Wow, that was a noise. What was that? Meow, meow. Here she is, here she is, here she is, here she is.
She becomes very comfortable in this position right now.
You know, Rox, you got 6,060 subscribers now.
You just need 6 more, 60 more.
Just 60, and then we've got a couple sixes there. We've got a couple sixes, just a couple.
Oh, Lordy.
There are links. Yes. There are links in the description, but there's Roxanne's channel.
If you're on my channel, I have Richie's channel pinned to the top, and I recommend you come over to Richie's for chat. It's way more enjoyable. But if you're just watching, you can hang out on my channel. But if not, it's all good. We're good.
I wouldn't say it's way more enjoyable in my chat. The chat, well, I guess if there's just it's just about the amount of people, isn't it? And both of us, we're just building our channels, man. I'm building my channel back up, innit? So I'm trying to. There you are. I'm trying to find your bloody channel there.
I just subscribed
to.
Oh, how am I missing? Roxanne.
Oh,
I didn't, unless I've been unsubscribed. That's happened quite a bit.
A lot of people have. A lot of people have over the years. Over the years, yeah. Thank you so much.
There's so many I have to sort of check, and I'm like, I haven't heard from this person for a while. Check.
I've got loads. I've got loads because when my channel was deleted, I wasn't, you know, all my subscriptions on 007, I don't know how many people I was subscribed to. It's kind of good though, because it means that really it's the ones that come to mind. You know, there are a couple of golden little nuggets that you, oh yeah, what about boom, like Everyday Masters. I've got to go and sub to him again because I know I haven't done it with the Magic Treehouse, so I've got to go and sub to him again. But otherwise, it's, you know, because I think a lot of stuff that I subscribed to like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, you know, it's
Clean house.
They're just cleaning house a little bit.
Yeah. I think there's something like that too. Like when I was thinking about people getting shadow banned, kicked off, this sort of thing, and then people start this extra channel or whatever, or some other platforms as well. And I'm thinking about who moves over. You know, it's really that quality. You know, a lot of the times it's those people that, you know, are in the chat who are actively engaged. We'll move across to other platforms and stuff as well. But of course, you know, YouTube is the fish pond. You know,
and if YouTube were to disappear and all that were to remain would be Odyssey and Rumble, everyone would naturally migrate straight over to Odyssey or Rumble. It's only because YouTube is here. It's been here for so long. There are established communities.
It's like a staple in their diet. Yeah.
And you can do lives like this. I mean, on Odyssey you can too. I think that is getting better and better. I think Odyssey's just done these server upgrades or something where I can watch things now too. Even when I had this data dongle and I had to watch everything in 144p, you know, fuzzy. I could change it on Odyssey and stuff as well. And for people that have over however many subscribers, it backs up your YouTube channel and stuff as well. So you don't have to repost. It's done automatically. So that is
it only backs up, like, depending on how many subscribers you've got, it will only back up. Like for me, I'd less than 5,000 subscribers, so it would only back up either 400 or 600 videos. I can't remember. It was 400 or 600 videos. So like 600, I think it was, because I remember, oh man, that's great, but I've got 2,500 videos.
You're at that point then. It's like, do I delete? And then so you're losing it from that digital archive as well. Like,
I mean, I didn't want to delete any of my like all of the stuff on my channel. There was stuff that was set to private that I just, you know, I wanted to keep there. I guess some of the stuff I've let go of. It was time to let go of it, you know. But
reset, clean out.
We
but
are
there's
actually
the other part of you. You are flowing. You're going with the flow. When I speak of going with the flow, it's quite precise, though. It's not going with any bloody flow. It's not going with the illusion. You know, that's not the flow to go with. It's with nature, with ourselves, with our true self. You know, that's the flow to go with. That takes trust, faith, all these things, right? You know, that's a hard, uncomfortable thing. So when we put ourselves in that little bit of uncomfort, we're in the right place. Great. We're on track. You know, and that's the exciting part of it as well. You know, so all these things, they're not problems anymore. They become challenges. Yeah. And you start seeing them in different ways like that. Like, well, now the people that, like for you, Richie, too, you've got the Goonies, the Magic Treehouse. This is now that tight-knit group. So you have best of all worlds at the moment. The situations, that's whatever got you there, fantastic. But it's like now we can look at those things in the past with hindsight and go, that was good for me. Got to get the dog, sorry.
And actually, that's why I had to switch for a second because I have to take care of the dogs real quick too.
Bit pushy, damn little pushy dog.
Yeah, why does she have to get old and have to go to the bathroom all the time? It's like, God.
I love it though. That's outside. So, like it's freezing at the moment. He sits out there on a chair in the absolute cold, no jumper, no jacket, no nothing. Loves it. Cold therapy. This is great. Comes in, loves that by the fire. You know, these guys have it sorted.
Yeah. My husky is obsessed. Like anytime it snows, she's just like the happiest. And when it's cold, you just see her perk right up. She loves it.
This is what I was made for. This is what this really thick undercoat is like. I don't know what you're on about. I'm warm as toast.
Yeah, this poor thing when it's like 75 degrees, it's like that's too hot for her.
Yeah, that's the.
I told you all the secret of staying warm last time, didn't I? go for a jog in your mind. This
Yeah.
Yeah, and you were talking about this before, Roxanne, where it's that time thing, right? I don't have 45 minutes to relax. Do you have 45 minutes to imagine that? Because when you do it too, like it's just that first time you need that experience, by the way. It's just that first time. You only need the experience one, you know it.
Yeah.
So I would say do the 45 minutes, but be the most aware and observant you've been in that moment ever, because you're going to use this now. You're going to use your imagination. And guess what I can do in my imagination? I can speed it up, or I can slow it down, or I can speed it up really fast and boom, and watch the entire movie. Your awareness goes to all those places, and you can speed that up. You can create a trigger for yourself, and you experience that 45 minutes, and you're slowly moving to the end. I've got the end. Now I've got a movie, and I can speed that movie up, play it in reverse, gets even stronger, right? I can, now my memory's intact with that. I can touch here, and that's the middle of the movie. I can play it really quick, bang, done. Took me 2 seconds to get, and your body goes through this as well. It might lag a little bit too, where these sensations come back and you go, oh yeah, I just did that. So I nail this to a doorway. So all of these exercises I do, like the yawns. So I talked about this one last time, 7 yawns in a row. And sirens, right? Like embracing life, opening up, expansion, resetting yourself, posture. I walk in through a door, but I plant this in the door. You know that trick where you put your arms to the side of the door and you push really hard?
Yeah.
You hold that for 30 seconds.
And then you watch, and then you
walk
walk out, and your arms go up.
Oh,
your arms just float up. Like,
how good do you feel?
Yeah.
And now I've anchored that to the door. Every single door I walk through, I feel that.
I think that might be an important thing because of doors and doorways, gateways, Janus, all of that thing. It's a portal. When you walk through, it's a real thing about forgetting something. When you walk from one room to another to get something, and you forget it as you walk through the door, and then when you walk back, you remember it again.
Where's your awareness?
It's because of the portal. So if you're anchoring yourself in that portal before you actually walk through, you're maybe maintaining, you're bringing a state of awareness through with you.
Yes,
which
and it's that state of being, that it's that will that you are bringing in. So I've set this here. I start the new. It's like coming out of the womb.
And there's also like there's a sense of claiming ownership. Like on the doorway, like boom, this is my. This is like, these are my realms. I'm going between my realms. Now, Rox, I know you are itching. You are itching to say something because you said you've got an absolute ton of stuff.
And the thing is, I think it's difficult to know where to start, really, because there's a lot. Like I said, the information warfare that we're all going through on a daily basis is mind-boggling. From the cost of living to people's perceptions of what's going on. I saw some interesting content today from Rebel News. Obviously, the farmers, they're protesting. There is a food issue.
What's going on is crazy with the farmers.
There's a multitude of things going on, and then we've got the fourth branch now starting to acknowledge about the puppets and their child dealings with the Bidens. But the public perception, we've just the criminal government that we have in charge has literally just fumbled in front of everybody. You've got people, and shout out to Rebel News because he was asking some good questions, and I can't remember the other guy's name. I'll remember his name in a minute. But this girl, she said, I support Ukraine. And he went, can you point it out on a map? And she went, not really. Don't know. Not really sure where it is. She was like, is it not? She was like, it's not. what did she say? She's like, it's near Italy, isn't it? Oh, something like that. I don't know. She was really just kind of stabbing in the dark, but she was she was kind of self-informed about why she supported Ukraine and whatnot. I'm going to be careful about the wordage I use, obviously. Obviously, there was people talking about certain injectables and stuff, and just people's perception, the people that have doubled down on what's going on. It's almost like, you know, when people get moved from pillar to post in an airport and they don't really know where they should be going, so they just get ushered to another gate and they all kind of scurry along to the next gate because that's where they've been told to go. They don't quite know why they're there, but they know they're at gate number 6.
They just wait for somebody. They wait for somebody with authority to say this way, and then they follow.
Like we said about the Green Man, you know, like people will wait at the side of a road where there is no traffic coming either way. But they'll be damned if they go before that Green Man tells them to go.
I'd say triple down, though, not double down.
There you go, triple down.
We're at
triple
down now, yeah. Look, I'm counting too every time I see, because it's madness what we're seeing.
Yeah.
I'm counting every time I see someone alone in the car with a mask. Yesterday it was 3.
Still, even when I'm walking the dog, I still see this. I'm mind-boggled with that. I don't understand that. Make that make sense to me, please, Cameron. Can someone make it make sense?
Well,
make it make sense.
This is that percentage. This is that percentage that are completely on anxiety, stress.
Yeah,
do you think 4 to 6%? Do you think maybe much as 4 to 6% of societies like that?
Easy here.
Under
like if
10?
I'm seeing it every day by just going to the shops and back, or going into town, or passing through town, and I see 3 or 4 every day, that is crazy. This town is 30,000 people. This is a small little town. And it's increased to that. So it's those people who are tripling down. It's those triple down where, no, this is my reality. It doesn't matter what reality for everyone else is. This is their illusion that they're maintaining. So they are the people that have a retardation going on as well, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're the people you will never wake up ever.
What's the cognitive dissonance is too
not
strong.
A chance. Yeah.
Do you think?
No.
Well, maybe there's just, So, I mean,
here I see that percentage. It's interesting to hear the elsewhere, but it seems similar for you guys. You know, and
here,
it is that for. But,
dude,
but
here,
10%,
anybody,
the rest will be wearing masks and then maybe take it off by themselves in the car. But they're putting it on. They're believing in that as well.
The virtue. There's still, you can see the ones that are doing it because they're virtue signaling. You can see the ones that are doing it because they're actually afraid. They really believe it, man. They believe that that it's possible.
We see that spectrum. So this is that middle of that spectrum. You know, who are the people that are going with the flow? Because they're the people that, you know, can be brought around or will slowly wake up and stuff, have a chance at least to wake up. Who are those? But I think we're at a point where it's mostly done.
I mean, if I'd been in the UK, there's absolutely no way I would have worn a mask anywhere. Absolutely point blank refused to wear a mask anywhere I went. Being here in Tenerife, I really couldn't do that. As much as I really wanted, that it would have been absolutely pointless to do it, because I wouldn't have been I might have made a statement, but it wouldn't have been heard by anybody. No, nobody would have heard the statement. I would have just had to deal with the consequences and then get let out afterwards. And if I did it again, the same thing would happen again, and there'd be nothing would happen as a result of it.
I made a statement, but I made a statement to myself. You know, when you look around and you see, like, when there are mandates, and because we've had mandates here, and I'm the only one not wearing the mask.
Well, mandate isn't law, and you understand that.
Absolutely.
You understand that.
I can't tell them.
Most people think a mandate.
Where do you go?
It's
I walked
mandatory.
into Coles. I walked into Coles because that's the big conglomerate. Everything else closed and stuff as well, right? But I walked into Coles knowing that I'll be thrown out. I wanted to make my own little stand and stuff as well, you know. And it's going through that, you know. It's like, well, great, you know. I like being kicked out of Coles.
For me, it's like, I'd love that confrontation. Like, but to be able to express yourself in English to Spanish people. It doesn't it doesn't have the same. It's not a satisfying. When you express yourself to somebody, you want them to understand exactly
It's
what you're
genuinely
saying.
not having the desired effect, is it? When you're not hitting the mark. No,
because they're just all that's coming out is a load of noises out of your mouth. Yeah. It's like if somebody stands there, it screams at you in Spanish. If somebody stands there and screams at me in Spanish, I might be able to pick the odd word out. And I'll be like, right, they're saying something, and they seem like.
But in a way, that's really good too. I mean, what you're now using is body language, and you're forced to actually simplify what you mean, what you understand, and you will use feeling more. You will express more with your face. You will do all these things that we naturally.
Yeah, I mean,
express our story.
That's where sometimes.
I mean, that's the real too. That's us showing the real. So I put myself into situations which I didn't want to be without a mask, and people saying, I'm like, yeah, I don't have one. That I went into a cigarette shop to get tobacco, and I walked in and there was that motion, and I'm like, yeah, don't have one of them. But I'm happy to shop in another shop and not come back here ever again. As I with the eyebrows up, waiting for the response, while the other person, the other clerk, got what he knew I always came in and got, and okay, bye. There's stands we're making ourselves as well. That's the important part.
Welcome backen.
Sorry, I kicked myself out, and then I just was dealing with the dog, so I thought I would.
That's all right.
One more thing, but that's just part of the deal, right? I figured it's Rox's time to shine, so I just need to.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. We're here. I'm just glad I'm not a lag. I'm just going with the internet just now.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be working nicely. I seem to be in time with everyone. Lastly, I wanted to kind of mention this. I know it's a bit like ugh, but it's the fact that in this information warfare that we're going through, certain things are being normalized. I'm very grateful that I plucked up the courage, whether I thought I had the resources or not. I know that I gave birth to my son. I've got his best interests at heart. I know what's best for him, and what was best for him and myself was for me to remove him from the education system, from the indoctrination camp. And in since doing so, I feel that I've removed him from being subjected to things that would not be in his best interest or my best interest for him to be exposed to. And in doing so, he's not had to succumb to a lot of the things that everybody else has, this whole gender choosing madness and confusing the kids at a very young age. Now, there's another section here that I want to bring up, because again, it's something that's being somewhat normalized in society, and it's not exactly the same thing, but I know it's a bit of a touchy subject, so please forgive me if everyone's face kind of goes, oh God, you're not going to talk about that, are you? Crikey. But it has to be spoken about, because again, it's something that's being normalized. Now, all of the youngsters have been exposed to this story that's come out, because the guy's son is someone that, if you're not awake, you're a fan of, because he sends big phallus symbol things up to the nether regions up there. So Elon Musk, right? And I know I've just gone from talking about homeschooling my son to talking about Elon Musk, but I would explain it in a few degrees, right? Just as children are being exposed to things at school that are incredibly uncouth, we've now got a pushing down people's throats that incest is all of a sudden normalized. Like that's okay. People can have children.
Somebody's just got done for that. What's his name is looking at 50 years. And Ricky Martin.
Well, Elon Musk's dad, he's popped out a sprog with one of his stepdaughters. It's completely normal. That's all normal. That's just normal.
Do you know what they'll say? They'll say it's a stepdaughter. They'll say, "Oh, it's a stepdaughter. Though it's not a blood relative." So
he's only raised her since she was 4. It's completely normal. She's only called him dad since she was 4. That's great.
These people are morally
normalizing in this information warfare that we've got going on. And obviously the Elon bros are out there flying their flags. And my point
Elon's going to
is,
save us, Rox. Elon's going to save us.
God,
He's all here for
it's
truth.
bad. It's
He's
really
all about
bad.
truth.
I'm interested to know what people's perception of this is. The normalizing of all of this uncouth, disgusting, horrendous behavior that's all the norm for the youngsters at the moment. It's being touted as normal.
6-year-old girls being strutted around by bare-breasted transgender people that, you know, in strip clubs with what was it? What did it say? Something about licking it. There was something on the wall that was.
That's with the drag show, right?
Oh God, yeah. But which one? Which one? Which drag show, man? The thing is, I've mentioned this before, right? Drag existed when I was a kid. Absolutely existed when I was a kid. But there was drag, and then there was transvestite, right? There was drag and transvestite. Now, drag was always comical. It was always a comedy thing. It was like the Ugly Sisters, the pantomime. The Ugly Sisters were always men with beards, right? With makeup on, men with beards and makeup on, because it was just, that was, and what was the Dame Edna Everage? Dame Edna Everage, man. Dame Edna Everage was a drag act. It was a comedy.
We've still got generations of parents, though, Rich, that are handing over their children to a ministry of education, handing over the children that they've birthed, and this ministry is perverting children's minds at such a young age. They're such sponges. They soak everything up. And the world that they're like, even the devices that they're on at such a young age, they're just scrolling through the reels, scrolling, absorb. I see them being pushed around in the buggies, being pacified with phones, not attention.
That's all I see.
The kid's screaming in Primark, you just see the mum getting her phone out, going, "All right, Timmy, yeah, shut up." Go on, YouTube.
Or they're sat there with a big iPad or whatever in their lap. On their
But then what you want to see is the neurotic, addicted scream cry that comes from the child when the battery runs out. Yeah, like neurotic, like literally neurotic. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary stuff.
Because you're being stimulated.
What is going to change?
So then, whatever image I put in there, and then associate that with a stimulation in your body, so that's a pleasure, plain pleasure. So what
is it going to take for parents? I don't want to call them parents. What is it going to take for mothers and fathers to pluck up the courage, get a backbone, and go, actually, do you know what? Other than your basic reading and writing and counting, why are we doing that? Why are we maintaining walking these children to these camps and putting them in there and going, do you know what? They've got their best interests at heart, definitely.
I mean, it's going to take collapse of the system for that to happen.
But I think it's going to take the people to make that collapse happen. It's only when a nation says no in the past that things have been done. It takes a nation.
Yeah, and the only way that happens is locally. Locally.
This is the path that they have chosen as well. It's a bigger shock, a bigger trauma that snaps them out of it. That's what it takes. And that's like domestic violence and stuff too. That's just the way it is. You know, when you're in a hypnosis, when it is that control, it has to be a shock that's awakening you from it. So then that is destruction around
precipice. Yeah,
losing. Yeah.
Only at that point people will find the will to change. Yeah.
Destruction. Yeah. And you see it. You see it all the time. Helping people, it's all the same. You know, it has to, like, people only are helping themselves when they're in. This is why I was saying before, I really like helping people who are already healthy, maintaining that health and stuff, because people unfortunately need that shock. So, cancer, now it's you know, end of life, whatever. So they know now, or are willing now, to change their life, to do the changes and the lifestyle changes that they know deep down that they. It's like reconnecting with yourself. I know what to do. So you have to let go of all of this other and have faith in that and do that. but that's what's taken away. No, don't do that, do this, and then so the early age. So the more that's done as well, and feed that instant gratification as well. So you're not allowing nature to work. Nature's always gives you a couple of minutes, but fight and flight is quick.
Right. While it's important to obviously never consider yourself to be better than anybody else, because not one of us is better than anyone else, but we need to have a certain amount of sympathy and compassion for anyone that is actually buying into the woke agenda sincerely, because they really bought into it, rather than those that are pushing it as a tool. The ones that are buying into it, the silly sheep that are getting caught up by it. We need to feel bad for them, really, because they're clearly lacking, like, massively in cognitive ability to process, think critically, and evaluate and self-evaluate and all of these things. They are so confused and they are so bewildered by what's going on that they're really, they're getting caught up. But like girls, man, did you see Trinity 4 interviewed a girl who must have been, I would say she was probably around 15, maybe 15 or 16.
I remember this.
She had a blue mouth because of the drink that she was drinking was bright blue. She had I don't know what color her hair. I think it was red. Her hair was red, I think. But she described herself as being non-binary or something, because she doesn't identify as either. And I'm just like, wow, okay. We all go through these moments of confusion during our teens, during pubescence. Particularly during pubescence, particularly at the age that she's at right now. And how is it that this thing about transgender always used to, actually, it was predominantly men that wanted to become women, but now they're really promoting women becoming men? And girls are getting really easy. They're like the percentage, I forget what the percentage of girls that are thinking that they're boys, and going through hormone therapy to become boys. Sorry, Roxanne, what were you going to say, babe?
No, that was me looking at the chat room. Sorry. No, you're right.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
I thought you were unmuting and you wanted to say, oh, Tree of Knowledge. Sonia, how you doing, babe? Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Would you like to join us, Sonia? Let me know if you would like to join us, and I'll signal you a link. Anonymity, how are you doing? Good to see you. I don't know what chat. Everybody's in. It just says YouTube. We don't know whose chat each person is in. So
I did check mine, and I sent another link. So hopefully, who is watching on my channel again, please the link. There's one pinned at the top. I just posted another one at the bottom.
Well, I will say that we want to increase. Whilst we want to increase both of our views and both of our subscriptions, that's the thing. We want to increase both of them. So if you can, if you're on a computer and you can have two tabs open, it'd be awesome if you could have one tab open with one stream and on muted, and then watch it on the other one, and you could, and maybe be in both chats, But that's a lot to ask of people. That's what I do with Bernie and Cam. I have both open on different tabs. I have one muted, and I pop comments in both of them, so that, but they're both getting the views. They're both getting
Who else does that? Oh, I guess like I've done that with Martin's channels too before, because I do like.
Martin's got two channels. It's like 6 tabs or something, man, for Martin.
Well, I can't keep up with it all, but I definitely do it with Cam and Bernie's for sure. I always, like, even if I catch it later, I'm not in the live, I'll make sure I'm given them both views and likes. So full views,
Brian-
I just give.
Brian's watching on his TV, but he's chatting on his phone. That's the good thing about being able to stream it to your TV. You can then go in the chat room on your phone, and it's
Yeah, Manny does that.
yeah.
Where
I
is
do
Manny?
that.
That's a missing hole today.
I don't
Manny,
know.
if you're listening, we miss you. Oh, nice keyboard sound.
Old school, you know.
Yeah, like
I don't know how to do the thumb thing. You know?
cheapy thing. Look at that. I think I got it at Goodwill. Got nice colors though.
I thought that was one of those for a second. Then I thought that was one of those, you know, those like it's like a keyboard, but it's operated by breathing into it. You know, it's like you breathe into it, and then you can operate the keys, and it sounds. It's got a name.
Straw, like a straw.
Organ phone or something, or
Oh yeah.
And my computer,
No,
the universe is very large.
not that. No, that's 70s. I'm talking 80s. 80s. This was.
What's that instrument though that was in every like 80s song in the Peter Frampton
Auto-tune.
like the original auto tune.
Oh,
It was that.
never
It was
sat well with my ears.
I
That's
never-
grating for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unnatural. Yeah. I always had this unease.
It's because it's synthesized like didgeridoo or something. I don't know.
I want to just respond to M. I agree with M, right? Because like the thing is that people do actually, because I've met and I've befriended and you know, had a relationship in a friend relationship way. So I know that it's an absolutely 100% real, sincere, genuine thing that existed long before the agenda did. But what I've seen is this explosion that's not natural, you know, because if it were a natural thing, then it would be a natural progression that happened over the entire earth with every single boy and girl. But really, when you look at the United States and you look at the map, it's really strange because the biggest concentrations are in Democrat-held states. Wow, that's a bit odd, isn't it? That you can have a Democrat-held state that's 30% of girls think they're boys, but right next door in a Republican state, it's just normal. The only difference is the postcode.
Oh, a pattern forming. I see a pattern.
So
correlation doesn't equal causation,
as you say, it's a personal thing. You don't have I understand gay pride and stuff. I understand it because it was repressed, but we're past that now. We are past that now. It's 2022, for fuck's sake. That was an issue in the 80s. We dealt with it in the 90s, and now no one gives a shit anymore. Do what you want to do.
But also, I don't see it's like expressing love anymore. What is that word? Love?
No, that's the thing.
Expressing of sex and sexuality and all this, not
which
love.
Is the confusion of lust, confusing love with lust,
and pride of that as
and
well.
Pride of it, and immediate self gratification.
Doesn't tell you much about the person, the being there. You know. No. It doesn't say anything about that. This is an agenda we're facing. It's not the people. The people get used. And I can attach to it now. That gives myself meaning, gives more meaning.
And the only reason
you already have meaning.
But the reason so many people feel the need to attach to it is because they're empty. So, like they have this... emptiness, something that's not being filled, so it's something that they can identify with because they can't identify with anything else.
And what's a void of the lack of love?
But
so you're trying to fill that.
And it's getting to them to understand. Hey, listen, don't that disconnected. That's natural because what we've been fed our entire lives has been false. then this is a natural reaction to basically the shit that we've been fed, the lies that we've been fed our entire lives. You just can't take it anymore, man. And it's your body's natural reaction to
breaking point.
What's going on. It doesn't mean that you're born in the wrong body. It doesn't mean that, or if you feel you are, it doesn't mean that there's anything wrong with that. You know, it's like, but what they've done, they've done it. This is why it's been so effective. Is that they've used people's egos. They've completely discounted the spiritual side, and they've just focused 100% on physical, and also mental gratification. Because mental is a lower vibration thing. Your thoughts are not. Your thoughts are so easy to corrupt. Thoughts are easy to corrupt.
Especially if you think you are your thoughts.
Oh God, yeah. If you think you are the one that sat there saying, "I am,"
believe you are that ego.
I am Richie, man. I am 007. I am a musician. I am a singer. I am this. I am that. All these different aspects of my ego. I'm here.
My ego.
My ego. Yeah, this is my ego, my experience, my perception.
You own it.
And you have to own it. You have to own it. You have to own your version of what's going on.
That's the perspective shift. Because when you take ownership for that, well, then now it's self-responsibility, self-control. Oh, you know, we were all dumbasses when we were under the hypnotic spell. I had to wake up from it.
Yep.
You know, at some level, I allowed this to happen. I blame me.
At some level, we go along with it.
Like help people not be dumbasses.
But we've got like I did it. I went along with it because I didn't see any other way. I was like, I actually really thought for a long time I was the only one that was actually experiencing it. And so
but it's social conditioning as well. It's this group think. Everyone else is doing it. There's something wrong with me. All of these things play a part in it. And this is why we can forgive those people too and allow them that space and all of that sort of thing as well. Guide them, help them.
Sail away. It's not about making, like, I like the fact that you've said God with a small g. Like, I mean, for what the thing is, we've got to really, really start being aware of this, about the real true meaning of words. And like God doesn't mean what everybody thinks it means. God has a bank account. I don't know how many people know that. It's possible to find it, but God actually has a bank account. There's a name of a bank account, and the name on it is God. So it's a fictional corporate entity.
Is that a capital?
And it's the master. I think it's all capitals. Yeah, because it's a corporate fiction, so it needs to be all capitals, because otherwise.
How it's written on the dollar note too.
So if you're thinking about the creator, man making himself into, we don't have to make ourselves into creators. We are already creators. We are all creators. It doesn't matter what it is you're creating. It just might be life force energy that you're creating by being there and being alive, and your chakras are working and you're creating life force energy. And that's all you ever do for your entire life. You're still creating. But there's a lot of us, so many of us are artistic in one way or another. Even those people that don't think they're artistic, and yet they're amazing wordsmiths, you know. Even though we don't really truly know the meaning of what we're saying nowadays, because we've learned that language has been manipulated in order to change our perception and to guide our thoughts and to guide, you know. There's still, I still admire people. I still admire wordsmiths, people that are like people that can just like rappers, you know, people that could, like Eminem. I had a lot of respect for the fact that Eminem could stand up there and spit out these lyrics that with the timing and everything. It's all about the timing and the syllables, and I whatever I can do, I don't feel that that's something that I've mastered yet at all. And if anybody notices, I was actually careful about the way that I said that, because I didn't want to write anything to say that I can't do anything, because I can do anything. Any of us can do anything that we set our minds to.
Yeah, I can concur with that.
If your heart's in it, only if your heart's in it, though, only if your heart's in it. You can do anything you set your mind to if your heart is in it.
Your heart knows you're limitless.
Yeah, sorry, Sarah. Sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. And I've been a little quiet. I was a little just making sure I was talking with someone. But yeah, it's all good. Anyway, I think I was sorry because I was a little distracted. But I definitely agree with that. And I think that people are so quick to put themselves in a box and like just not and be like, well, there's no way I can do that. And it's like, well, what do you really want too? Because that's definitely a part of like, where's that energy going to flow? And figuring that out. But I do see people putting themselves down in a way and not maybe necessarily owning up to what their true potential is and their true power. It's the same thing with people who don't think they're leaders. That's something actually I've really struggled with for a long time. What I realized is I'm an educator. I did it. I had my own support group and everything. So I really realized that I was able to take that initiative when I've always kind of, because I had stage fright. I always, Callum, I can connect with you on that because I did theater. I sang solos and I'd be shaking. I'd learn how to like control my shaking. But then actually when I got older and I was able to drink, once I had 2 drinks to just feel that, then I felt like I could go and do karaoke. Now I'm to the point though where my confidence is coming at a whole different level. I don't need the alcohol to be able to do it. And that's really important to own it, and then also own my voice, because sometimes I'll get nervous and then I'll stumble over, and it's like if I actually just push through that, it comes to you. You got to let that go, or try to let the energy flow. You'll be amazed, and that's how I've connected.
I can absolutely totally 100% confirm that. Like being a singer, it's only like you need confidence, like because confidence allows you to do that. If you're not confident, you hold back, and when you hold back, then that's when you think you're being careful, but you're not giving it, you're not putting all of your energy into it, and so it's the notes fail, you go flat, or your voice starts to shake, or whatever it is. When I first started singing in front of people, I had to get drunk to do it. And it took a while for me to realize that drinking was only essentially it was dehydrating my vocal cords, and it wasn't helping. You think it helps, but it really doesn't. And then the next day you're getting all the shit off your vocal cords. You've got to cough, and you're
separating yourself from your emotions, from your feelings. You're separating yourself with the drink so you can do it.
Yeah.
So there's separation.
So
that's why drunk people are like can do anything. Because it's the lowering of inhibitions, isn't it? It's this. Yep.
It's just not caring anymore. But once I realized that I was, it was like realizing, actually I can sing. So really, I don't need the alcohol. So I should be able to sing without the alcohol.
Oh.
And so I did, and then I very quickly worked out this really
there is the
good idea. It's not a good idea to get up on stage drunk though. So I stopped. It was like, look, you can't.
But you don't need it, because now you know that you sound good. That is confidence. Knowing is confidence when you're in a state of knowing. So the only tension that you put towards it is exactly what you need. Everything else is relaxed. So why does that person look confident when they're performing a tightrope walk? They're breezing across it like it's nothing. They've relaxed everything else. Just what is needed. Confident state. Confidence. I know I can do this. I do it all the time.
They put themselves in like a meditative state, and I think I've heard that a lot of them visualize it already happening, that they've already reached the end.
And they also visualize. They don't visualize the drop or any of that. It's like they visualize that they're walking on a straight line.
Manifestation always with the end in mind. You get to the other point, and it's the crowd.
Yeah,
they all picture that.
Yeah,
finished with the crowd.
You need some pretty impressive core strength to do the tightrope, though, man.
And physical practice. There is physical. You can't just go from here to there. There is a journey. Yeah.
And it's also another thing that alcohol was not going to help you.
Well, see, it may at the start, you know, like I understand that I took 2 shots to get to allow myself to have that disconnection, but it's me doing that. Yeah. And when you relate, when you know, oh, I can do it without that, you know yourself more. So I may have used that to a point. If I kept using it, then now we're going down a territory here that's we all know is not right. But when we learn from it, and what's the learning? I know more about myself. Know thyself, you know. And the more of that knowing that you can embody is confident, then you are confident and you feel that too. Because the feeling of knowing is no worry. No tension. Worry is tension. No tension in the body. Relaxed. Only what I need is tensed. Only that thought or that feeling. That's what's in motion.
Anxiety.
Yep.
Anxiety comes from thought, really, doesn't it? It's anxiety only comes through thought, and thought can't be trusted. So
it's not complete anyway.
No,
I mean, here, thought and feeling completes to emotion, and that's the full package of emotion is thought and feeling. So when we disconnect it, and that's what we're taught to do. I mean, that's the agenda here, is to disconnect us from ourselves. So separate thought and feeling. But usually you can balance that thought. So a thought comes in like, kill that person. Ooh. Now that thought's corrected because I went through the feeling and I allowed that feeling. Now it balances itself. You know, does that make sense? And then you're in knowing, and then you're in the middle of that as well. It's like another thought. So within the mind itself are 2 halves. So a thought, the opposite of that thought, can neutralize that thought as well.
It's another very good example as to why you should know thyself.
This is the chaos theory. Sorry, just
yeah, no, you're right. It's the the examining the thought and examining the feeling, and being able to say, but I've got the thought, but really there's not really any sort of feeling in my heart. But if I sit here and think about the thought, then the feeling starts to build up. But when I think about the thought, if that feeling's not there immediately, if it's like how I always weigh it up. I know we call it a gut feeling, right? You've got the gut feeling, and then you've got anxiety IBS. They're 2 completely different things. Gut feeling is not the same as anxiety IBS. Anxiety IBS is completely mentally created. It's over everything, whereas a gut feeling is actually gut. A gut feeling is a connection. I think it's a connection to your heart. It's all. Everything's connected to your heart.
From the ground up.
The gut feeling is what we can say is real instinct, real true instinct. It actually originates it always originates in your heart, and gives you that gut feeling.
Raw. Yeah. Well, where's it coming from? Because it can be both ways here. So is this from my heart moving out to feeling? So now it's a gut, but usually it's all together, one package, beautiful from the heart. So you have the perfect thought with that feeling. So you're vibrating whole. This is when you get that heart feeling as well. When that resonates, it doesn't resonate down here. It resonates in the heart. That's the other way in.
But
So raw emotion.
But if the anxiety is coming because you've sat there imagining the situation and then imagining it and it gets worse and worse, and then your anxiety grows and grows with the imagination of the situation, that is not to be trusted. Because whatever it is that you're
imagining, will always have a feeling, and a feeling will always have a thought. But where is it? Is it in your conscious mind or is it in your subconscious mind? The thought might be in my conscious mind, but the feelings in my subconscious mind, you're still going through that feeling. Then there would be anxiety where I don't know, I can't put these two things together. When I put these two things together, I can see it and go, oh, that's where it's coming from. I can now relax that. You have control over it in that balance. When you place it where it is, that's when you have control and go, oh, and I can relax that muscle. I found that muscle that's tensing by poking around. But now I found it, I can relax it. And it's as simple as that. It's just letting go of it. But it's the same with oh, this emotion comes up, that's why that thought kept coming and coming and coming, because it's attached to this. And now I can see that I don't need that to keep coming around again. I've processed it, you know. And so that releases energy back within yourself as well. It's these things that, like, we're questioning ourselves to actually poke and prod and find these things to bring awareness to it, to control it. Like if you know where the so that's why looking into the pain, look into it. Don't ignore it. Actually look into it and work with it. Allow whatever.
That's about allowing yourself to disconnect from it. Detachment, not to disconnect or disassociate, but to detach and observe it non-judgmentally.
Most all of the time it's like, oh, that was silly, why was I worried about that?
Yeah,
that's usually what happens, and that allows you to let go of it. That is detachment, you know.
That makes me just like go all into this whole thing about what I was talking about earlier about this woman getting the tumor in her pituitary, and me thinking about my situation with my, like I was talking about our last show, the women's health issues, and I have like a lot of cramp problems, and I'm thinking about this because me and a friend were talking about that we feel it's very hard for us to not focus on the pain when it comes to that time, because it's very intense and it's very like wax and wane. You know, it feels like I'm having I can't talk contractions. So anyway, I feel that like for me, I'm thinking that maybe I have this. I know previously that I have a fear of being alone, and that me really like finding myself in this time it's been really important for me to focus on who I am and be outside of even friends and a relationship to truly take in that pain and really analyze, like, okay, what have my expectations been? Where am I setting my own goals in that, right? And it's making me think that because I actually have been doing pretty good considering that I haven't had acupuncture, that I'm thinking that my problems were connected to this fear of being alone. So it was like, in a weird way, it was like impossible for me to have a child because I wasn't dealing with just being alone. Even though what's funny is I have, like, my whole childhood, I've spent a lot of alone time, but I think it's like, the idea that I'm going to live all this life and then I'm going to be alone kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So I just had like a woo moment.
Being alone and then in the moment of alone going, oh, you know what? I'm fine. I'm still here. Everything's fine. That was silly.
Yep.
Like, this is good. I mean, a lot of people have that anyway now, right? Because it's this difference between this instant gratification. So whatever you do, so long as you do it within 30 seconds, right? This instant gratification. Because if we wait longer than that, then now becomes the uncomfortable moment. And this is actually mindfulness. This is mindfulness awareness, because all you're doing is stopping it for 30 seconds. So whatever the urge is that you don't like, or the thought or whatever, it's that 30 seconds if we allow it and then see where it goes. Nature, the reward in nature is always like but it's a couple of minutes. You know, it's not like you have to wait forever or whatever. It's like if I stand in a pose of power or whatever, it does take a couple of minutes for my body to catch on, and then my mind changes and it's at ease or different, you know, in a state of more power or whatever. So it's like waiting, just tricking your mind, waiting for long enough a lot of the times, because your body just does it naturally. So it's literally getting out of our own way. Literally getting out of our own way and just allowing the body to do it. But that's what we're scared of, because that's the uncomfortable thing. So we're pushing that away all the time, which is why I say, like, be in the moment. Like, if the intent is I'm here to heal, and then wait, then shut up and wait, you know, allow it to happen. It's all the things that we do as well. We have to actually allow it to happen, and that takes time. In that is confidence and knowing too that something's going to happen. But you do it long enough, you know, oh yeah, something's going, I don't know what. It's going to be amazing, whatever the hell it is, but it's coming.
That's how I feel. I mean, that's how I feel pretty much all the time. I never get, I do, yeah, I get moments of anxiety, but the majority of the time, I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck it is that's going to happen. I don't know what the fuck it is that's coming. I'm prepared for it to get worse. I don't know how, you know, like, but I can see that the potential is there for it to get worse. But there's something coming around the corner. There's something coming around the corner that's going to be the absolute, like, it's a pendulum swing. The pendulum swung all the way to the left.
And in that, you are detaching yourself from the future.
Yeah. Oh, because I know the future.
Detach yourself from it. So jumping into the void, yeah, with curiosity, not with fear, not with
give it enough time. Give it enough time, and the future will be now. So it's like, just I'm just gonna let it play out, man.
It's the idea of manifesting without being like so stringent on exactly what you're gonna get, and instead looking at it as like what comes, you know, be it what, you know, what it may. It's the same thing with healing. You don't obsess about the one spot you think is the problem. You focus on the whole body, the whole flow, right?
So there's this aspect of thinking in a general way as well. Like when I'm manifesting for myself or something, it's general. It's just being all, you know, feeling, being in the moment now and enjoying that. You know, that's what I set for myself, you know. However that happens, it happens. Or whatever needs to happen, I might have to go through all these horrible things to clear some stuff to get to that space. If you're pushing that away, you won't get there. But the manifestation's happening. You have to get out of your own way and allow it. That is faith. But you prove that self for yourself, like prove all things. You prove that I got rewarded. I feel better now than I did when I was depressed, alcoholic. The magnitude of change between then and now.
The magnitude of change for me personally in the last 7 years. Right. And yet my circumstances, to compare my circumstances, things have got immeasurably worse. Yet I am like,
in that moment of faith, and like right now, Richie, are you good? Are you okay?
I'm good, mate. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
That's
I'm here. I'm
the truth
sat
of the
here.
matter.
I'm breathing. I've got the rent for tomorrow.
You're always looked after.
It's all good.
Right
man.
now, always, I am fine.
Yeah,
I am fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Non-identification.
And it's the revealing. It's like if you're worrying, you're putting yourself in the future.
If
you're setting limitations to what your limit.
If you're identifying with lack, if you're identifying with lack as well, if you're identifying with not having,
that's worrisome.
Whatever, it's like don't identify with anything, because it's identity is something that you can put on or take off, man, which means it's not you. It's not, it's transient. It can be a transient thing. It doesn't have to be a permanent thing. Like that's personality.
What's that saying? Finding yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that's like in the words there, finding yourself. That's your ego. Yourself is your ego. I am the higher self.
And it's not really finding it, is it? It's actually so we think, or when we do it, well, I'm going to find myself. What does that mean? I'm going to find my. I think I'm going to find my higher self. I think that's what my journey was, to find my higher self. And on that journey, I recognized, hey there, hey ego. How are you doing? Oh shit! I have actually got an ego. Whoa, and there's more than one version of you. There's more than one version of you as well.
Right now, fuck off.
I wrote a song about it.
No, you can do that now, and you know the ego listens and goes, "Oh, you know who's the real teacher? You are your real. You have the best teacher in the world that is trying to teach you everything. It's you. Get the fuck out of the way." And allow that knowledge to come forth. I know what I'm supposed to do to get healthy. I knew that.
But that's where it's a fine line. That's where it's a fine line, Callum, because it can be quite egocentric. You can fall into egocentrism. You can fall into egoic, or you know, it's a really fine line being able to.
Until you let go, and then you experience exactly what it is. Love. Oh, you know what it is. It's you know what it is, but you can't let yourself. That's the ego that can't let you fall back into ever. But
there's more than one. Everybody has to realize there's more than one ego. There's more than one version of you. There's a multiplicity of eyes. There's a multiplicity of eyes, as Gurdjieff says. It's that it all depends on the situation. It's programming. It's pre-programming that is basically conditioning that has happened to give you mechanical responses that make you, when you get triggered, when somebody triggers you, you're triggered. It's a mechanical response to and but I just had Skype go bleep at me.
See, I don't allow myself to trigger anyone. I'm not allowing myself to go into beta, fight and flight. Fuck that. I've done enough of that. I really know that really well. Thank you. I know that's not where we're supposed to be enjoying our life. I'm in alpha, chilling, So it's hard to come out of that alpha into a beta for anything that's not worth it. If I have to run away from something, that's when it's useful. But who's in control of that? It's the people that don't have control of that, don't even know about this.
Yeah.
Don't even know. They're just following. That's following the flow, but you have to stop the ego from following you. You direct the bloody flow. Like, here it is, nature. That's where I want to be, in line with nature. That's the flow.
I really equate it to patience too. I feel like,
to what?
Patience, and that. Because that's if you take a moment, if you stop and you think about it, and it might take longer than you think. And this is the same thing with us always constantly thinking we don't have time for this, and constantly against the rat race. I've even felt that anxiety come up in myself just yesterday having a conversation with my neighbor after we'd gone to the market. We went on this walk, and all of a sudden my mind started racing about, we got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. And I wanted to enjoy the conversation for a second. I was like pulled away, and I had to snap myself back in.
You became aware to snap yourself back in. That awareness is everything there. Aren't you glad that happened and you were able to do that?
I'm still getting triggered, but I'm like, one of the best things for me now is that I can catch myself, and I can really oh my gosh, it's night and day different from what I used to.
Faster, you catch it earlier. Yeah, you just get better at it. The more you practice something, you get better at it.
Bring your heart rate down. You'd be amazed at how clearing or your thinking clears, right?
Guys, we've been going for 2 hours and 40 minutes now, and I've had a message from Nia asking if we want him on the show, and it made me it made me think about stuff, and I remembered. Oh yeah, and also I did actually say to Sven that the tour's going on. I don't know if anybody remembers. We talked about it. The tour's going on now. They're on day 6 or 7, I think. And so I said to Nia, yeah, man, absolutely come in, because it might be that's a good segue to start talk. Just have a look, mention about the tour, and we can go and have a look and see what they've been live streaming. And because we're 2 hours and 40, and we've got 31 people still watching us, so thank you very much to those who are still watching, especially those that have been here since the beginning.
It's so weird. It's like
right, yeah. Nia just wants to come in and actually just use the platform to say something about his Facebook block. The thing is, Nia, about your Facebook block, mate, I told you about it. Like Facebook, I'm sorry to anybody that's still using Facebook, like actually using Facebook. I'm really sorry to break it to you, but the only place Facebook, it's for sheep and for gatekeepers, and to stay in touch with family, and that's it. That's all Facebook's for. It's not somewhere where you can get real good information, because if it's real good information, they'll take it off. They'll delete it. They won't allow you. And if they're allowing you to share it, it means it's not going to do anything. It means it's not going to have any impact on any one of their fucking agendas, because that's why they're letting you share. It's the same with YouTube.
Twitter.
If you're allowed to share it, if they're letting you broadcast it, they're not really threatened by it a great deal, because they're relying on the fact that you're not really going to get it. You're gonna sort of get it, but you're not really going to get it. None of us are really going to get it, because we're not working together properly yet. We're not communicating with each other properly yet. And Facebook is an absolute perfect example of it. It's like, dude, let Facebook go, man. Like, go out into the garden, go out into the garden, go out into the garden, dig a little grave, right, and get a Facebook symbol, print it out, and just lay it to rest in your garden, and cover it up and say, bye bye. And before you do that, put a little note on your Facebook page saying, anybody that wants to stay in touch with me, you can reach me via these different channels, but I will no longer be here on Facebook, because this place is a waste of my time and energy. Dude,
that's the post I've been waiting to do. It's the only reason I have Facebook. I check it once a year, but I haven't for the last however many years. But that's the post.
I made that post a couple of years ago.
Bloody fucking dirt. See you all later. Why am I still here? I'm getting off this. Like, so anyone who's connected to me or whatever on it gets a message, like, what the hell? See ya. Done. It might have some impact in the leaving.
I think it's the last message on my Facebook. It's the last message I left on my Facebook. The last thing that I posted.
That's what I want to do. That's why I've still got it. Yeah.
See you later. And I can't get into it. I can't. They've locked me out. They've locked me out of Facebook. I can't get back into it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Good end.
So
I'd rather that actually, get a good post that says it all.
So basically, long and the short, though, Nia, I love you, man. I love you, but we want you on the show, but not to whine about your Facebook delete. I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. Nobody really cares about Facebook. YouTube is different. If it was YouTube that had deleted you, then I'd say, yeah, okay. But it's this stupid flat Earth group on fucking Facebook. Who gives a shit about flat Earth, man? Seriously, who gives a shit about flat Earth, really? Because it's an agenda. That's another agenda. They've taken it. They tried to get in front of it. They tried to get in front of it by creating the whole flat Earth thing. They've weaponized the term. Now, anybody that runs around screaming flat Earth, you might as well just be banging your fucking head against the wall, because we can't say it's a flat Earth. All we can say is it is an observably flat realm.
Lumpy Earther.
Here he is. So before I let you in, Nia,
simulated lumpy bumpy Earther.
No Facebook stuff, man. Come on, dude. Facebook is a dying community of shills and gatekeepers and sheeple.
Oh,
It's good for family and bots. So many bots, man.
And even
so many bots.
Competition. That's what frustrates me about Facebook. And this is why the execs don't use it. In here, I'm sorry. We're done talking about it.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hello. How is it in Israel?
Israel.
How is it?
Hot.
Israel.
It's hot today, and summertime in Israel. It's,
How hot? How hot?
hot.
How hot is it? How hot do you think it is?
It's about like Celsius. It's about 35 degrees, something like that.
Whoa, whoa! Be careful, man. Be careful. Oh my God. Oh my God! Listen.
That's
listen,
nice.
listen.
That's nice.
No. This is really important, man. You all need to be careful because once it gets to 37 degrees, it's dangerous and it's causing blood clots. It's causing blood clots.
Yeah. People
right?
are dying, right?
According to the UK news, they've put out a nationwide warning. 37 degrees today. Oh my God! And it's causing blood clots, apparently.
Yeah. Like and also like here in Israel, you can see people swearing on their life of their children that this year it's been way hotter than last year. They're sure about it. Anyway, global warming agenda over here, it's hilarious. But I'm here to talk to you about several other things that happens on here. You asked me earlier about how's it going in Israel. I will tell you, like, really dramatically, that the last 2 weeks has been lately the end of days, let's say it like that, with the feeling of lots of people. It seems that like me and all my friends have been gone through all kinds of, like, in the last 2 weeks, months, something like that, waves of emotional waves backed by all kinds of like real things that happen in reality, and it's like the events are running way faster than time is. Okay, like lots of events that should have been efficient for, like, I know, a whole year are like being danced into 1 month, and it's crazy.
The last week.
It's crazy.
Just in 1 week, how much stuff has happened is
well,
like,
I mean,
they have to keep this as well. It's keeping a confused state. So whatever emotions, just so long as they're going, because it is still a matter of grasping for something, grasping for the solution.
And then once they're boiling, once those emotions are boiling, it doesn't take much to keep them. To keep them in that state. Once you get people into that state of anxiety,
give them something else to worry about.
Now, for me personally, like I've noticed that everyone is getting those waves by a very distinct factor in his personal personality. Okay, meaning like the thing which is like most important for like a certain person, this is where he gets those waves at. For instance, like a big conspiracy friend of mine, so he's been noticing like this worldwide event that they are happening really critically and they're really in a dense period of time. And for me personally, I'm like usually being involved with media, and like over the last 2 weeks, first of all, I had like a real critical feud with lots of flat earther friends that I had with in a WhatsApp group, and I dismissed all of them. And then I had the close friend that died suddenly, and then I had some kind of like a relationship thing that had me occupied, and then happened this thing that Richie talked to you about earlier, this thing with Facebook, that instantly I lost, like, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 people that I'm like friends with him on Facebook, whatever. So anyway, it's kind of like yes.
Put it into perspective, though, Ned.
Yeah.
Like these 3,500 group members they were group members, right? They weren't friends. They were
they were like
people that
personal,
but they were associated. Like, did you speak to every single one of them every day? Like, you had in-person interactions with them?
Yeah, I will tell about the Facebook Live afterwards. Okay, the one the whole concept of us of like for me, I'm like living without Facebook for about 3-4 days or so, and it's feeling very, very liberated and very
less anxious, less anxiety.
Yeah, like going into exactly.
I mean, we see these things as good things on hindsight. So going through it, we come in with that, oh my God, I've lost whatever. But then afterwards, oh, that was good for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't we go into everything that comes as, okay, this is happening now. I wonder why.
Because we've been programmed or conditioned to expect bad things from change. Not good things.
To go with that emotion too, where it's like, no, let me see what's happening. I have to stand back to see what's happening, and you'll get way more about what is actually happening in the time. This makes me want to do this. This is making me want to do this. We see those things that are directed at us to make a choice and stuff as well, and we always want to be in that place of, I want all my options. So any choices I'm making is to keep my options open to allow all the choice that I have. And so it's those triggers. It's the same thing. It's like, and of course it always happens. Like the saying is, when it rains, it storms. So when this is happening, we get tested with all of these things at the same time. But that's us caught in this mind frame. So it's still bringing ourselves back to that more alpha, that relaxed state of being, to look at it from afar and go, what is actually happening here? Not what
being the observer, actually being the noticer.
And every storm has got a rain.
Yeah. In these ways, you see those opportunities. Like, yes, I do feel better losing this Facebook channel, right? And if I set something else up, who's going to be the people that seek me out? Who's going to be the people that come from there to actually find me? They're the quality people. They're actually the people I want to be communicating with. So my group has now gotten smaller, but more efficient, more effective, more real, right? And these are the people that will share your stuff, that will spread messages and this sort of stuff too, because they're actively engaged, So you see it as that as well. This is a moment where I can clean house.
Yes, I think that the real major lie of Facebook, I think it's that it pretends that you have like friends or like group or something like that. Yeah. And in reality, it's not like that. Okay, they're not real friends.
And it becomes all about
how many plots.
It becomes all about quantity as well. It's like, oh, I've got 2,900 friends on Facebook. Do you?
Yeah,
how many of them have you met
of course,
in person?
Numbers are the tool of the devil in that aspect. And for me personally, from all the reasons that you mentioned, I wasn't critically, sad or depressed or like, although like on Facebook, I had like work for about 3 or 4 years of intense work with like online shows and lots of material. But
and you go, oh, that's coming to me.
You have to let go of it.
All that is gone now. The real big thing that was in over in this occasion was that neither of us. There were like 7 people, okay, that were like the admins of one flat Earth group in Israel, and all those 7 people has been eliminated at one night without notice ahead. Okay, in one night, 7 of them were eliminated totally from Facebook. It's not.
I'll be honest. What, from Facebook? Eliminated from Facebook completely?
Yeah, completely, including me, including myself.
I see
we were like totally eliminated. Like we weren't like even existed anywhere in time in Facebook.
Hang on. Have they deleted your Facebook profile?
Yes, my personal profile. And
I didn't know they'd done that. I thought. Hang on. I thought that you'd just been. I thought you'd just been chucked out of a group. I didn't realize they deleted your entire profile.
Well, that whole group, by the sound of it, right?
Yeah, the whole group was cancelled. Was like they deleted. All the admins that were the admins of that group, their own personal profile has been eliminated. Like,
right,
poof,
didn't know that. I didn't. I
I'm like, now
apologize.
I'm getting into the H group, the H News group that they have. Okay, and I'm seeing the post over there, and I'm like seeing that my posts are not existed. Okay, and my comments are not existed. Anything that related to me over in Facebook for the last 12 years or so, I think that I'm like over there, has been gone. And it's and also like we probably think that it's a hacker or something like that, because we see that the notification that is being sent over there that your account is being disabled or whatever, it looks to me like a little bit suspicious. It doesn't look like a Facebook referral or something like that. It looks like I don't know what happened over there. And it asks us to input our ID in order to us to continue whatever. And it's kind of like it's really weird. Now the thing is that it's weird from all sorts of directions. First off, in the magnitude of it and the impact of it, and also like they didn't give any of us any kind of like notification that it's going to happen. It's just like puff happened. Now the interesting thing with all this occasion is that it intentionally hurt a flat earth group, which are the Yeshua believers group, okay, which are the ones who are being prosecuted here in Israel in all the social networks and in general, because any talking about Yeshua, Jesus, whatever in Israel is I don't want to say forbidden, but it's like you've been taught from day one that this is like this dark topic that no one should talk about. And I actually the last 1 or 2 years been following this path, and the people over here in Israel that are following Yeshua, and I came to sense that they got lots of truth inside them. And it's in here in Israel, it's a big conflict, okay, because all the forces of the religious Jewish institutes are being pointed that every time that you will even mention this name, everyone will go and start banning everyone and starting doing doing the same thing that our governments have been done to the people for the last 2.5 years, and just to just ban people according to their opinions, okay, according to their thoughts. And this is the thing that being done now by the truthers community over here to other truthers, and we see that it's been like a very targeted quest for them to target directly into the Yeshua people. And you ask yourself why is that, okay? And beside of like the brainwashing of the Israeli society, there is like a feeling that we are approaching the end of days, and in the end of days, the role of the people who believe Yeshua, especially here in the Holy Land, in Israel, where all the shit is going to hit the fan, I think the significance is like really tremendous. And regarding this Facebook thing, seriously, I'm not like being offended. I'm not like being taking it personally. I'm telling them that if you don't want my presence over there, if I'm not feeling needed, so I don't need to. I don't feel that I need to give my presence over there and my creation and whatever good things that I do for this evil corporate. But so on that aspect, it doesn't really really interesting. We do like think about handing them like a letter or something like that and threatening to sue them or whatever. But this is just for us to understand who actually did it, okay? Because this is the most.
I see an opportunity, dude. I see an opportunity, right? Everything becomes an opportunity, and an opportunity for you is to refocus.
Oh, yeah.
All of the energy that you put into Facebook, all of that energy, all of that creative energy, all of that expression, and refocus it.
Sure. And I will tell you another thing, that in everything that I've gone through in the last 2 weeks, okay, every single thing got like we had the occasion, and I had the conclusion, okay, the godly conclusion that in the end of each process, in the each of each wave, I told myself, okay, what is God is trying to tell me when he put me through all this, and in each time the conclusion was so clear, was so like on the point, that in the moment that I understood it, I burst out laughing, and just being blessed with this recognition on whatever, that it's all been done for a certain reason, and it's all like, all the reasons are like being connected eventually into one more clear reason that it's all happening.
Hey, listen, right? At the end of the day, we all know that if Twitter had have existed if Twitter and Facebook and YouTube had have existed 2,000 years ago during the days of Christ would have been banned and censored from Twitter and Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah, I'll
well, that's the other thing. It's not a shock, is it? I mean, that we know this is. They are cleaning house. Use the opportunity for yourself to clean house as well. I say.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the funny thing was that that this whole thing with the Yeshua people was an actual reenactment of the gospel story, like being happening over on social networks in 2022. All the actors were there, like the parasites and the Romans and the Yeshua people. They all like took roles in this reality, and play the gospel story, and it was like hilarious. And I think that the us getting out from Facebook was the reenactment of the crucifixion eventually. And so
it could be seen that way, definitely.
Yeah,
because you're all carrying the Christ consciousness, so
yeah, exactly. And I think that that now the next stage is for us to rise up from the dead, and
rise up
and prepare for the second coming or whatever.
Rise up.
So, what's up with you guys? How are you, Sarah?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to live in the present, and we have like a million things we want to do and manifest and create, but sometimes you have to remember to come back to the present and let it happen as it's supposed to, right?
Because we can only live in the now, can't we? Whatever we're doing, we're only ever doing it now. So.
Okay, and are you going to talk about the Globe Lighter and things like that?
Oh yes, right. So segment, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to play a little video just to break it up. I'm gonna. Do you know what? I'm going to play your one. It's the same tune. I'm going to play your one.
Life in them. What do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, don't get miserable, or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore, it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have the talent to cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive it has a positive goal at the end. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully, that hasn't unjigged. That hasn't unjigged. That hasn't unjigged. That hasn't unjigged. That hasn't unjigged.
I love that bit of music, man. Absolutely love it.
Me too.
Right. So, got a bit of an echo going on there.
Mute myself.
So I've got, it's because I think, oh no, I can still hear it. Anyway, never mind. So Jason has been on, there's Adam Meakin. Jason has been on the Global Tour with Trinity 4 and Sven P and Adam Meakin. That is Adam Meakin, isn't it? And some other people. We need to catch up with these guys because we were going to do a thing every day and it just hasn't worked out. It hasn't worked out that way. So as you can see, I'll put the link in again. Oh bugger, where's it gone?
Can I add something about the Global Tour?
Of course.
Of course, okay. Just want to say that it's very nice to see those pictures over here. Actually, 2 years ago, two and a half years ago, I was participating in the European Global Tour that was back then.
Yeah, Amsterdam, wasn't it? Didn't you meet him you went and met him in Amsterdam, I think.
Yes, exactly. There was the big Flat Earth convention, the European one in Amsterdam in 2019, September it was. And this was like the beginning, let's say the beginning of this Global Tour that lasted like through something like 20, 30 countries in Europe, in the major cities over there. And I do remember that I met up with them and I saw the bus and everything, the van over there, like in Amsterdam, and I met with the people. And I was really like over there. It was a really, significant moment for me because I saw. It was for me the first time that I saw people abroad that are like. I met with people abroad that are dealing with this flat earth activity, and you can see really the passion in their eyes and everything. And it was like pre-COVID era, so everything was a lot more naive back then. And we did really believe, the people over there and me and myself, we did really believe that we can do a big difference with this activity. And I remember that also like afterwards, after I left Amsterdam, and I used to follow like Roxanne's broadcast that was back then, and it's a great initiative, and I think it's a great thing, and I think it's getting a really different, perspective after COVID.
Well, people are more open to sort of, because there's a lot of people are seeing lies right in front of their faces.
I want to take this opportunity to speak about a big major. A big major, thing or like happenings that happen in the flat Earth community, and I think it's all on the base of the big question that is revolving around flat Earth, and because I do see that the whole scene is being held up a little bit lately, and no, like the big discoveries are being made and things like that. And I do think that it's all based on the big conflict, okay, that some people have between the physical side and the spiritual side of flat Earth. Because the moment you can distinguish between those these two sides of it, you can actually see who's the people who are like dealing with those two sides, and what are the goals, and what are like I know what the hell they're doing. They're like involving with flat Earth. So the physical side means all the things that you can. You can observe in this current reality, and this is kind of like the first step you're taking. The second step you're taking in flat Earth. The first one is like you're like discovering the lie. Okay, it's always the first step is discovering the lies, observing the lie.
The first step is overcoming the cognitive dissonance. That's the first step. Overcoming your own cognitive dissonance and accepting that.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not official. It's not an official steps. Okay, it's not an official steps, but it's like a natural process. Okay, that happens. You discover the lie, then afterwards you like want to see this physical reality. You want to observe and know what it really is. Okay, so you're like doing all the things that newbie flat earther do. It takes all the lasers and all the cameras and look at the stars and look at the horizon and look at all those things which are plainly technical and just brings you to answers you the question how this world is actually looks like on the physical level. Now, after you got this, and I don't want to say how much time it takes to keep this concept because it's very individual. But like after this, the whole concept, the whole journey of flat Earth is going from the physical side to the spiritual side, and meaning that you need to now to understand. After you understood how this world looks like, you need to understand why it looks like that. Okay, and who created it. And of course, the acknowledgement that if this place is, as you said, Rich, it's a realm, it's a structure, so it couldn't be made out of nothing. So this place must have a creator, whatever his name is. Okay. Now, and with this concept, you're asking yourself, okay, so I know that he created this place. Now I need to ask why.
Can I just stop you? Just
Sure.
Stop you there. Because you're basing it on a patriarchal. You're saying he is the creator of this realm is. I don't think is an individual he or her. I think it's something outside of our conception. We can't even conceive what created this realm, let alone perceive it. We can't even conceive it because it's beyond our limit. At the moment, we're limited to this experience because of our amnesia, whatever.
I totally agree with you. Okay, I totally agree with you. We can't concept God, but it's like it's our quest for truth. Okay, you spend your whole life, to get to know Him, to be arrogant and to say that you know the truth and you're like knowing God and everything. No, but it's not happening. But but people are asking me, hey, you're talking about God all the time. Have you met him? Have you whatever? And I'm telling them, yeah, I can see him every day. I'm looking outside my window and I see his
I'm talking to him now. Thank you. Hello there. Hi. Did you not realize you're kind of technically you're God as well? So nice to meet you. The Indians recognize that. The Indians recognize that. It's why when you meet an Indian, they'll put their palms together and they say namaste, because namaste means basically it's saluting the divinity within you.
Yeah. Okay, so I do believe that now the whole natural concept and the whole natural quest that we all have, we all being born into a world of lies, okay? And our spiritual journey in life is to go towards the truth.
Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen?
Here's where I see it a little bit different. I myself am not a truth seeker, and I don't really. I try not to say, but language is hard. I'm a seeker of truth. I'm not I'm a seeker of lies. I'm a seeker of beliefs. When I remove the lies, what is left is the truth. So the truth reveals itself. It's nothing to seek. It's the same as happiness as well. Same thing. I don't see a path of happiness. You remove the worry, you remove the stress. Happiness reveals itself to be of true nature.
I'll be
Truth
honest.
reveals.
To be honest, though, Callum, like, it's not even finding or seeking. It's eliminating lies. We all know the truth. We know the truth. Our soul.
Through what? Through finding the
souls that
lies
we're carrying.
found?
Well, but no, it's a question of. No, what I mean is like when things resonate with us. When it resonates in your heart because your soul knows it. It's like, yeah, well, there, yeah, yeah.
I contend that is truth revealing itself, and you're resonating with it.
I'll tell you the story.
So you don't need to seek it, do you? It's like
you get out the way, so you stop seeking. You stop trying to find it, and you are it.
You notice the noticer.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Rich, I'll tell you my story with being involved with media, with this alternative media that we are dealing with. And when I started dealing with it, I told myself, I want to do truthful art, truthful media. Okay. Now, this kind of like, statements are very empty because, everyone wants to.
They contradict each other as well because media was the goddess of illusion. So they absolutely contradict each other. You can't have truthful media. You can have truthful reporting.
Yeah, I didn't want to do. I just wanted to do like this big vision, that everyone wants to do. Truthful art, whatever. Now I thought to myself, it's very pretentious for me to, to know what truthful art is. So what I decided to do is to go to the place that I know that there are full of liars over there, and this is the mainstream media. I've been involved with them all my life, and I know that they are big fat liars. So I went down to them and I started to learn everything about them, all their lies and all the things that they're deceived with, and the methods that they're using to do that, and all of that. And when I started to do the H News thing, the media, so I told myself I'm gonna do everything just opposite from what they do. Okay, just opposite. I'm not gonna do the shows like in their set of time like they're doing, like you're doing now, Richie. 3 hours and 18 minutes from what I'm seeing over here. Like so they won't do shows with length like that. They won't bring the people that I'm bringing on my shows. Okay, they don't want them in their studios over there. And all the settings and all the content and all the, even like the logos and the editing and everything, I took it not necessarily like with the being opposite to professional, okay, but being opposite to the mainstream media. Okay, just doing everything.
That's why I'm so relaxed about. Like, it's nice to have things, nice, and it's nice to have my green screen sorted out, a decent camera, a nice microphone. Those things I think are important for communication, for getting things across. But I'm not fussed about a schedule so much. It's we've been going for 3 hours and 19. Well, okay, we've been going for 3 hours and 19 minutes. Well, that makes me think. I look in the chat room and I see the people that I saw 3 hours ago, and I'm like, "You people are awesome. You are awesome." Because it's it's the energy that's created here that keeps people here, and that I'm very proud of that. Like,
or they just
it's the same. I mean, it's not quite the same numbers as Martin and Jason and Paul Cook and Cam. It's not the same sort of numbers, but it's the same quality people.
Fuck
it's
off,
definitely
Richie.
the same quality people.
Numbers are illusion, a total illusion. Okay, numbers are like it's also like the big lie of. If we mentioned earlier, that on Facebook you don't have like real friends. So it's
Yeah.
also like goes right over here. You don't have like real viewers, okay? Because anyone can take this amount of viewing time, with this whole broadcast, okay? But it will still be counted as one viewer, okay? So it doesn't matter whether like it's for the devil tool, okay? It doesn't matter how much interest and engagement you actually put into your show, okay? It still counts as one. And this is like the big lie of like all the numbers online, okay? And you can see how manipulated the numbers were like in the last years over
Did you ever see the screenshot that I got? Right, I got a screenshot of Roxy's and a screenshot of mine. Roxy's we hadn't even gone live yet, and it was saying that she'd had over 1 million views already, and mine said it was over 700,000 views already. We hadn't even gone live yet. And then they scrapped it. Then when I went back to it, it wasn't saying that anymore. But I got a screenshot of it saying it. I've got it somewhere. Screenshots of it saying it.
Yeah. Listen, like the numbers in general are like it's a language. Okay, it's a language which is part of the scientific language. And the thing is with the using of numbers in science is that it always can be manipulated, okay, with all kinds of like effects and algorithm and whatever. So those numbers in any field that we have in this current world of life that we have, it's just untrustworthy. I think we should really stop being so impressed from those numbers. Okay, they're not really.
I'm not. I mean, I do like. So it's all about how many people are actually engaged, isn't it? So we've got 24. We've dropped 10 viewers in the last sort of 10 minutes. We've got 24 people watching, but how many people are actually engaged in the chat room? There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. There's only probably 7 or 8 people engaged.
I don't know. So this will probably give you some kind of like estimation or whatever, but it doesn't matter. Okay, the whole thing is that you shouldn't put your hope, okay, or your feelings about the content that you're doing by the number of people who watched it or reacted.
If I did, dude, if I did, I wouldn't be here right now because I've been doing this for like nearly 5 years now. And and I see other people that started a year ago or 2 years ago, and they're like 70,000 subscribers, 100,000 subscribers, 1 million subscribers, and I just sit here and go, oh mate,
it's all about the motives that you're doing what you do. Okay, I think that if you're doing those things that you do in order to get money or honor or recognition or whatever. It's a sinful cause. Okay, I think that the main thing that you should do what you do is for the truth and for the creation itself. Okay, and it doesn't need any more than that. Those are like two very I think important and crucial
the way I see this, right, the way I see my channel, the way I want my channel to be, the way I see this entire thing, right, is all I want to do is get together with as many people as possible who are all after the same thing. And this is an adventure, man. This is a crazy adventure. Like we're kids again. We don't know anything. Everything we've been taught is a lie. We don't know anything. So let's go out there and let's create something new, man. Because when you get down to it. When you get down to it, when you really analyze it, you can see, oh, right, okay, well, they say secondary school starts when you're 11 because that's when they really need to start programming you. When we see that actually it's a very small minority of people, like it's time if the numbers of the amount of people on the earth are true, let's say there's 8 billion people on Earth, really, truly 8 billion people on Earth. How is it that there's only about 20,000 people that are completely controlling 8 billion? You know, it's not a. And that's all because of brainwashing. Because they see how they just capture the attention of people with no ability to think for themselves, and they're just a bunch of lemmings, and they go and walk them off a cliff.
You see how it's a feeding though too. They are feeding this thing that they have to keep alive or whatever. If they stop feeding it this little amount, they put a lot of energy or currency into creating an image. That is feeded. I mean, people feed back into it, and so that's what you'd call loose or whatever when you're feeding the beast or whatever.
And the thing is, that brings up an interesting point actually. Even pointing it at, like, getting something and not going along with it, but saying this is going on, this is happening, and I don't agree with it. You're still pushing that agenda. You might not be agreeing. You know what? Might not be agreeing with that agenda, but the fact that you're bringing it to people's attention.
Well, agreement that now you're putting that feeling with it as well. So you're creating an emotional package. That's energy that you're giving it now too. If I am just aware of it, and then I don't put the emotion with it, I don't put the energy of agreement or not agreement or whatever attachment. If I don't attach to it, then I'm not feeding the beast there as well. I'm not giving it the energy, but I am aware of it. I can see whatever comes, processes, not shying or ignoring anything. You see what you see. You see what's in front of your path, what is in front of you. It's a matter of seeing and being aware, so then we can process these things. It's like, but yes, what energy do I give these things? And it's like, well, why give it any energy, especially when you know what's happening, when you've seen it enough, when you've given enough energy, and you go, you know what, giving my energy to this is not worth.
See you later, hippie.
So much more to me and the people around me, my energy. So that's manifestation.
I want to add something, Richie, about this whole involvement of us doing this media. I think that you can certainly notice with whoever deals with it, from what you said earlier, from the honest intentions of it, you can actually look at it and you can distinguish that everyone who is like a real truther in that aspect, he has a very repeating character. Is usually open-minded, but he shares these things with other people. Okay, like you do over here in this show. Whoever is usually is like the truther is coming over the screen by himself. Okay, and he's saying, "Yeah, I know the truth about this and this and this," blah, 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 and he's yelling to the screen. This one is very arrogant and pretentious. The one who are like inviting other people for this conversation to share with him. Those are
open the discussion up. To open it up.
The ones who are like not afraid from opposing opinions or something like that, and is really here to put the truth on the table along with other people to observe it, because you can certainly see that the people who are like getting in touch to other people, who are like getting other people involved, are the people who are really the truthers, because they understand that the truth, the quest for truth, is a common quest, and the only way that we can understand a glimpse of it is just if we all join forces together, and not each one will be sure that
what that means is recognition of the fact that whilst some of us have got puzzle pieces and some of us have got more than others, there's not one single one of us that has all the pieces to this puzzle. This puzzle is just unbelievably huge, man. Unbelievably huge. So what we need to do is share our information without fear of judgment, share our insights, share our experience. Share our
Yes, and
actual
compliment
experience.
our fellow friends, okay, that goes on over here, and compliment them, and I know, advertising their good work and things like that you're doing right now with this Club Light Tour. All of those things are, I think this is the way that we together
because this
some
truth
kind of
doesn't belong to this. This is something I said when I first started my channel. The truth doesn't belong to any one of us. It belongs to all of us. It's like it's your birthright.
You have to give it back. You have to give your experience back. You have to share your experience. Good, all of it. All of it. It's holding on to things. They're attaching to things. You have to give it all back. You have to give it all back. You have to share it all. Why not do it sooner?
Rich, do you care to listen now for a recent development in the story of Isaac's Well?
Oh gosh, yeah, man. If you've got a recent
Yes.
development, definitely.
Recent development in story, like if you got time in the show, right? I got like something like 15-20 minutes to wash people's heads with the story.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me give people the background to it then quickly.
I won't tell the story, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, all right. So I've done some work with Nia. I did a background voice, did a voiceover for a video that he did about Isaac's Well, and I don't know how many people know what Isaac's Well is, but God basically gave to Isaac the well. He created the well.
Let me tell the story, Rich. Let me tell the story.
You tell the story, dude.
Yeah, I'll tell the story.
Go on.
Now, Richie, he cooperated with me on this project about 2.5 years ago when we did. I did like a short film about it, and he did the narration over there. And the story of Isaac's Well, it's a very unique and story for me. It's a personal story that I kind of like felt that I discovered, and feeling a personal attachment to it, because it revolves the story of the city of Rehovot, which is my hometown right now. Now, the city of Rehovot is being mentioned in the Bible over at Genesis 26. The story where Isaac is going to there is like a big hunger in Israel and the land of Israel, and is considering going to Egypt and to continue on the dynasty over there. If you don't remember, Isaac is the second forefather of if you can Rich, try to look at my YouTube account, like
I'm on your YouTube account.
Yeah, and you can share it, whatever. Anyway, so
this is the thing that I did the voiceover for. It's 2 minutes 35 seconds long. Does anybody? Should we watch it?
Put this
Should we
on
watch
and,
it?
put this on, and I will continue afterwards. It will be a good one.
Yeah, it's just a quick video, and I like this video, man.
Yeah, you're the best over there. The secrets of Isaac's Well. Anyway, till which brings it on. Anyway, I will just start by saying that it's quite a fun story.
Can you not hear it?
No, I can't see it. We can't hear it, actually.
Ah, right. Hang on. Sorry. I thought I was sharing it then.
You're looking depressed in that picture, Richie.
No, I'm sat there going, come on. When are we going to do something? Well, how long are we going to put up with this? Come on, man. How long are we going to put up with this? Right, there we go.
Yes. Ooh, the secrets of Isaac's Well. My old entrance.
The Secret of Isaac's Well. Rehovot, Israel. Founded in 1890 by independent farmers, Rehovot was known as the City of Orchards. And today, It is called the City of Science. However, the story of Rehovot begins even earlier with the story of Isaac's well in Genesis 26. God fulfilled his oath to Abraham by providing wells of living water to Isaac wherever he turned.
Oh, piss off.
The only well over which there was no dispute was named Rehovot, the land that God himself expanded with his well for Isaac's seed to be fruitful. Today, Rehovot is a different city. The vast orchards that used to surround the farmers' houses are long gone. Since the foundation of the Weizmann Institute of Science by the first Israeli president Chaim Weizmann, science took control over the city's lands, resident buildings, and working places. The massive attempts to shield and envelop the Weizmann Institute with science from every direction gives rise to many questions. What secrets are they trying to protect? On becoming the first president of Israel, why did Chaim Weizmann settle in Rehovot? And what if Isaac's well still exists within the Weizmann Institute? The secret of Isaac's well, coming soon here on Ash News.
There we go. So that's the and Rehovot Beach is where Biden fell off his bike.
Exactly. And this is I will lead to summarize the story in a few minutes, okay? And then I will explain how it's got to do with the Rehovot Beach where Biden fell, and another like a few stories that I got around lately, which made this story really relevant, like for nowadays. And for me personally, that I kind of like it's my my thing, my baby. So I really every time that I discover something new about it, it's really thrilling for me. Anyway, the story, if you got that from the short video, it talks about the city of Rehovot, that it's being mentioned over in Genesis 26, the story of Isaac, where he went over to search for wells for water. And in every place that he went by, he got a feud with the local people over there.
Somebody already claimed ownership of the water, didn't they? So
he did it first, and then afterwards came new people and started fighting over this land. And then God showed him the way to to a well that the people over there didn't fight with him. And then he called this place Rehovot because it's written down in the Bible that he called it Rehovot because God expanded this land for us. And Rachav, it's like wide in Hebrew. Rachav, it's like the root of Rehovot. Now, so this is kind of like the actual meaning of the name that God is giving, that the Bible is giving to us with this place. Now, until the year 1890, okay, it's about 4,000 years later after the story in the Bible. The story over here that in this place, a city was established named Rehovot. And it's also like geographically goes by with the story of the Bible, okay, of other places that are mentioned over there that are still existing today in Israel. And then we got the people over here, as you said over there in the video, they established an agriculture farmers city with orchards and all of that, and it's been called the Orchard City until the year 1924. When a guy named Chaim Weizmann, who later on became the first president of Israel, he came over to this city, and he decided in this orchard farmer city to establish a scientific facility. Okay, it was back then named SIF Institute, and then when he was elected as wasn't elected, he was like appointed as the first president of Israel. He came
thanks to King George.
Thanks to King George, thanks to Rothschild, and thanks to all the Freemasons you can think of. Okay, now and he came over here, and he turned the name of the SIF Institute to Weizmann Institute, and established his home over here in this institute inside. Now, the city of Rehovot is not considered a big city in Israel. It was really weird that the first president of Israel would come and settle inside this city. So this was like a big question. First question was, why did they actually establish the scientific facility in a farmer's city? Second question is, why did he came to settle over here when he was the first president of Israel? And the third question that pops up is that for all the time that I grew up, and since Rehovot was established, since Rehovot had this Weizmann Institute, you can see a wide belt of scientific facilities being popped up on the surrounding this Weizmann Institute. You got like a place called the Science Park, and all the orchards that were back then, they were being cut down. Instead of them, there's like huge residence neighborhoods with big, big stories, buildings and everything, and it's been called Rehovot Science or Rehovot Weizmann, or all kinds of like places that glorifies the names of science and of Weizmann himself. Chaim Weizmann himself is beside being a major politician or whatever, he was also like a scientist, and he was honored by the British government after the First World War for inventing acetone for military use. Okay, meaning chemical weapons. Okay, so anyway, this guy, you can see that his hand is with everything, and he passed away 3 years after he came settling in Rehovot. And you can see that nowadays Rehovot has like lots of scientific facilities. It has agriculture facility right in front of Weizmann Institute. You got a biology center.
It's so modern now. It's so modern now.
Now, and you asking yourself, okay, with those three questions that I mentioned, okay, why did Chaim Weizmann came to Rehovot? Why did he settle in? And why did Rehovot became this scientific city out of this orchard city?
There's a fourth question.
What?
There's a fourth question.
What is?
And why the fuck has he put a well in the middle of this really nondescript building?
You spoiled it completely with him. Completely, okay? The fourth question that you mentioned is the answer, okay? The answer for all those three questions, okay?
Yeah.
The only answer is that this well that is mentioned
it's something of interest
in Genesis,
there.
okay, in Genesis, is still existing today, and if it exists today, it exists inside Rehovot, inside Weizmann Science Institute.
I'll tell you what I bet, right? I bet you vast sums of money, right?
Yeah, just a second, Rich. And if it's like inside the Science Institute, it must be beside his house. And like and with this, all the things that I mentioned right now, all this story was a pothead, delusion that we had in our living room when we thought about this thing, and then we went outside and said, "Hey, let's check it out."
You put it into action, man. You actually went out there and said,
we said,
"Go and have a look."
Yeah, like this place is like 10 minutes walking from my place. Okay, I will just go inside there and see where's the well. And I went over there with the camera. It was 2.5 years ago, and we just gone to the place where Weizmann used to live and his house.
The thing is, when you went in there, it's not like you went in there saying, "Right, we want to go to this house here because we know there's going to be this sort of well in there." You didn't know that. You went in there saying,
"Yeah, no." We first wanted to in the movie. We first wanted to give the viewers a view on the Weizmann Institute. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Okay, it's a beautiful place. It has like I want to say a godly atmosphere in it. It's so peaceful, and it has this scientific, buildings over there. It has libraries and labs. I don't know what, but it's like you feel, very calm, very peaceful over there.
Maybe they're hijacking the energy, man.
Exactly. Now, the thing is that we went over to the to where Weitzman lived, and we kind of like stumbled by his house that turned into a museum by now. We stumbled like something like 50, 100 meters by it. A building which is that you saw over there in the film, okay? A really cracked, torn up building with these broken windows inside it. And we kind of like said, this looks suspicious a little bit. And we just got our cameras, and it's towards the end of this short film. And we just got the cameras inside there. And hold it. Stop. Yeah. Anyway, and we just put our cameras inside there, and what we noticed that this whole building was completely empty. Here, this really, and it has this poem of some kind of like very famous Israeli poet on Weissman himself. And what we saw inside the house when we got into the camera, that this place is totally empty. Beside just one thing which was on the floor over there. Here's me slow motioning into this building. And what we saw was a water pump, something like 100 years old water pump, just lying on the floor over there. And besides that, nothing inside this building. And you can clearly see that this building was being built about it was built after this water pump was built. It was built on top of it, okay? Meaning that, and this water pump, I estimated of about 100 years old, and 100 years old means that it was established when Weissman
1909.
Yeah.
Was that 1890?
Came into the whole. So he had very, very good reason to establish this water pump right by his house, okay? And the thing is that this well, or the water that they are in this well, are like one of the few remainings of really godly or like spiritual
sweet water.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the water, okay, but it's being blessed by God physically, technically. It's written down like that in the Bible, okay, and
primary water.
And once you can see, okay, that this whole thing is just like the flat Earth story. It's just like everything else that science is doing, trying to hide over God whenever he sees
yeah,
a remaining of God somewhere. He has to hide it. He has to hijack it.
And this is reflected. This is reflected out into, look at like what we were talking about, Tartaria. What that's shown me is that what they use an awful lot is facade. They use it physically with the buildings. They use it with their own personalities. Everything is a facade. They've put it in front of what's really there, and like the facade outside. The facade outside of this pump, which could potentially be Isaac's well, the facade outside of it is that there's nothing important here. Nothing important.
That's the barrier they're putting so that nucleus is contained and doesn't escape out. People don't feel that torus field because we've limited that torus field from around it.
What do you think would be the effect? What do you think would be the effect if mainstream media were to run with the story, Isaac's well still exists and it's in the Weizmann Institute?
I've been thinking about going to those guys from Oaks Island, if you know those, from the History Channel, Lagina Brothers, if you know them. They're like
the Mythbusters, the Mythbuster guys.
No. Another sellouts, a different sellouts. The Laginos, they're the ones who are like researching Oak Island for like 9 years already and don't find
gatekeepers.
And so we found that they started a new series.
I still watch that Oak Island series though every now and again, for sure.
Yeah,
I
actually felt
that
like
place.
I kind of like looked at it for 9 seasons. I checked it like 9 seasons intensely, and Nothing. They don't find anything in there.
Of course not. No.
It's so silly.
They'll ruin it.
It's like
the coin. Coin.
And that is merit over there.
We gotta have it.
1400.
Sarah's trying to speak. Hang on, Sarah's trying to speak. Your mic's getting cut out, babe. Go on.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was joking around just about like the same thing with the Bigfoot shows and the ghost shows. I actually used to be really into the ghost shows, like when I first
me too. Me
they got really
too.
heavily produced, and then it was we found some evidence that nothing's gonna happen.
I actually I still watch the YouTube ghost hunters because there's more truth in those ghost hunting stories. I'm more likely to believe because there are some things it's like that could be someone fucking with them because you can see it's real. It's real. The fear that they're experiencing
as well, so you can hear it's real. Like,
oh man,
especially for me
like,
too. Like, I read people, so if someone's telling me a story, I'm reading them. So it's like, yeah, your body says this is real. You experience this or whatever.
Oh, you watch where their eyes are going, man. I watch where their eyes are going when they're talking. If they can hold, the gaze, you know. Go on,
I want to go on with the story.
Yeah. We are completely digressing, man. Sorry, dude. Okay. Go on.
It's all related.
That's good. So anyway, about the. I will start off with a thing that I had, it was last week over here in Rehovot. I think it was before COVID. It was something like 5 or 6 years that we had a festival in the city, which was a living sculptures festival. Okay, all kinds of it's like a street art, and people are coming over there, and
they do something similar in Spain. They do something similar in Spain, mainland Spain.
Yeah. Anyway, it's like regarding the art part of about it. They like getting this whole street and having all kinds of like food stands and doing this whole carnival with it and whatever. And it's being held in the street which is called Jacob Street. Okay, Jacob Street, which is right by my house. It's the parallel street to my house. So when they're having this festival, they're like I can hear it like from my house, like really really loud and everything, and it's like it's a little bit bothering, and I can't find any parking or whatever. But yeah, that's okay. But and we had it like for something like 6 years or so, for a week. It lasts for a week, and then we had the COVID time. So for 2 years we didn't have this festival going on. But last week they kind of like got it back for here in the city of Rehovot, and I know I kind of like noticed it with like I heard it from my house, and I kind of like checked it out and went down over there, checked out the sculptures and whatever, and with my personal perspective this time, what I encountered was a truly paganic, devilish, festival over there. Was absolute Satanism. I don't know how to.
Was it sexual? Was it very sexualized?
It was sexual. It was all kinds of little demons and little whatever. And you have it there on the center of the street. You had like a presentation of I don't know how to call it, like rides like that are being puffed, and little children are like jumping on them and things like that. And so
inflatable, inflated, like bouncy castle.
Yeah, inflatable things. Yeah. So they had this whole square being filled with those inflatable things, and they're all like shaped with black and white, and all kinds of like Freemasonic, paint, shapes and whatever. It looks so evil, this thing. And I'm like, we started wondering for myself, wait a minute, I remember the 10 Commandments, right? 10 Commandments that God got from Moses and stuff. And over there on the second commandment, they're saying, do not do any picture or sculpture. Don't do that, okay? Why? Why did it was so important to put it into the second commandment? Because differs, the Israelites from the other pagans, okay, from the other that are like worshiping those sculptures. And
right, but if you dissect that further and say, well, what is about worshipping idols, worshipping false idols and sculptures? You're putting energy and belief and all these things into something that you shouldn't be. That's not where you should be putting it. You should be putting it into other things. So you should
worship the spirit and not the matter. Okay, you should worship the spirit.
Well, it relates to ourselves.
No,
as well.
You shouldn't worship anything. You should not worship. Yeah. You should not worship anything. You can celebrate. You can celebrate it. You can express gratitude for it, but you should never worship it, because here on this earth, personally, I feel that here on this earth, this earth was created for us, and we are, on common law, we are, as living men and women, the highest authority on the land, and the only thing higher than us is the Creator. So we are all equal in that sense, and there's no one has got any authority over anybody else. Of course. That in that sense, like,
we are all creating too, so
co-creating. The only thing that we have, we can control our own reality.
We were created in the image of the Creator, and He gave us the most important.
But this relates to ourselves as well. So if you take that inside as well, how does this relate to me? This is the mask, the ego, the not me,
the persona.
So don't worship that. Don't worship the idol of yourself.
No,
as well.
or like of anybody else.
So being who you are is expression, full expression.
Yeah, I want to get back to the story a little bit for for what happened over there. So anyway, I saw this sculpture festival, and it was happening on Jacob Street. Okay, Jacob is the father of Isaac. Okay, that Isaac, he's the one who's initially founded this city. So, and Jacob, in addition, he's been called also Israel, because he's the one who he's got his second name, because he fought with the angel of God. And after that, he got the name of Israel. Now, so and on top of that, okay,
and I watched Jacob Israel. I love him. I love Jacob.
No, not Jacob. I'm not talking about him. Not talking about him. No, I'm talking about it.
No. But I'm just saying. No, dude. I'm just saying.
Don't confuse your viewers. Come
on.
All right,
Rich. But I'm just saying, because you're talking about Jacob and Israel, and I'm just saying that Jacob Israel is actually one of the best, for me personally, one of the best interpreters of scripture that I've ever come across.
Okay. Anyway, but I'm telling you that the Jacob in Israel is equal to Israel. Okay. Now, the mayor of Rehovot, he's a really religious guy. Okay, he's a top religious guy. Yes, with the yarmulke, with his beard and all of that, and it's kind of like, so it seems so weird to me. Okay, that he's like violating the second commandment. Okay, on the street of Israel, in the city that Isaac founded, in the land that was promised to Abraham. Okay, now it seems so, it's not a coincidence. Okay, it's not a coincidence that this brutal violation of
no such thing.
There is no such thing as coincidence happening over here. So it's also like related to the story of Isaac's well. Okay, meaning that that there is a godly presence in this city, and the people who are like objecting that will do anything to cover it, to violate it, to go against it. And it goes also to the story of Biden, okay, of Biden in Rehovot. Now,
falling in Rehovot,
Yeah, so the story was like that he went over there, the media took a picture of him going with the bicycle, and then he's dropped or something like that.
Well, hang on. Let me.
This is the second time?
Hang on. No, he's only done it once. But The important thing is, but be full. Let's be full about the information. He had those clips on his pedals that your foot go into, right? And what happened was he didn't take his foot out of the pedal properly when he shifted his weight. And because he's an old man, he just couldn't do it. His bits wouldn't work quick enough, and he fell on his ass. It wasn't that he just stopped and fell over. So I'm going to give that to him. I'm going to give that to the man. I've done that. And you go to get your foot out, and then you fall over. I've done that with clips myself when I was 20 years old. Okay. So, but he is an old man. He is decrepit.
Let's take a basic assumption, okay, from what I'm going to say, that this whole thing was staged, okay, staged in some level, okay. Yeah. Let's start with this, with what I'm going to say, with this assumption. Here, that it was a stage, that it has some kind of like a symbolic meaning. Now. And I will tell you, and I will tell you what's the symbolic meaning of it. Now, again, it's not a coincidence that it happened in Rehovot. The story of Rehovot was that Isaac came to this place because he didn't want to go because God told him not to go to Egypt, okay, and he stayed over here. And the ending of his story was good, that he found a well of living water. Now. The story of
one sec. I think that because you've just said it right there. That's why the water is so special. It's living water.
Living water. Yeah. Now, Joe Biden. You know what Joe's full name?
It's got a girl's name.
No.
It's like Miriam or something, isn't it?
No. What Joe stands for? Joseph, exactly. Okay. Now that communicates instantly with the biblical character of Joseph. Joseph was the youngest son of Jacob.
With the Technicolor Dreamcoat, sold by his brothers into slavery for 5 shekels.
Once you start to compare between Joe Biden and Joseph from the biblical story, you can see tons of things that communicate between those. Okay. First of all. The whole arrogant approach. Okay, he came to his brothers and said to him that they should bow down to him, that he's the smartest one, whatever. And so this whole arrogant approach that Joe Biden had. Joseph went down to Egypt and he became a solver of dreams. Okay, he became an interpreter
of dreams. Yeah,
interpreter of dreams. And Joe Biden, he fell asleep all the time, right? He's like delusional and all of that. Also, and as you can see over here, Biden came over to Rehovot and he fell down, while Joseph, he fell down to the pit by his brothers. Okay, he fell down to the pit by his brothers. So you can see that the whole story of Joe Biden, and also the feeling that in Israel we say "Eved ki imloch," a slave will be a king, okay? A slave will be a king, meaning that the whole way of both Joseph from the Bible and Joe, it was it looks like a natural way to get into the position that they are. So all kinds of those comparisons between those two figures brings you to the conclusion that the whole story that Biden came to Rehovot was actually a mocking story on the biblical story, meaning that
it was Rehovot Beach. It was Rehovot Beach in
doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't
Miami
matter.
Or wherever. Oh no! It was in Delaware. It was Delaware. It was Rehovot Beach in Delaware.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So the biblical story, okay, it talks about Isaac getting to Rehovot and finds a well of living water over there. The story of Joseph, like if the story was ever existed in the Bible, getting into Rehovot, and then happens over there, this foolish thing happened that can happen to Joseph. He falls down, okay? Now, this whole thing is a mocking story, okay, on the story that I just told you of Isaac's well, okay? Now, if you don't if you don't see it, if you're just thinking that near over here is just stupid conspiracies and delusionists and whatever.
I see the echoes of it.
I see the connection right.
It's echoed. What's happening is it's being echoed in the events are being echoed. Can I give you my theory, right, about all of it?
Sure.
All that does is it just kind of reaffirms my perception that everything that's happening, like just anything on the TV, anything that we're being force fed, any like the politicians, the actors, they're all actors. Basically, they are all actors, and they're right in their hearts. In their hearts, we all sit here and we say they're evil and they're soulless and they're this and they're that. What if just for a thought game, what if they really are actors and the roles that they're playing are necessary to trigger us into waking up and realizing that it's all bullshit, and all we need to worry about is what's going on right here and what's going on right now. That's all we need to worry about. And the fact that we're all in it together, we're all equal, we can help each other. We can all help each other. We don't, and in different ways. Like we can help in so many different ways. Just sitting there and listening to somebody talk. Sometimes, just sitting there and listen. Let somebody get something off their chest without any judgment for it, or let somebody get something off their chest. And if really that you can see that they're stuck in a paradigm or they're stuck in a thought set about it, you can show them. Maybe look at it. Just look at it from this direction for a second, and maybe you see why that's happened. If you step away from it, step back from it, and look down and say, right, I can see why that's happened now. Like that person's been like that because really, let's look at. We're all connected. At the end of the day, we're all connected, and our stories are all connected, and we're all experiencing the same things at different stages, at different rates. At different, but we're all going through it. And if we can just trust each other, Yes,
Rich, I'm sorry to say, but I think that I will be the disconnected one this time. I think I need to let myself go to other things.
You gotta go, mate. No worries, bro. We've been going for 4 hours.
Sorry, but it's been a really, really good pleasure with those good people over here, and thank you very much, and bless you all, and I'll be back.
Much love, dude. Much love.
This is
Namaste.
Bye-bye.
Peace. So, guys, we've been going for 4 hours and 8 minutes. 4:08 state. Shout out to Czech Republic. Czech Republic watching, apparently. So, massive shout out to the Czech Republic. I'd just like to say, probably one of the most beautiful girls I've ever been physically intimate with was from the Czech Republic. She was just something else, man. But yeah, no, that's my only experience really of the Czech Republic. It's an awesome place.
A good experience.
Oh, fun, amazing! And the things I've heard about Prague, I've often thought about moving there, but it's just it gets too cold. It gets too cold, really. I can't, Sorry. It's too cold, man. This here where I am.
Come on.
What's that? Say that again.
And you don't have those Viking bones? Come on.
I've got too much metal work in those Viking bones. I've got too much metal work, and it just it goes through me, man.
Super cold.
Through me. It's only damp cold though that bothers me. If in Prague it's cold like it is in Norway, I could deal with that. I'd just get some salopettes.
Dry cold, yeah, and that's what I was thinking
It's always dry cold here and a dry heat. So summer's dry, winter's dry.
Yeah, that's like
Actually, more and more moisture though. It's getting a little bit more tropical over the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Because here it was dry. When I got here 7 years ago, it was dry. 5 years ago, they started changing the weather, and now I'm personally noticing how much damper it is. The humidity has just gone whoosh. But the absolute indicator for it, you get a nice bud of dry weed, and you leave it outside, and it gets wet. It gets softer. And the guy I know that grows it, he said, "Yeah, man, it's taken me twice as long to dry my stuff now." And that's why in the UK, it's such a nightmare. Anybody that grows it in the UK, they've never got the right setup to dry it out. And they need to get it out as quickly as possible. So they sell it to you sopping wet. You know, it hasn't even been dried out, mate. It's soaked up the atmosphere. They think they've dried it, and they haven't. It's got wetter, which is good for them because it's more weight. But yeah, anyway, so it's noticeable here.
Same as coffee beans, right? Coffee beans does the same thing. So if it's moist, it absorbs that moisture. So you change the grind. So I've noticed the grind changing over the years as well, where it's absorbing more moisture from the air. It's less dry.
I wonder if that's a natural thing because we are slowly approaching the vapor canopy returning. So it makes sense that things would get damp down here first before they get damp up there. They'll get damp down here, and then that's going to rise. Generally
more. And there's always survivors in all of these stories, so that it is a process that's doable, goable. You go through it, you adapt with it. So those changes, you know, but it's just a cycle change from breathing out to breathing in, from expanding to contracting. I think we're going into an expansion. We've seen all this contraction.
We're just,
you see it crumble. You know, you see the destruction after the fact, after it's already sort of changed. And then, so I see that too. It's like this cycle of awareness where more people are aware. It's that upward trend.
It's like this
effect of that. You know?
It's like this unconscious devolution through subconscious programming, and not enough conscious, truthful programming. You know, like they've absolutely
see it as a natural cycle, but sex or the mafia sort of taking control, knowing and taking control over, trying to control that or use that, take advantage of crisis, sort of thing.
Oh, never let a crisis go to waste.
You've seen throughout time as well. It's like taking credit for things, for magic, for things that people don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, that's their favorite thing, isn't it? That's the favorite tool. That's the MO basically of these people, is to pass something off as something else, right? So, that's this, and it's not. It's something else. It's like people. It's like people that would understand the sun, the movement of, not the sun, sorry, the moon, and the moon's influence over things, and be able to predict certain things because of knowing the effects that the moon has. It's like the other day, right? One of the I had a crazy day the other day. Some crazy stuff happened. It was a full moon.
It never takes me by surprise anymore.
It was big as well.
And we're still at the end of that cycle, and and you know, in the hospitals, this is you ask any hospital, ask them about the full moon, 3 days before and 3 days after.
Yeah.
Well, I got a story about that.
Waxing and waning.
Because it would have been 3 days before the full moon. I pulled up in a car park, and the person right next to me, actually Mum pulled up, I was in the passenger seat, and the person in the car right next to me was having a bit of trouble. And they looked like they were on drugs or something, but they just like passed out or lost control over themselves. They were driving and somehow got themselves to the car park, and he was asking me to call the ambulance for him.
Oh,
So,
that sounds like a injury.
So I called the ambulance, and this was probably 3 days somewhere around here before the full moon, so very recent. And I called the ambulance, but I had to leave with Mum. I was in the car with Mum. Mum was off to an event sort of thing. So we were on a time thing. So the owner of the store that he was parked in front sort of came out when I was on the phone with the ambulance, and I sort of got him to stay, that you look after this fella, and I left. And then half an hour later, well, actually it was 45 minutes later, I got a call from the ambulance going, we're on our way. We're sending someone right now. We're on it. This was 45 minutes after. I'm like, whoa, you're still not there?
Wow.
And by happen chance, I was actually on the way back home, so I could duck into the store where it was and check if he was there. I went in and talked to the guy. He wasn't there. I went in and talked to the guy. The guy of the owner of the store, he had dropped him back home, got his car and dropped him back home and walked back. He only lived around the corner, like we had it. And so I'm like, well, okay, so if the ambulance rock up, do you have his details? Yeah. Great. So he was just waiting for that. And then so it would have been an hour. So 15 minutes later, they called me up again and went, oh, we're on our way. I'm like, are you serious? You're not there? Oh, it's crazy night tonight. This is the wait. There's just that many people. We're just nuts. That busy. Like, interesting.
I mean, do you know that there's a percentage of those people that are using the full moon as an excuse.
Oh, yeah.
What? I love sneezing. It feels so cool, man.
Release.
It's 1/10 of an orgasm.
Well, there is research on that. Yep. There's studies. His brain's just lighting up.
There's different ways to sneeze as well. You can be a roarer, or you can be a little, that's a girl's.
You can keep it for a very long time.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to keep your eyes open? I'm just too worried they're going to go.
I've heard about that.
Pop out of my head, man.
I'm never thinking about that in the moment. I know the hiccup thing's interesting because you can stop it dead in its tracks.
Yep.
Like I do it with Buddy. So I notice he's got the hiccups, and I just time it perfectly when I want to. I just sort of poke him at the exact moment of the hiccup and go, whoa! And instantly stop.
That's the sort of a shock can stop hiccups.
Every time.
An absolute.
I was going to say, I have a horrible hiccup thing, and my dad kind of has this, and I found out my grandma had it too, so I think it's something with our like maybe the way it's shaped or something. Yeah. But that's what I figured. So I've had people try everything with me, and I do have a method now, so I know how to get rid of them. But I can't do it instantly. I can do it pretty quick.
A long, slow, relaxing of the diaphragm, putting awareness. Yeah. So there's two methods, right? There's the quick, and then there's the long, slow ease.
Yes, Richie.
I have a method.
I have to itch my back.
Tried and tested. Every time I get hiccups, I use it and it works. It's not easy. It's a lot harder than you think it will be. You exhale all of your breath, and then you swallow, and you swallow until you cannot swallow. And do you know how difficult it is to swallow when you have no air in your lungs? And what it does, it kind of resets your diaphragm
resets you.
It resets your diaphragm. So when you do actually and also the other thing is you want to breathe in. You really want to breathe in, but you can't. You don't let yourself breathe in. It's like it is a little bit torturous to do it.
Well, now when you've been working on it, because then like you know, like you were talking about when you do the breathing techniques, you can hold your breath for a really long time. And like for me, that was actually the one thing that fixed it was the swallowing trick. But I have to do a twofold. They get pretty intense, and I always have to slow down first and get into that relaxed state. And then once I've gotten the breathing down, if it's still there, then I do the swallowing to just officially get rid of it.
Do you exhale before you swallow? Like do you do it on empty lungs? Yeah, that's cool. So you know that. That's brilliant. So now you know.
But everybody was. This is the funny thing. My whole life, everybody's done the scare tactic. Like they drink this upside down.
It's all about timing. It's all about time with the scare tactic. It's all about timing.
Got to be dead on.
With the drink this
the dog, I can. If I've stuff it up once, I'll get the next one, and it stops it. So long as you get that timing right, it works.
Yeah,
it's precise.
And all it does is it resets the diaphragm because it causes the diaphragm to
this way. Yeah, this way you're doing it to yourself when you're doing that.
Yeah.
Like that's what you want too. You want to be able to do it yourself. Like I'm talking about doing it to someone else. You're like you're not going through it. So you know, but when
have you ever tried startling yourself? Have you ever tried oh God, Jesus. Whoa. Sorry, I just startled myself. Oh, fuck it. Oh, bloody hell.
Maybe I should because you do get like the adrenaline rush from doing that, just that motion. Actually, and it could be enough. I'll humor it.
To be honest with you, I just did that really well because I did actually get the rush of, oh my God, what? And you can actually fake that. If you you can make yourself react in a styled way that is it's an authentic reaction like you just have to be very you have to
this is where I'd use the word
unpredictable with
belief. This is where I'd use the word belief and imagination. You have to believe that. You know, it's not true. It's like when I hypnotize someone too. You don't really have to hypnotize someone. You can just warp their reality without them even
make them believe that they've been hypnotized. Make them believe that they're hypnotized, kind of thing.
It's just belief and imagination is what you're warping there. So you can get someone fixated on something and they miss everything else around them, you know. But they're not going anywhere. They're not like slowly now you're getting sleepy. It's more like I've caught you in a moment, you become aware of it. Or in the case of a hypnotist, if I'm controlling someone, then it ceases to become I'm a doing, now it's a happening. Oh, this is happening to me. And whatever you say is what's happening. You can get people to hallucinate things.
There's a difference as well between hypnotization and mesmerization, isn't there? Like you can mesmerize somebody and you can hypnotize somebody, but they're actually
mesmerizing is that's more of that. That comes from mesmer, which was our animal magnetism. Just our natural, like our heart, what we know now as our magnetic being.
Yeah.
That's that connection. Same as like when you put a metronome or you put a bunch of metronomes in a room and they're all out of right. But it only takes 4 minutes or whatever it is, and then they're all.
But
that's what's happening with you.
Only if they're set at the same time signature. If you set them at different time signatures, they're not ever going to go into the same thing. You set them all at the same time signature, but what you do is you run your hand down, so each one is set at a different time.
Now we're getting more complicated, but now think about it as yourself. That's amplitude. So, you know, when the energies match, so when that energy level's right, then we can now get into tune. So as a hypnotist, I'm also doing that. I'm mesmerizing as well. And all that is I'm attuning to you. I'm allowing my body, my heart to attune to whatever you are. I made that choice. Now I'm at your level. You feel it. This is not woo-woo. You feel that change. The more you do it, you feel it. I am now connected to you. Now, if I do something within my body, I can feel your body, by the way, in that it's like I hate the word quantum, but this is like a quantum locking, if you can see it in that sort of way. You've locked together. So now I can affect your body. I can feel sad and make you sad. I can feel happy and make you happy, but I'm not saying anything. I'm just doing it. So that's part of like putting someone to sleep. I'm doing it. I'm showing there's mirror neurons going on. There's a lot of physical stuff going on so that this has to happen. But when you acknowledge it and you go, oh, now we're linked. Now I can transmit and receive really well. We're on the same frequency. We're tuned in. That's mesmerism. Hypnosis too, like this is with hypnosis, there's a direction of I'm directing your imagination now. So
that's a really good point, because when I did sleep studies in the beginning, I had patients who would sleep better, and my doctor often put me with the patients who had a lot of anxiety, and it was like they would tell us the next morning this skewed my result, because this isn't actually how I normally sleep. I'm not trying to pride myself on being amazing with that, but I was really good at calming and bringing this whole like they're hooked
but also
up.
You've said it before. Yeah, you've said I had to spend a lot of time calming my energy down. And it's just you sitting there doing that and matching them is also bringing their energy down as well. So you're controlling. Yeah, that's you doing your work.
Yeah.
But it's you think I'm doing this with and you are. You're just helping while you do that as well. And if you're cognizant of the moment that that affected that, and you just get better at it. That's what you do from that point on. And some other people notice and go, put her with these type. This situation works really well. So our observations, beautiful like that.
Exactly, I totally agree. It is very beautiful, and that's what like the last couple of years.
Natural.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I realized my whole life that I've been doing this to some extent and not realizing it, and also I always knew something was like one of those weird things, like something's different about me. I don't fit in, I fit that category, but also like it was this energy. I could feel it build up, and I used to say this, and I used to like try to project it, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing then, and not at anybody, just like thought I was like, oh, like I could feel it rev up, and I'd have these moments where it's like I just release it, and like by myself, and I would just have this moment. I still do every once in a while. Me too. Because I've been focusing more on feeling, I feel like it's not. I don't have the surge as much. If I get really excited, sometimes I'll feel that surge a little bit. But yeah.
But there's probably a stop there too, where you go, do I want this to continue, or do I want to transmute? You have that choice again, though, too. So it's like, oh yeah, no, I want this to continue. This is good. This is all good. It's that double check we have now too. Where
for me,
yeah, exactly.
I'm going to be cautious of anything that makes me feel too much of anything. Like, because for me, what I'm trying to do is maintain a balance, and things can get too bad, but they can get too good, and they can distract you by getting too good. And there's
don't limit yourself though in that. In
yeah.
That, what
no, right. Listen. I'm trying to be careful.
Because things can be careful about this. Amazing. Like,
yeah, and I know something amazing's coming, right? But what I'm trying to say is I'm not overly like I don't want to sort myself out and see other people still struggling.
You have to. Sorry, you have to. It has to all be about you. It is about you. The more you help yourself, the more you are helping everyone else, but you're doing it live for everyone too. The more knowledge the more you help yourself, you are helping everyone else. That's when it works. That's when it all works. You can only give your experience, and that's what you're doing. You're giving your experience. That's what's true. That's what's resonates and goes, right. Work for me. That's what I need to do.
That's all I can offer. And I've spoken to a couple of people about this. I spoke to Sonia about this, and I think I've spoken to Sarah about it, and I'm sure I've spoken to Rox about it. So like, what can I do? What can I do right now? What is my strength? What are my strengths right now? And what tools do I have that could actually help people and can benefit people? And I've realized through reflecting back on what's gone on over the last few years, and really what's been going on my entire life, because for as long as I can remember, it's always been so, right? People come to me with problems when they want to hear truth about it. And then what I always end up doing is sitting there counseling the person. In a sense, that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm counseling. I'm
very long
going through what what's on their mind, what's on their heart, sifting through it and giving a different perspective, and and then like saying, what do we need that? No, that's not important, and that's not important. What's important at the end of the day, and just making people think differently about stuff. And I don't know how many people take my advice or don't. And the thing is, I don't blame anybody for not taking my advice, because as far as anybody else is concerned, it's purely opinion, but it's purely opinion. And how can I expect anybody else to take my advice if I'm very bad at taking my own? I don't want to be a hypocrite. I shouldn't be a hypocrite, should I? If I can give this great advice to people about, how to deal with situations.
This is actually probably one of the hardest things in this whole awakening and stuff, is like, you think you're before you're ready, but you're not. This is part of the process of doing it yourself as well. Oh, I've just told everyone else to do this. I better do this more myself. So you do. I mean, it is like, it's an experience.
I'm not meditating.
Sharing your experience. That's like, it's so raw. It's so open. You know, that's like acting as well. When you're opening yourself up to it, that's when it works. When you open and your heart forward, and that's when it's working. That's when same with singing, man. Same with singing. Same with it's just performing to people. It's exactly the same thing, right? It's exactly the same thing. And that's opening yourself up. But that's what we're required to do. But that's what helps other people. You're just showing people how to do it, as you do it yourself.
What do you think about, right? You know what I said earlier about us creating the force. We are actually the ones that create in the force, which is why it just makes so much sense why they've done so much to steal the power from us, steal the energy that we produce, and then try to charge us for their artificially created energy. But the
flow.
So what? I mean, I just think it would be fucking amazing if we could create a church, a cathedral or something, and get everybody in there and get everybody in the, it'd just be amazing if we could somehow, on a smaller scale or something, recreate that situation. Or maybe do we need a vapor canopy to do it? Like, can we do it in this environment, in this atmosphere? Would it be possible?
I think you do it. I
wonder if they're
actually doing now.
I'm sure if you measured the scalar waves above a cathedral during a really emotional event, I bet they're through the roof. I bet it's really.
It's designed to resonate. And that's what resonates when it is love and a group experience of love. It's like in tune.
A really beautiful wedding,
Imagine the theory of that you have, Richie, of us being like all laid out across the world because our energies are forming like a grid pattern. So if we're syncing and the energy that's right off of that, and the same concept of the cathedral, just on a bigger scale, right?
That's why they're on these grid points, but that's what makes these grid points when it is geometric, because it is.
This is my church.
And
this is where I heal my hurt.
And I am on the 45th parallel, so
you can.
I don't know.
33rd somewhere. Burnt out.
No,
33rd. Egypt.
33 like is
I
my
don't know where I am.
follow me. It's like, yeah, I think I told you that. That's my birth number and everything. That's crazy.
Where am I? Where am I? What parallel am I on?
I've got to go to the toilet quickly. Coffee. I'll be back.
What parallel am I on? Google.
What are you doing? Maybe we should say hi to the chat. Oh, Paul Cook's here. Hey, man.
See? Hey, Paul Cook. How you doing, buddy? Easy, Tiger.
Easy. That's like, there's when I can do the accent a little bit. Easy, Tiger. No, I'm not going to. No, brilliant.
No, listen, love. It's because, listen, all right? It's because you're thinking about it now, all right? What you're doing, you're thinking about it too much. What you got to do is just like relax, yeah? Just relax, chill. Don't think about it so much, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man. Hey, Squirrel Sniper.
Hey, Mr. Sniper.
Hello, Kevin.
Squirrel Sniper. Do you take their dog tags when you take them out, the squirrels? Do you go and collect their dog tags? Oh, it wasn't very funny. I don't know what made me think of that. I was just thinking of these little. I was thinking of Squirrel Sniper in his ghillie suit, yeah, and the squirrels in their little army outfits with dog tags. No, she's fucking trying to get out of the way, Squirrel Sniper.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, mate, we should make a computer. Are there any computer programmers in the house? What a computer game that would be. What a computer game that would be, man.
Hey, Patrick.
You could play, your character could be a squirrel.
Cool.
And so there's just lots of like ghillie suited up snipers, and you've got to avoid the snipers. Paul Cook, where do I originate from? Mate, I originate from Basingstoke, right? So like Basingstoke is pretty much, everyone there likes to sound like they think like they come from London. So it's because what happened was, right, all the effluent and the shit that came out of the sewers, right, it ran off and then it settled in Basingstoke. And then that's how Basingstoke became. But the thing is, my parents were desperate for me not to talk like that, so they sent me off to preparatory school where I could learn to speak properly. So
excellent.
Yes.
I just was thinking about that message that came up earlier, and since we have a second, just acknowledge it that Deanne, who's been in our chat, is not doing the best.
Oh, I put that up. And I fucking didn't. Deanne.
We're going to see him soon. That's what we're going to focus on.
He's in toxic shock or something, isn't he?
It's sepsis. And so he's in a coma right now. And so hopefully I was calling him a little bit and trying to put some healing light above him. So
he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine because right now we're all sat here visualizing him being back in the chat within the next couple of weeks.
Yep. Just imagine like you're kind of calling him out of sleep, like, come on.
Yeah, it's yeah, man, that sucks. That really sucks. Remote healing, he's going to be fine, man, because he's got like the best in the house on the team. So
yeah, yep, it's all gonna be good. I just wanted to, send that positivity out there.
4 hours and 39 minutes. Do we want to do? Fucking hell, Sarah, for a second then.
You gotta
That
be
was
eaten.
Oh my god!
To the basement.
Right, you just ducked down, and like just as you went, you ducked down, and then I heard this, and it was like, no, this is.
Got to do the wiggle of them.
Oh
If
god!
there's a wiggle, oh.
Is someone in a coma? Who's in a coma? Oh no. Yeah. DN is in a coma, mate. So yeah, doing okay. It's just like it's got strong signs and everything. He's all stable, but he's in a coma. I've been in a coma. It'll be cool if he's got memories. Like if he goes somewhere, that'd be really awesome to hear the tales of where he went. I've got no memory of my coma. 1 minute it was one time, and then the next minute it was a few weeks later. Oh, it was all fun.
Yeah, I have not experienced that. I mean, I had to deal with anesthesia and stuff, but not like that.
I think anesthesia is basically, I mean, mine was a medically induced coma, so maybe that's why you could maybe relate it. Because I don't ever remember anything from anesthesia, although I did have a spiritual experience coming out of anesthesia. Or like after I'd come out of the anesthesia, I went back to the ward, dozed off, had a deeply spiritual experience, woke up again. So
It's probably what you remember as well, so you wouldn't remember anything beforehand. It's kind of it's those gates that you're talking about too. It's like going between different states. That's usually an area where you lose memory going between it, especially if it's very fast too. It's like, oh, what just happened? It's kind of this. It's the way everything works. You can actually work with that and make that transition between those states, like going from these different states.
All you need for that, all you need to be able to do that is awareness. It's awareness of that.
You stay aware that whole process. Yeah.
But that does kind of make me think of that. I can't remember where I heard this story, but the guy who got in the car accident and he like saw that he couldn't avoid it, and I could have sworn there was 2 people in the car too, and he said he's blacked out just prior to when they would have hit a tree, and when he woke up, he was actually standing on the other side of the tree, and they could see the car had hit the tree, but they were like they had been flown.
We heard that story. Wasn't that Callum or something, or not Callum, Campbell. Not Callum, sorry, Campbell. I haven't done that for a while. Then I haven't done that for a while. I used to do that all the time, mixing up. But I'm sure it was.
I think it was Cam. Now that you just said that.
No, but on Cam, it may be in one of Cam's streams, or maybe it was Bernie and Lex.
We do go out of body when it's an extreme shock and stuff as well. So
my theory,
your body, of course.
Right, my theory about my car accident is the only reason I survived was because I wasn't there when it happened. Physically, my body was there, but I wouldn't have been able to cope with the shock of the actual event when it actually happened.
But that's the reason you can't actually go. You can't be in the body. It's too painful.
So that's kind of okay. I didn't have like an extremely painful moment, but me and my friend were rafting down a river, and we had tied ourselves to our friend's boat, which was a mistake because they didn't know how to steer and paddle. So we were going through this rapids, and we ended up swinging. And also they did like one of these where they like wrapped the rope excessively. It was dumb. And what happened was we hit this huge boulder, and we were in this really flat raft, and we just flipped. Yeah. And it was so weird because it was like instinct kicked in, and me and this other girl were under the water, and I don't know why, but I'm really good at holding my breath, and I'm a really good swimmer, and I love being in the water. So I was like, I just immediately started grabbing her and holding her up. I had no idea what was going on, but she was completely tangled in the ropes, and I didn't know that, but I just knew instinctively that I had to get her up and out. And I just kind of went under the water, and I was going over the rapids with my back was hitting the rocks, and I could feel it, but it was like I was in and out of it. Like, it didn't hurt.
You didn't feel it. You knew it was happening.
You knew it was happening.
Yeah.
Yep.
You didn't feel it. I mean, I've been in a...
How bad she was wrapped in it. She had like marks all over her from the rope. It was crazy.
Yeah.
This is extreme focus as well. That's extreme focus, and will block out all other pain too.
And there's a certain amount of adrenaline as well. I think adrenaline has a huge amount to play in it, because when I used to get in fights, right, the adrenaline stops the pain. You get punched in the face and it doesn't hurt. Right, you might get punched in the face and be like,
but you have an extreme.
There's some real damage been done. Like my lips split, or nose is broken, or the eyebrows split open, but you don't feel the pain till the next day. Then the next day you wake up and go, oh. But yeah, when it happens, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I just got a big hole in me. From a dog's tooth, ripping 2 dogs apart, and of course going through it. This is shock right now. I don't feel any of it, and then you feel the pain come in. You can assess the pain and everything too. Oh, it's not that bad. This one's fine. It's going to.
Yeah, is the metacarpal cracked? No.
So but how do you hypnotize someone from not feeling the pain as well? It's quite easy in dealing with pain in many different ways, but it's quite easy to do. So it's like going under without anesthetic and stuff as well. It's just an extreme.
Yeah.
So I know of a dentist that used to use electrodes, and he put these things on the gum. I never went to see him, but I had a friend who that's how it was all done with it. Put these things on the gum, and it basically is the slow voltage current, confused the nerves, and there was no pain at all. He said there was no pain, didn't hurt. It was really amazing. I would be interested. I mean, I don't feel like anybody can hypnotize me. I really don't. It's been tried a number of times. It's been tried.
The
only way
take control of your mind, and you do.
The only
someone to hypnotize.
Exactly right. Exactly. It's because I will never ever give that sort of but before it was without knowledge. It was like subconsciously I would just never allow it. It's like I'm not going to give you that control over me. No. And so I've been up on stage.
But if you had the desire, if you really had the desire, it just takes time. It's like a building up.
That takes trust.
Whoever's putting
trust.
But that is a build up of time. That's just time. So I could sit there and do it for half an hour. You basically give in. You go, you do what I'm being told.
You have to consent to it. You have to consent to it. Yeah.
Absolutely. This is free will. This is what it's all about. But once you know it, well, then you choose to be hypnotized or not. And it's the same as like watching a movie or something. Now you choose to be hypnotized or not. When you're aware of what's going on, when you're aware of the agenda, you choose. You choose now. You've got your choice back. You've claimed your free will. You're now free. That's freedom. It's freedom of choice.
That because I've had 2 stages of awakening. I really woke up in 2004. I knew we didn't go to the war for the right reasons when I started to see the red versus blue issue. But it took me all the way until like 2019 or 2020 when I really saw more of the spiritual. I was aware of it, but I wasn't fully accepting it. So I was choosing to stay in the illusion. And then it was like once I break through, I was like, oh, okay, there's the other. That's the part I was missing.
When you're connecting that feeling to the feeling of knowing, it's because the more you see, and the more you're convincing yourself that, yeah, I'm right. This feeling is right. It is right. You know, so now I have to look at this feeling, and then that reveals itself. Like then you know, then we can rejoin the world. That's basically rejoining the world, or letting the world be, you know, as well. It's going, this is, I've worked out how to reclaim my own choice. That's what you're sharing with other people too. And it's through so many ways, through health, through just awareness, knowledge, all of these things. These are all helping everyone. You know, it's when someone clicks, everyone's got their own time for that click, but it's coming. And whether it comes in this lifetime or down the road, it's coming. You know, so that's in store for everyone. You know, or else what? You're disintegrated into nothingness. It's still the end. It's still the same. So, but you choose. You choose, yeah.
Except you're not. Hang on. The only thing that you're going to lose, the only thing that will die, crumble to dust, be obliterated, and disappear, is your fucking ego. That's the only side, because the real you and your soul, the soul that you carry, and the spirit that you carry within that soul, those are eternal and cannot be killed and cannot be destroyed.
And when you know that, you have no worries letting go and detaching from that ego and going, yeah, okay, next, moving on.
I mean, that's,
you know, that's the process that needs to happen. You know,
and that's why I've gone from wanting to die to now it's like, no, I don't want to die. I want to keep going as long as I can. And personally, I see myself going until I'm 140. Well, I keep saying, like, people can hold me to it, you know, and if I do pop off before then, you know, you can all go, ha, you thought you were going to live till you're 140 and you didn't. You only made it till 139. But yeah, I mean, I think we are all going to live longer. Forever. Like it or not, we are all. No, I mean these vessels at the moment. These vessels continue. I think they could continue naturally for 140 years without, you know, once they're sorted out.
I think it's in line with this realm, though. This realm, like, we are also co-creating with Gaia, with everything.
Yeah,
you know, it's not just, you know, our code, it's everything. So that's hence the rules.
Yeah,
you know.
And that's how we're all connected.
Yeah,
no, yeah. Fundamentally, that's why and how we're all connected. It's energy, it's thoughts.
We all share that experience. All the time.
Just from a different perspective. We all share the experience, we just have a different perspective of it. And a different perception.
Seeing from all angles, that's why you have to give it back. You've only got it so you
pass it on. Pass it forward, man.
So enjoy your experience.
Always, just pass it. Like I just love that philosophy, and with anything, whatever it is that you get, pass it forward, pass it on. Don't keep hold of it. If you've been given it, don't keep it, pass it on. Yep. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean an item. It's the energy behind the gift of the item. Somebody's given you something, so you give something to somebody else. It doesn't have to be the same thing. It doesn't, you know. It's just pass it forward, man. Pass it forward. Which is why when I was on the streets in Malaga and people were sending me money by what's it called, Money Express or whatever it is, money. I can't remember, but anyway, people would send me money, and I'd get what I needed for the day. And then, like, when I saw people on the street that were really, really, truly homeless and really, truly needed it, because there were plenty of people on the street that they looked very fit and healthy, and like they went to the gym every day, and they had no problem. They had a high protein diet kind of thing, and there were those that were like 90-year-old.
They're not as bad as they think they are.
Yeah, and there's others that are 90-year-old women with only one leg, and you know that they're not being, you know, they're sat out there singing, sounding like a drowned cat, but you know that they're not getting helped by the government. She's not getting helped by the government, and she probably is not getting helped by family, really. That's why she's out there doing that. So I'll give the money to her. It came back to me tenfold in the end, quite quickly. It only took a few months, but it was always like in my mind, it was always, well, I've been given it, and like these people don't have a face. Maybe, you know, I can't imagine that this old lady has got a Facebook page and she's there talking to people on Facebook. She's just because she's out here every day, sat there singing every day, and I never see anybody going to see her or talk to her or anything. So I'm in a better position. I'm honest. Yeah, she might, maybe she's got a house going to live in, but she doesn't have any money for it, and she doesn't have any company, you know, whatever. She seems to be in a worse position than me because I've at least got friends that are sending me 10 euros here, 20 euros there, you know, so I can get some food, or maybe like a couple of times I got a hostel, you know, depending on how much people sent. But passing it forward, always pass it forward, because
this is the stuff that happens when you're in the moment, when you're there and aware and in the moment too. The thought comes, you do it. Usually it's
where. Oh, do you know what? No, that's exactly it as well. Because I was like, afterwards, I was like, wow, Rich, do you know, like I gave 10 euros. I gave my last 10 euros to a guy that was walking up and down, delving into the bins and getting stuff out of the bins, right? And when he saw me, he looked ashamed and he looked down, and he didn't once ask me for money. And I'm stood there. We just got a kebab each. Me and my mate had just got a kebab each, and we were going to go and blow that 10 euros on 4 beers, right? And I'd stopped drinking in 2013. This was 2015. I'd stopped drinking, but I was going to, fuck it. I'm just going to have a beer. And this guy walks past, as we're walking in, he walks past. And then as we come out and I'm chomping on my kebab, he walks past again, and he looks at me and he looks down like, well, but he doesn't say a fucking word. And I just looked at my mate James and I said, you know what, mate? You ain't going to like this, but I'm going to give this to that guy over there, because I think I feel better about him spending it on food than us pissing it up against the wall. And I've quit drinking anyway, so fuck it back. And I went and gave him the money. And then afterwards I thought, right, Rich, you're like some sort of fucking hero or something. And then I thought, hang on a second, right, no, it's not a good thing if you do it for gain. And so I asked myself again, did you do that because it was something to, you know, did you do that because it was like, oh yeah, if you do this, you will get this, you will be, you know, you'll be a hero, you'll be the nicest guy.
This is called overanalyzing, by the way.
So I asked, well, this is back then. This was back then. I used to
only do it once, yeah.
But so I thought to myself, no, that came from my heart. Like when I saw him, my heart went out to him, and I thought, wow, I'm just going to drink it. It just feels right to give it to him. So there wasn't any thought of what I would get from it. The real, true, sincere thought was it'd be much better for him than it would for me. We're just going to piss it up against the wall, and he could feed his family.
It's literally a win-win. It's literally a win-win. That's how you thought about it, how it happened, how it all worked out. Win-win in the moment. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Oh.
But then
you go through all of the things to understand what just happened.
And then about a week, I think it was about a week after that event, I get a phone call from a guy I hadn't seen in 18 months saying, hey, mate, I've heard what happened. Here, look, I'm going to send you 500 euros so you can get a new wardrobe. I'm going to send you a ticket. I'm going to fly you over here. Paid for my apartment for 2 months, rented me a car so I could drive around and try and get gigs and stuff. And it was, you know, it was like I went from that situation to that situation in a heartbeat, literally in like 3 days. It was everything changed, and I looked back
and you are able to love yourself in that process. You know, realize that you were there, that you went through that moment of appreciating yourself and loving yourself.
I was able to respect
which is what
myself.
gave us so much power there as well.
I was able to respect myself as well. Like I was able to respect myself in that situation. Like look back and say, hey, mate, you fucking. I actually, you know, I didn't just sit there and get drunk.
Respect is love.
Yeah.
When you do the things that you know you should do, that's love. You love yourself. And that's
even when it's difficult. When you do the
you're
things you know that
channeling
should be done. Yeah, when you do the things you know should be done, even when they're difficult to do them, then that's
okay.
love.
So then that feeling there, heart, boom.
Yeah. And
then you feel it all through your body. So we can say this is a gut feeling as well as a heart feeling. So this is the goosebumps and everything as well. We get all of that, all of it. It's like taking the time to because it's the appreciation of that as well. When you are loving yourself and you feel good, you go, oh yes, I feel good. That acknowledgement of that too. That's what makes it so strong and powerful as well. So when you're aware and mindful, when you do that more, boom, 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 this is more and more that manifests itself. So it's just constant.
Guys, listen, we've been going for 5 hours and I am going to have to bow out. If you guys want to keep going, that is entirely up to you, but I am going to have to bow out. If you guys are ready to wrap up as well, then we can play out with a video. But if you want to keep chatting, what are you saying?
It's up to you, Callum, if you want to stay on, because I can for a bit. I got my dog potty, but it has been, I know you guys were both on Bernie's show, and it's been already a really good conversation. So in some ways, like, you don't want to ruin it, right? But it's up to you.
We've dropped down to 18 people, but we've still got 18 people. Squirrel Sniper's still there. Brian's still there. I think Paul's still there. So, you know, and people come back, don't they? If they look at it, go, oh, look, they're still going, and they come back. So, like, I know that happens with Bernie. I know that happens. I see Bernie. I said, wow, you're still going, man. But so anyway, listen, I'm gonna take the dogs out for a walk.
Cool.
I've got to get something to eat, man. I haven't eaten yet today, so I need to eat something. And yeah, I'm just going to say much love. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody in the chat room. Thank you very much to my co-presenters, hosts, panel, whatever we want to say. My friends, man. And so thank you to my friends, Callum and Sarah. And much love.
And the dogs get for a walk. My little one's asleep by the fire.
Yeah, you want to call it? That's cool. No worries.
He's asleep. He's chilling. He went for a massive big. He released his energy, went for this crazy run around, and then just poof, straight to sleep. I'm like, yep, that's how it works. He loves it.
He was pushing the blanket around. That was adorable.
It's his special blanket for a reason. It's very special to him. Full moon and everything too.
Say that again, sorry.
Hey?
Say what you just said again, sorry.
Full moon and all as well. So there's crazy energy within dogs as well. Or they just the way I see the moon too, like there's the sun, which is this giving, has this giving energy where you feel that giving. You know, oh yeah, I'm taking that. Yeah, but then there's the moon that is taking. So when it's a full moon, it's like you're giving up to the moon. It's like you're detoxing to the moon.
Yeah.
You know, so it's still this wonderful process. It's the yin yang sort of thing, and those two energies that we work with.
And that's something I'm like trying to learn more with, as far as like my own. Like it was actually really nice because I'm used to having what I would consider like a bipolar-ish depressive day, and I say bipolar because I'm not usually like a depressed person, but I have a day where I just, and it maybe ends up being more than one day, but it's usually, and it's associated with my cycle. I've noticed that, and but now that I'm more aware of it, I don't look at it as a depression anymore. I look at it as like just like a day where I have to disconnect, really, like just not really. I'm just not. I can't communicate with anybody like love you all, but there's, you know what I mean. I have to just be on in my own life.
you're living with the cycle, then working with the cycle. Once you become aware of it, you go, oh, this is the path. How do I live within that?
Yeah.
You know, it's the same as all the gender thing as well. You are who you are. You know, this is the story. What do I sing in that story? You know.
Yeah.
What are the notes? I play the notes. You know, but show me. Oh, I might be missing an area or missing something. You know, and then you bring that to light. And now I can play it and play it and play it. You know, or test it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's interesting.
Which is like the way we think about things as well. So like, it's like a lot of the times we're missing like half the story. You know, we're like a lot of people just focused on one side of it. It's like, yeah, no, there's this whole other side to it that you're missing. And a lot of the time it's that too, where you're going, you can't see the other side, the completeness of it, you know. A lot of the time that's people don't see that. And that's what they're needed to balance up anyway. And of course they don't see it, you know, because it's kind of an addiction to that. The imbalance is comfortable, right? Like I'm saying, you balance yourself, it's uncomfortable for a while until that's your new normal, right? And you're just like, sweet.
It's like
this is so much better than where I was.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so a lot of the time it's giving into that, things like that as well. Oh, wait, this is not depression. Or, oh, wait, this pain I'm feeling, I can change it. So now it's not pain. You know, that stretching pain I was talking about, we've transmuted it. So it's just a matter of perspective, really.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I've always stretched to that point where you feel that, and then I feel it out. And it's that, again, it's that good pain. And to me, it just, I don't know, it just makes sense. But it's part, well, I also, because I see it as like, if you're really pushing on something, right, and then you're releasing, it's the contraction, it's the same as your lungs, it's what allows the flow. Yeah. I do this a lot. I put myself in videos now doing, that's my flow symbol.
Collecting. Yeah, collecting. But it's like completion too. It's like diaphragm, breathing and diaphragm, right? Because it's really like putting our focus where you know, more efficient area. So say on the out breath, putting the focus on the out breath. So just thinking of it, caving out, so it caves in. So it's getting out of the way to let the body do what it naturally does, right? But it's amazing how much focus and thought to do that which it does naturally. But we've put ourselves in the way there. We've changed it. We've been too stressed and this and that. So it's like relaxing back to that. Oh, this is how I operate.
And trust fully. Right? Because it's like it's like the manifesting thing, or like when I've tried to do the chemtrails, is the minute I doubt myself, I can feel like the whole energy shift, and I have to put myself back up into that state. It's amazing.
Rebuild it.
Yeah.
And that's literally what's happening. That's what you're doing. The doubt throws everything out again, and you rebuild it up again. But it's a matter of just the more you do it, the easier it is, because you're proving yourself. You prove it, and you go, well, there's no reason to doubt, because I know what happens when I do it. I just know. It's not a belief anymore then, you know. So you've lost a belief, a limitation, and it's just a knowing. Like if someone can fly, they don't believe they can fly. They're fucking flying. They know they're flying. It's a knowing that they're doing. So that's the confidence thing too. It's like, oh, this is just how I operate.
Yeah.
That's like the prove that we're proving these things to ourselves too. Like a lot of the stuff we talk about is subtle energy, but it's only subtle because we haven't been using it. We don't use it all the time until you sit there and acknowledge it, deal with it, work with it, and go, oh. And then it's not subtle anymore. It's like, this is what happens. I don't believe it. This is what happens, and I just do what, you know, especially in energy work. You're feeling it. There's no difference in reality to seeing feelings, all your senses. No, it's like that. Why is that like a repellent force as well? When you feel that energy, it's like a repelling.
Oh, yeah.
Because these are poles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when it's against, it's a repulsion. it's that, and that's scalar as well. So that's communication. So when you condense that and now it's all one too. So that there's instant feedback within the body as well. So that's that relaxation circuit as well. So all of these things relate to ourselves in the body and stuff as well. That's why I love history and stuff as well. It's like the buildings and that. What was it Esh saying? It's like truth in art. And I was thinking about that. I'm going,
yeah.
What I see, where I see truth in art are these cathedrals, these buildings, this geometry, and this building with our own infrastructure in mind, you know, building as a reflection of our own being.
And our own abilities, right? That's been the most vindicating thing for me in this truth journey. For me, that's the connection that was like, okay, you can't. And it was also the connection with the gods and how they all correlated, and just how that always kind of resonated with me from the get-go. But yeah, it had a lot to do with the cathedral and the shapes used in that connection. And then it was like, okay, because I've been preaching the Masato Emoto thing forever to my patients. I would tell my patients all the time about it.
Yeah.
That's my little thing. We were talking about that earlier. Like, I run into random people now. I feel like grocery stores. I just have like, it's real quick conversation, but I have, you know, little truth drop conversation kind of thing. I shouldn't call it necessarily. You're right, because like the whole thing you guys were saying about truth, and like it's again, it's putting like a stigma or a box around it. We don't need that. You know, we need to.
Well, yeah. The truth is, it just is.
Lies.
You know, what covers the truth are lies and stuff. So for me, it's like I'm a lie hunter, and I get rid of the lies. Which are, for me, it's like my own beliefs and stuff. I know that when I release my beliefs, I'm open to more. I have more perception, more awareness. And that's what I've proven to myself over time. So every belief I find, I'm like, oh, great, awesome, get rid of that.
Yeah. Too. The hardest thing is the triggers that are left over with my mom, to be honest. And part of that's because her and I haven't really like fully dived and separated it, but I should be like, oh, I'm on top of it all, but I do feel like I have really addressed it in the sense that I'm really quickly aware of what's happening, obviously, and I'm doing a better job with my communication with her instead of because the thing is like I'm getting frustrated, right? Because she's my mom and she should know, right? And that's where I'm at, and it comes from my childhood because she didn't validate. And she's even admitted that to me, very specific things. And so it's like, as soon as I acknowledge that, then it dismisses. Now, to be honest, to fully remove my trigger right now, I need to remove myself from immediate living situation with her. But I know that time is coming. I know that time is coming. And I know that this is actually a part of like learning to teach them a little bit about the boundary aspect and just like that respect. They're dealing with it with my brother, you know, so it's like, but I'm immediately here. And so the discussion is a little more open, but then the boundaries are, I'm also like, hey guys, I have to have this to be able to be the person. Well, I shouldn't say be the person, but be the person I want to be. And they know what makes me happy because that is important to them. They do care. So it's good because this is where we're, you know,
but the responsibility there is to show them as well. So you say it like teaching the boundaries and stuff, which is in essence, it's like being that. It's being who you are.
Yeah.
And that's what teaches the boundaries. It's like, this is how it is. And it's that mindset too, like it's already done. It's the patience of that catching up as well. So if it is already done, then that's the exciting part too of watching how this is going to eventuate. So in those moments too, when you're in those moments, you become even more aware.
Yes.
And that with the other person, which means you're listening more as well. And I see it too, like the people you love and stuff, it's better to do what I call is soul wrangling as opposed to drop truth. Because there's seeds there, but seeds can be laid. Like the smallest thing in the happiest moment is really like or a question or something. So, you know, this normally happens with laughter and stuff as well. So when you can make things a joke. You know, like I do with Mum in the car when we see a masked person or something. I'll always sort of turn it into a bit of a joke, but it's there in awareness too. It's like, oh yeah, it's in her awareness too. She's noticing now too.
Yep.
Right. And she'll question that too and go, wow, there's more of that happening. Yeah, but there were no guards up, there were no shields up or anything like that. And that's what I call soul wrangling, where you see the twinkle in their eye and you just keep that. You're that's the direction of the conversation or whatever, you know, which a lot of the time involves giving up what you want to talk about, sort of thing. It's just allowing it to go. And so long as it's the flow, you're going, I just want it, like your intention is just to keep it all in a nice flow or a positive or an effective, or efficient flow as well. And you'll just see that most of the things that need to happen, like it's all sorted out. But it's like, you take out, I want it to happen this way, because we're doing it all the time. It's really hard. That's one of the hard things to catch ourselves all the time. It's like, we want it to go this way, but we don't really see ourselves doing that. You know? So it's really that opening again and relaxing again and going, oh, it will happen. And that's the faith. I've got to be interested in the moment. So it does end up being, when you give over to it, it's just more awareness in the moment. Which is, another way of sort of stopping those triggers as well. It's like there's a wave to ride.
And or like it's because the other thing too is part of the problem for me was that I was talking about kind of finding my voice and making sure that I calmly state why I don't feel this is the right move or why I'm not going to just go along. And part of it's because I've always been that person and that people are used to that with me. So this newer side is a little difficult because I'm usually the one that's like, okay, yeah, let's go. Let's do what you want to do. Let's do what you want to do. Let's do what you want to do.
There's also your thoughts about that. You're putting that into them. You're expecting that from them. Release that.
100%. Oh, wow. And that's something that my mom does that with me a lot too. And so it's
you have to give them the space to change. You're manifesting too. If you allow that space, they can fill it. We do a lot of this ourselves. We're doing a lot of it ourselves. If we expect it, that's exactly, we get what we expect.
Yeah.
So if you're losing that, you're allowing it. Yeah. And then you may different thoughts come to you, different ways, different angles, different things, and the more patting on the back as well, because, I did something different and I got a different response.
Yeah. And that's been happening. Yeah. It's been like you said, it's been like this. Okay. I tried this. I obviously realized right away I was approaching things really negatively. I stopped commenting every time I passed the TV with CNN on, and that made a big difference because then I immediately caught my energy of even something I heard that maybe triggered me. And this is why I don't watch the news, but and then I just, you work through the breathing, and then I would just make a comment about something completely different that was going on. So even though they knew that there was a trigger thing happening, they could witness that kind of energy shift. And it was like, and I've noticed that together we are vibing better in that way. It's like, we're going to take that energy. We're just not going to, it's not discussing it, but at the time.
That's even better communication, like less, it might be less talking or whatever, but it's a stronger communication base you're on. And then that's also feeling. That's where the feelings start working themselves out as well. Right now we feel better around each other. Nothing's building up because we're expecting it to go this way as well. So it's releasing that as well. You won't build up. You're just like, I don't know what's going to happen. But I do know that I like being calm. And there's a way to deal with this in calm. There's just a way for that to happen. And I want to explore that. Because that is also the change people see. So when it's be the change and you that's leading by example, is actually doing it and leading by example, because they go, yeah, fuck, he has changed. She has changed. How did they do that?
And that's something
maybe it's what they're talking about.
Like watching other people throughout your life, just seeing that kind of behavior and recognizing that difference. It's sort of like I look back now and I would run into these older women who were by themselves, and I remember at a younger age thinking, oh, why are they by themselves? Like, that seems so lonely. But looking back at it now, I'm like, oh, I ran into, like, they were so strong and independent, and I pride in that, and you could see the calmness in them and how much they didn't care about drama. You're like trying to engage them, and they're like, yep, calm.
But
yep.
it's not your thought at the time. Yeah. And there's a lot of conditioning there in that thought as well, right? A lot of that social conditioning, and being aware of that too allows us to drop it and go, hey, you know, these are choices I accepted, but not necessarily the best choices for me. But when you do that, you have that choice again, and it's instantly droppable. That's the beauty about all of this stuff too, is just when you get, when it's the realization, the realignment happens, and you go, fuck, that's, and I can just drop it. It's ridiculously easy too. It's like I sit there and I look for pain, I find a pain, and I release it. It's like, it's that simple. But we don't, there's so many of all these little pains in our body beneath the surface that we've pushed down, you know, and we've ignored. And they're little ones here and there and everywhere. And when you look to them and you search out and you find one, oh, there's pain, and relax. It's just that thought of doing it as well. And then that has its layers within the thought and emotion. These layers all work together as well. So we start to think a little bit differently as well, you know, by just working on physical pain. And suddenly it's easier to deal with things emotionally and feeling wise, you know, all of this sort of stuff. Just suddenly that is a change within ourselves that we're expressing now. You know, when you're observing, you go, I did something different there and it was better, you know, and I acknowledge the change within myself too, which is always important because you're always forever changing.
It's true.
If you allow that, I mean, it's the people that are stagnant with change and can't change. It's like when you're healing someone, you want them to change. And that they don't want to change. I have this condition and this is me. No, change. Change into the healthy mindset.
There's a really good bit in my Reiki book where she's talking about, this is actually a woman out of, I think she's out of Oregon, but she worked in hospitals in New York and teached many doctors the Reiki. And she actually has a whole section in here about the biofield and the, you know, the quantum physics aspect of it, you know, which we've talked about, which is how it all makes sense. But she has a really good story in here towards the end, and her name's Pamela Miles. It's Reiki. Whenever I do this, you can't see it, so Reiki, a comprehensive guide is what it's called. And she talks about this client, her patient she had, and the patient said to her, listen, this was like her third round of having cancer, and she was like, listen, I just want to make it to see my grandchild born, my first grandchild born. That's like my main objective. And she literally said to the woman, I'm not going to tell you that you need to live. I'm not here to put that pressure on you. This is your choice. This is nobody's. And it was like, there was this relief from her. So she accepted the Reiki because she was like, okay, I have a choice here, right? And lo and behold, the Reiki worked for her to go see the birth of her first grandchild, and she passed away shortly after.
She got exactly what she manifested.
Exactly what she manifested, exactly what she wanted.
Yeah. I had to go through this with my father as well, because that's exactly what happened with my father. He made it to exactly like it all happened as he saw fit, you know, and that his choice. And allowing there's the rub, you know, but that's what you know you have to do. So do it. So do what you know.
That's something like because that's near and dear to me a little bit in a way, because my dad was diagnosed with leukemia right when I was up against the deadline to get the jab. And it had to do with my work. And in the moment, I said, even if we do a natural aspect to this, because I know with the mental thing, it wasn't going to be like, I was showing them, I was really trying. And today there's been a lot of changes because of the information I've shared with them on making better choices. But I struggled and I took responsibility for that when I didn't need to. when I realized looking back now, it's not my job to save my dad. It's my job to help show him. And so I know I'm here to show my parents something. I know that because they even talk about how different I am, especially from my siblings and everything too. And in general, and like how I've been my whole life, because I have a very different perspective. And I've said to them, I know that the path I'm on and the path I've been on, and that the fact that I'm where I am right now and can talk about this is exactly to get others to see a totally different perspective and see that, you know, you can be happy without this society idea that we built. Like, they don't understand that I want to go off grid and like leave my job that's, you know, so good and all this bullshit. You know, they actually do kind of get it because you know, I shouldn't get into that anyway. So
but you said it yourself there too, it's showing. You're here to show, so that's do. So, and that's be.
Yep.
So it's a very simple thing in the end, isn't it?
Yep.
It's a very simple thing. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. And sometimes it takes like having these kind of conversations to reassure them. Because it's so easy. And this is where I do feel like this kind of community and this kind of energy exchange is important, because it's how it's like you just said something that kind of triggered me a little bit with some things that I've still been struggling with. And it was like, and I know it's like, I know those things, but it was maybe just the way you reworded it or whatever, but it was immediately like, oh, wow. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. So it's good.
The reordering of information. Yeah. It's when it clicks too. And it is like you say, it's like, I knew that. I knew that. So then we can see it's a remembering too.
Yeah.
Just remembering. The more you remember, the easier it gets as well. Like that's what we know for sure. We know these things for sure. You know. So that's the beautiful thing of the path as well. It's rewarding, it's self-rewarding all the time. But again, it's rewarding outside of you as well. And that's patience to see and time of manifestation. Like, it's got to happen. Things have got to work. The better you get, the stronger you get, the quicker your manifestations become. The closer they are to you, the more you can see that I do this, I have this effect.
Yes.
You know, so the easier it becomes. But when it's that far away, and we're taught to sort of do this to keep it that far away as well. So we can't see it. There's too much time in between. Like now, people have a lot of toxins, and it's later when they're dealing with it. They don't know when they're taking the toxin. This is going to cause that. It's too far away, and that's how all these horrible people get away with all the bullshit they're doing as well as this time thing. It's the trick. That's the magic, you know. It's like, no.
Like they've talked about before.
I put it together. I'll see what's happening here. You know, we've got to.
It's perfect because, like she talks about here too, is that the difference with the traditional medicine versus the newer Western medicine is all about maintaining. Like, you want to constantly be working at keeping yourself at this balance, right? And then you won't end up with the whole concept. And so you're saying it's like perfect because they're distracting us from that, putting us in all these to just accentuate.
Think about this. Think about this.
Pill. You need that immediate fix to solve the problem because your mind is so freaking focused on the fact that is like right, and you can't not see it. Sorry, I'm getting a little on a soapbox there. I got a little yelly.
That's it. That's what, like, if we allow, like I call it stopping the world too, where you stop and meditate as well. You put yourself into a space to allow these things to come to mind as well. So we're not placing anything there. It's not the TV placing anything there. It's like, okay, now what has to come out? You know, and that's when all this comes up, and we can see it, you know, and that's dropping your lemon, subliminal, all that subliminal stuff is coming out. So that opens your limit. That's dropping your limit, you know, becoming more limitless.
Yeah.
Facing it.
You know, I wonder how you feel too about like interacting with other people who are going through their own emotions, and like how you immediately can pick up what's actually kind of going on, like where the trauma is coming from. Like with my boss, like with some of the ways she reacts to me, I was like immediately able to see. It was weird. It was like her childhood flashed in front of my face because it was
all very quick. Yeah, when that's how this world works. Images, but it's It's everything. It's like too much for us to process. That's why we're not processing it. But when you know more of it in individual bits, you can put it all together. Oh, I got that.
And I get like
I get many images like that, and it's like you don't know how to use it as well. I mean, that's the tricky part. It's like, but it's not quite there to use. It's there to understand.
Yes.
You know, it just makes things easier to understand. I understand
you. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not putting too much pressure on it. So because this is entirely natural as well, and it's happening more and more as we go forward. So it's allowing that to happen too, and your life becomes easier, especially dealing with people, working with animals, all this sort of stuff with the environment. It's like letting that happen. I've scared myself, you know, there's a point that it's uncomfortable and scary as well, and that's what we're that's us fighting it. It's letting go of that.
Yeah.
Because it is there for greater understanding. And it's this sort of stuff. It's like what we want to do. This is actually allows us to do it, you know, to speak to someone else at a much more deeper level of understanding, where you just get straight to the point, you know, a lot of the times without all the fluff and stuff, which, you know, I look at the way I look at it, the triggering, the anger, the defensive, all of these things is the fluff. It's just that's when you see the other person is so deep into their playing the part, playing the character as well. And you want to go, don't you know you're just playing a character here? You know, don't take it so seriously, right? And because they're in that moment, they're in the ego. They're not fully aware in the moment of feeling the energy. They're in something they've created there, you know, which is usually an illusion.
Yeah.
If it's worry and all of this, it's an illusion. It's a belief they've created. So we create all of those.
Fear is an illusion, right? I mean, it really is. And that's where I feel like it's not real, like that kind of gore and just crazy.
What's real fear? What's real fear? Fear of falling over the cliff or something, going too close to the edge or whatever. Yeah. But that's really, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the warning.
Yeah, I want to stay here a little bit longer. That's cool. You know, so
I think
that's like
you might actually get pushed by your spirit guides if there's truth to that. Yeah.
But that's in all fear, all anxiety. In the end, you always forgive it and say thank you, because I know myself really well now, and I'm not allowing myself. I like forever. I will never go into depression again. What was that shit? I've done that. Thank you very much. It's when people repeat these things and not learn the lesson. Yeah. That's when it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until it's what trauma, what shock do you need to snap yourself out of it?
Yeah. And some people need the near-death experiences sometimes, unfortunately.
The more slower and this longer manifestation too, the more people need a greater shock to snap them out of it. But it's in that knowing that is a path, that is a way to do it. Like even looking at my own pain, like dealing with my phobia, because we know there's a lot of different ways to sort of deal with this sort of stuff when we come to the extreme, like a phobia, a rational phobia as well, right? But I put myself in.
You're in the one place where there's like seriously like large poisonous spiders, right? Australia, like.
Well, there's a couple. There's a few.
And they're poisonous.
You know, there's not millions. Yeah. But also the ones I was afraid of were not poisonous at all. They were, you know, huntsmen's and stuff. It's like the ones I probably should be. Huh?
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it's like the energy that you said, like the fear of it. It's still irrational, because the more that you heighten your energy around that spider, the more likely they are going to actually come after you and attack you. And that's something I've been really aware of, because I also had to get over spider phobia. So now when they are...
Come to grips with reality. Fear is weakness. And then there's a lot of things out there that just attack weakness. If you show no weakness, if you show no fear, there's nothing to attack. They don't see anything. It's not seen. That's how it works, you know. But knowing that is a different thing. Living, doing that, knowing that is a different thing.
One thing I do,
because it is about knowing.
And like one thing I do, because it's still a work in progress, and this is where you're getting at, like the patient thing again, is reminding everyone to be patient with themselves, because it's so easy to get frustrated through this process. And again, it's not, everybody's journey is different, but what was I going to say?
One step at a time.
Yeah.
It is one step at a time.
Yeah.
The first step is the hard.
Because we feel like we only have so much time, and the possible reality is that this is just one little blip.
Yeah.
And all I can say is I don't have to do it again if I don't have to.
well, when you know that for sure too, you give yourself time. Then you have patience.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of expressing that. Then you remind yourself of what you know. You go, oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know. And that's loving yourself too, and going, I'm going to enjoy the journey. It's not I'm happy when this happens. I'm happy when that happens. No, I'm fucking happy now. I'm happy now. And it remains so. It remains so, because it's just a state of being.
Yeah.
Not my happy coffee and coffee makes me happy, or no, it's none of that. I know, but I know it's none of that. So I can just be happy. And that's how simple it is too. That's how stupid, ridiculous, and simple this whole fucking place is as well. Like I'm saying, you let go of that tension, you just be happy. You let go of what's stopping you from being happy.
Yeah.
Which is worry and forward thought and all these things. And when you stop and release it, you stop and release it. So it's a matter of stopping. Allowing ourselves to do that, not stopping ourselves from doing that, because that's uncomfortable for a little while to start. It's breaking through. And we can do that in two ways, basically. I see it, it's that fast way, rip the fucking Band-Aid off. Or it's nice and easy and nice and slow. With most of it, I like to go nice and easy, nice and slow now. But if it's something that I want to, that I can and I know and I'm ready to rip the Band-Aid off, I'll do that. Fuck yeah, I'll just do the shortcut. Which is what I did with the spiders, right? But it was bringing that experience back to the ultimate, to the extreme. So it's full shock. I'm putting myself into that shock mode where I'm shocking myself. So I'm just imagining spiders all over me, crawling all over me. But snap. You just snap out of it. You just, and when you experience yourself doing that quite a few times, like with breathing and stuff like that too, where you're at that point of, I'm going to fucking die. No, you're not going to die. I'm going to fucking die now. No, you're fine. You're going to die. It's that levels of diving as well, where people have to go through these different levels of, I'm going to die. These are all fear and stuff. That's not real. That's not real. We know too, Yeah. So it's knowing that within ourselves, that experience. And when you get over that too, that's an accomplishment that it's like knowing. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and I do feel like I'm pretty close to truly not fearing death. I have, moments where you get that, you're something's, because it's warning you, and so now that you can acknowledge when that happens, and then you go, okay, well, if it's supposed to happen, it happens. But
but that's the path too. You get warnings all the way. Brilliant. Who designed this shit? This is brilliant. Because it's all there. You get you get premonitions and shit. You get the most amazing stuff.
When you open up to it,
subconsciously. Most people do it, all this stuff subconsciously, and don't know what they're doing. Don't know that they are.
That's so good, because
everyone is.
People are like, well, how do you hear, or how do you communicate? And I was like, literally just stop and listen for a minute, and you will hear thoughts come in that you're like, wait a second, where did that come from? And this is what happened to me with speaking with the dead. And it's not like I talk to everybody, but I can just there's certain things that I can sense and I know, but it's because I stopped and I really was listening. And then I've been doing that. And like you said, it's like the premonition thing. It's like, it's telling me, it's like, no, you know this.
You hear.
It's what's going to happen. Yep.
And this is exactly what remote viewing is as well. It's getting bilocating, it's getting out of your own way and just doing it. I mean, because we do it literally all the time. We're doing it all the time. astral traveling, bilocating. Like when we ask ourselves a question, we go there and we do it in that moment. You know, catch yourself doing it one time. It's amazing. You know, when you truly let go of what you're thinking and this ego thing and just allow it to be and show you, and so you're not in the way, boom, that's truth. You know, that's really letting go. That's what we have got forward to look forward to as well. You know, every step of the way we're revealing ourselves, which is wonderful. You know, that's the mystery, right? Like, I'm a mystery, my story, mystery. And that's where the interest lies as well. But when I learn more about myself, I'm learning more about you. I'm learning more about everyone as well. So then you can communicate better as well. Yeah. And then, so what are we doing? That's sharing that experience, sharing that love. Then we're just doing that more and more naturally anyway, doing by showing.
And that's where these kind of conversations happen where it's like you said, it's like we get rid of it. We're not talking about the bullshit. Yeah, if we have to get to the point, we do, but we end up just having these like long philosophical, like non-triggering type of conversations.
Yeah, you wish you could have conversations like this with your mother and da 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 da. Yeah, but no, they're on their journey. That maybe one time, yes, but there's also so much happening. You know, beyond what is seen as well. That all of this stuff that you wish and want is all happening at the same time as well. You know, if we can acknowledge that too, that's a huge step in our sort of expansion. Because when you know that that's how powerful your thoughts and stuff are, you are manifesting all of that instantly. Like even dreams, which is a world that's beyond to itself as well. But that's real. You know, it's not, it's your reality. It's your experience, so you're experiencing that.
Exactly. I just had a really long... Yeah. And what I can tell you too from your brain activity, then to me it's real. What you're experiencing, what I watch people go through, and what they'll tell me they dreamt about, to me it's real. Especially some of the vividness. Well, and not only that, I mean, I did have that story about the Coast Guard who went through it was kind of this tragic shipwreck, and shipmates were killed, and they were trying to cover it up and pretend it never happened. And he literally recreated the whole scene in his sleep, and then he was able to say, like, this was real, this happened. That's what he needed. He needed that. Like, his whole life had become about that at that point too, you know.
And it's like it's funny when you look at it in hindsight too, where it's that bloody easy. I wish I knew right at the start that a lot of these things are that bloody easy. We can go and see it straight away, you know. But that's what we are realizing as well. So it's like patience in the journey as well, because you want to know everything. Everyone does too. I mean, that is what that's part of the experience here. But the truth is, the real truth is, you do know everything. This paradox that we have. And
I have recently exactly. And I was going to say, I have recently kind of beat myself up too about not waking up sooner, because there were so many drops, like 2 drops. Like I always remember I had this roommate, and she was learning Reiki, and she was younger than me, and she was going through a whole other journey too. And I mean, because her choice of relationships, just like, you know, she was definitely on a journey. But she had the chakra tattoo, you know, up her neck. And that was like my first ever, I didn't know about the chakras until then, you know, and it's like, how did I not, was beating myself up the other day, and this is where I have to catch myself. I'm doing a lot better job with that. Like,
it appeared when you were ready for it though. That is
that's what I was saying to myself.
You had to understand it in a certain way. You had to lose certain beliefs first to allow you to fully understand it and stuff. Because
I was also judging
their different. The hard part is everyone's in their different spot there, you know. So, like, the more you can identify where they are, it's not good. It's nothing like that. But it's just knowing where you are.
Yeah.
Is also understanding other people, knowing where they are. Great.
Yeah.
Because we can see a story here, you know, and it's the same story for everyone to a certain degree. We all experience it with our own uniqueness, but it is the same story overall. So once we acknowledge that story, we can see, okay, where are we in this story? Where are you in this story? Where are we? Where is our group consciousness in this story and stuff as well? Which are the different layers. It's very interesting. Yeah, because there's also like the group consciousness we kind of separate from a little bit as well, where it's like, that's not me. You know, because look at the group consciousness. Where is it going? You're like, where is most people going? They're killing themselves. Like, that's not me. So there's this new consciousness forming, which now it's just when it does that, when it does this tipping point, because this is self-destructive in its own right. Like, if you want to die, so you're going to die. That's what's going to happen, right? And then this overpowers. So that is that change in cycle as well. How long that takes, you know, who knows? I don't know, but it seems to be getting quicker and quicker. So a tipping point.
If you know, it does make me wonder, like, if Archaics, because he knows all the reset dates and stuff, if you can correlate that with like the four examples, you know, for the pole shift concept, like where they're able to say like the pole shifts happened at these times, because it would be kind of interesting.
See, it's the same as what I'm saying there. The change in this cycle, so change in magnetics. I would say all of these things are flipping. It's just it's slower. Like, people want to put a date on it as well, but like even Archaics data would be around that. So it's leading up to it. All these smaller things happening in many places, and that's why it all looks like you can't really sort of put a thing down to one time period here. This is massive big thing happened or whatever. There's a lot of little ones going different times, all of that. That's where a lot of Jason stuff makes so much sense to me. This time aspect has to be considered. You know, definitely. And it is proportion. Like, and no wonder, you know, the pyramids are this perfect proportion where it shows in the numbers of dates times this, of course, and that's our perfect proportion as well. It's like that sort of wave. Like, if you imagine the brain waves, it's very slow here, long and slow, and then but then you look at the entire length of that and you go, where's the middle? Like, you can't put it directly in the middle there, can you? You want to go more to this side. You want to go more here because they're longer. Now we've got time in this picture.
So that's kind of funny, because when we score sleep study, we focus towards the end of the week. We scored in 30-second frames. So we always focus on what's happening towards the end of that frame versus we do pay attention, but it's like what more or less what's going to influence what stage we say they're in is the end. Sorry. So just to me, it was like, I have a little picture too, if I can find it really quick. I won't take too much time, but of like the brain waves. And the one thing I do like to explain is, like, when I show this, what it looks like, it's not a great example. Like, I really need to pull up like when I score sleep studies, I'd like to show, because you can't just take one line. You can't just take one part of the brain. You have to take the entire thing so you can see the whole. And that was why I got good at scoring, because I loved looking at that whole pattern, and I could barely look at it, or I could tell, like, with just the tiniest movement, I was like, oh, they're going into REM. And me and my doctor, my first work where we used to have this sleep onset. It was like that's when the patient officially falls asleep, and it's actually really hard to tell because they're going alpha. It's alpha in, you know, obviously, like, in going into theta and going like deeper, but it's you can't always tell right away because it almost looks anonymous, and you have to look for other cues. But then you'll see the slightest change, and if you measure it, you can actually, you know, getting down to the actual specifics of how long the wavelength is. You can say, but you don't need to do that. You can just look at it and you know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's pattern recognition. That's what we do naturally. Like, we don't have to teach ourselves this. Like, this is how our brain works all naturally. So it's like this sort of intelligence is actually letting go to allow your brain to do what it does and see the patterns, see the differences, see the similarities, and correlate them, and you know, find the difference. That's how brain does it naturally, you know. So when the pattern recognition, that's part of the proving it yourself, where you see it again and again, and you can go, "This is what's going to happen," you know, and it's a knowing because I see a pattern, and this, and but we see that in everything too. Like I see a pattern of what's happening in the greater world and where people are going, and this sort. That's you know that's why we know too.
How many people who are not awake have I've had some people lately come up to me and say, like, you know that the famine's going to happen, and not just because history tells us this, is what they'll tell us. And it's exactly, look at it. Yeah. Sorry, one second. I'll be right back. I just have to close the door.
But also there in if whoever's worrying about that yes, they can create that own reality for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They can experience that famine if they want to. But, you know, there's a different form of awareness there where you go, yeah, I see that happening everywhere. But will I experience famine? No, I'm not going to experience hunger, no. I might do some fasts and stuff, you know, but I'll be thriving. Thank you very much, you know.
Yeah. That's how I was about to laugh. Like, we're going to be the ones, like, everyone's going to be running around freaking out. We're just going to be sitting out, like, in the Indian style in the sun.
It's pretty easy. Stop running around. That you're using all this energy you don't have anyway. You know, it's like people do these survival shows and stuff too. Which, for one, if you label it survival, well, you're going to be having a hell of a time trying to survive. Survive. But if your mindset is thrival, well, then you're going to thrive, then, aren't you? You know, because there is the reality that I can do a 30-day fast or whatever and feel great all the way through it and not really know myself, but I'm not in that famine, hunger mindset, because that's what will happen. If I'm in, you know, you could die in a week with that mindset and your body loses all this. What's the difference here? Why is the 30-day fast a cool, sweet? That was an amazing experience. Like, and they probably gained a bit of weight as well. So, like, what?
This is good too. My grandmother stayed alive for 2 weeks on just sponge water. So, and just laying in a bed. I mean, she was, you know, her consciousness was technically not there, but I can tell you, I got a reaction out of her. I got, you know, like real life movement through whatever coma like state she was in. But just the fact that she survived like that for 2 weeks, and we're told, like, how many days did they say?
It's also like body on auto too.
So, say that again.
You've truly separated from your body as well. Like, you're not putting your ego in your body, and it's like, it just goes into a homeostasis.
And she was
and does what it needs to do as well. It's like, how much recovery time do you need? Your body, it's different for everyone, but it'll do what it does naturally. Then it says, like, you're fucking this up. You get out of the way. We need to separate so the body can. So I could just heal, and then you can come back. You can come back, you know. It's the same as like shocking. Like, this is where a lot of that, like the child trauma and the trafficking and all this sort of the nasty part of this comes into it too, where you're shocking a child, so they're leaving their body. So now I can split the personalities and whatnot as well. You know, it's using this knowledge that we have, and even like moving between the different, when it's shock to going between different states, that lack of memory. You know, that's why people don't remember. Like, a lot of people get the aha moment and then forget it straight away, right? There's a big burst of theta, right? It's a big burst of theta is this aha moment, and then you're out of it. You're like, what just happened?
I've been there.
It was good though. It was good, whatever it was. For when I do it, this is something for people too. When I do it, when I get the aha, I go, and I will remember that. I will remember this.
Yeah.
So you've just given intent and stuff too. So when you do come back, you're like, hey, guess what? And I remember it.
I like that. I'm going to practice that.
Awareness in the moment, observing, awareness. You go, right, I know what normally happens. This is what I'm changing now. And then let it happen. And you go, oh, yeah, right. That's how this works.
Like a process of meditation, almost like the thought process you go through to okay, there it is. That because like that's something that people don't talk about. You don't just immediately sit down and go into a meditative state. It takes a little bit. Like you do have to work out your own inner crap a little more, and then find out what is your meditation. Like what, because it's not everybody.
The more you do it, the more you can just go into it. When you work out those little things about what you're doing as well, it's like I tell people, if you want to learn to hypnotize, work out how you hypnotize yourself to sleep every time you go, every night. Be observant in those moments and what you're doing. Really observe yourself and see and experience what's happening. Now you know it. You know yourself. So now we can use those. Like I know just physical things as well. It's like if you really want to put yourself down fast, that's what you do. You end up in that state. So that snoring part too. So you can change your breathing to that snoring. So that moment before the snore, right, where you go like that's into snoring, but it's just that moment before. So you don't go into the snoring. But you just
want to actually have like the
obstructive position.
Yeah. And you kind of envision doing it. That's a good, yeah.
You can put your eyes down too. So when you put your eyes down, so if you're going into a nap, sitting up or something, you put your eyes down. That immediately helps your body go down. So there's these physical things that we can do too that can really bring it on. So you can. Yeah. It's those things that we work out we're doing. Like for me, like I haven't really heard anyone talk about that, to be honest, like that moment before snoring, and I can really push myself down very fast in doing that if I let go and do it.
Yeah.
But I've never really heard about anyone do it. I just worked out that that's what I do, and I can just go down really quick when I need to. It's like, it's like when you do it, you go, there's got to be an easier way, and because you've questioned yourself as well, you're teaching yourself, and you go, there is an easier way.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of the whole thing. We do know it.
Yeah. It makes sense to me, and also like because, and it's also funny to me because like some people, it's not just because you snore doesn't mean that you're having an obstructive apnea. And I have had people tell me that the snoring, like a patient's partner tell me that the snoring had become like a white noise and it was actually like relaxing. And so you're kind of making me think of like the hum that kind of probably comes from that too a little bit. And that's just like a relaxing state.
Well, it's a deep breathing. Yeah. So if you hear that, you kind of feel that too. Yeah. Well, that's it. So when you're in those moments of deep meditation, you're breathing differently. So you become aware of that, and you go, "This is my breathing when I'm." So if you just go straight to that breathing, what you're doing naturally, you just go straight there. I mean, breathing is the fastest way, in anything as well. I mean, like in terms of anxiety, you were talking about like moments of anxiety and stuff like this. It's like situational anxiety, I'd call that, not the long term, just the situational. And it's moments to bring ourselves back really fast. It's like, for me, the fastest method that I've found to date is a breathing technique. It's called there's a guy who wrote a book about it. It's heartbeat synchronization, basically. It went through a few different names, but and literally it's synchronizing your breathing with your heartbeat, and you just instantly go into it's what that Heart Math Institute, you'll see with their graphs and stuff, when you get into that green area. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm in this green area where it's nice and good for me, and I feel great and I feel relaxed, where your rhythm is nice and smooth, like this beautiful sine wave as well. And usually to do that, you've got this heart rate monitor going on, and you're seeing a biofeedback bloody program, where it shows you the green. So I know what I'm doing now is relaxed and in sync breathing and whatnot, which brings your mind to alpha, and you're in parasympathetic and this too. And you'll go out of it red, ding, so now I bring my consciousness back to it, do what I was doing but what are you doing? So this guy worked out is when you synchronize to your pulse, and basically it's 12 breaths. Interesting. So if you can count to 12, and it's that natural position where our heart rate is speeding up and slowing down, and you're right in the middle there, where it's slowing down, speeding up, and that's when you know you're in sync. Right?
Yeah.
That's when you know your heart's just gone to this perfect sine wave, and that's literally the fastest way to get from a panic attack. So you're having a full-blown panic, which is just situational anxiety, but at its extreme, right? Where you have I have no control over this. That you do.
And that's what's interesting.
And lo and behold, your heart's pumping in these moments when you need to listen to your heart.
Yeah. What's interesting too with apnea is that over time the patients end up developing a faster breath rate, and oftentimes, like, I'm commenting, like, mild hyperventilation, and then you're showing that increase in the heart rate too. You see kind of a flex of patients though, because you see this anxiety side where it's not really sleep. It's not a breathing disorder. It's definitely brain activities causing the like I used to tell people, like, I could just do that on their door, and I could wake the patient up really easily. Actually, I could do it on like a wall, and there's like a big barrier between us, and they're that sensitive. It's the Princess and the Pea concept, It's like they're that sensitive.
This type of person as well, like in waking day, if you went up behind them and went, "Hey," and they didn't see you, that's the type of person as well, that waking you up like that. So how sensitive are you to the shock and stuff as well?
Yeah.
I tell you, that's workable. It's the same as, like, I will use a TENS unit with electricity. Right.
Sorry, I was being aware of your biofield. So if they're sneaking up on you, it's because you're going to be able to sense them before they actually.
You're not aware of it, that you snuck up on them, so they're not aware of this patient. Yeah, exactly what you're saying.
They don't have. Yeah, they're missing that ability because it's weak, and so they can't feel. It's sort of like there, right? Yeah.
They don't even feel it, don't even see it, they're unaware, unconscious of what's happening to what's controlling them. That's the hardest part. Like you have all the control in the world. But we can work with that as well. Like, I've worked with that myself. It's the same as with pain. A lot of things we deal with pain. We know a lot of things about ourselves. Like the TENS unit that I use, which is electrically stimulating. Right, I keep going until I can crank that baby up to its maximum number 10, and it's not shocking me. It's just electricity going through my body.
Where do you use it?
All over, everywhere. I have 2 different ones.
Almost like acupuncture points where you're trying to, like, get connections to happen.
So that's
because I don't know.
Have 2 different ones. So I have one like this.
Done this, like, is that where you learned it from? Oh,
this is one of them, but this is then a point, so I can do this. Over the face, you only go very light.
Oh, I see. And then
so I can go to any point as well.
Think about all the muscles you're stimulating in your face when you do that. But I'm just curious, did you read about this somewhere to use it in this form? Because this makes sense to me with the acupuncture point kind of idea.
I was always like, acupuncture I learned very early. I have one of the original books, the Apple, goes through all the points. And so for me, TFT and anything to do with acupuncture came very natural to me, because I'm like, yes, I've used all these points and I know they work. As well. It's when you take the time and do it, you're really discovering yourself. But there's so many ways we can work with those points. Here's another way that I use, which is in my bag of tricks here, which is a little laser, the red laser, right? So this is red light therapy as well.
Yep.
But this you're using on.
I know about that, and I'm going to do an episode. I want to do an episode on it. Yeah.
Same again. You're working on pathways and points.
Because
and very easy, simple.
So to me, actually, both of those combined is like Reiki, because if you actually sit and really feel a person's hand, it will warm up and it will start pulsating.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. There's also a machine I built.
Oh, really?
Let's
see
it's
what.
called an aura cleanser. It's the easiest machine I've ever built in my life. But it's a health machine, right?
Oh, cool.
This is it. This is the simple version.
Okay, so all I really see right now is like
3, 4, 5, 10 D-cell
10
batteries.
Okay.
All the positives are together, and all the negatives are like series together here, but then they're in 2 together, 2, 4. So we have 3 volts in total here. And all you do, so I have one side connected, and I use those earthing mats that I showed you.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's already, you could get, like, for everyone else, this is what I'm talking about. It's like an earthing mat, but it's like made of silver wire, so it's conductive. So then I can place. so this machine doesn't, like, there's no energy flowing, right?
Okay.
All I've got then is one side of this, either positive or negative, connected to the mat. So I become a floating positive or a floating negative. But then what you do is every 15 minutes you then swap it over to negative.
Oh.
15 minutes, flip it over to negative. And this is actually designed from someone doing healing, laying on of hands. So they would do like a counterclockwise movement of the hands. And then after 15, 20 minutes, do the other way, clockwise. So we're charging up a cell and decharging a cell.
That's something that I've been doing on my own, knowing that I'm supposed to do both the counter and, because like I used to keep telling, Sarah, don't do
you get the feeling of heat from doing it. I can't remember which way, but one way you'll get that feeling of heat.
Yes.
And then you'll release it, pulling it down. So yeah, that's the energy, and this apparently does the exact same thing. So instead of, like, they used to have teams of people do that. So like 4-hour shifts or whatever, the next healer comes in and works on the area, works on the person, and they keep doing that for like 3 days or something. But this way, and you can have these done up where it's on a sort of a timer. That's the next sort of phase of this, and it switches. And so this lasts for a very long time. And what it's called is aura cleanser. So you're constantly reversing polarities, charging and dumping, right? So it's a full detox, a full cleanse. It's like what we're doing too with our muscles, where we tense it. Like, you're better off tensing it as hard as you can tense it and release it as much as you can tense it. So it's this full cycle.
Yeah. Very cool. Fascinating.
Very cool. And it works really well. I've noticed some things from it as well. It's like a lot of these things is hard for me to test, so I test it over time and stuff like this. But it's like this sort of thing, you'll see more response from a sick person. Like, I just feel good. So if I can feel better, like, well, good.
Yeah. Do you get any kind of sensation from it specifically, or not necessarily? Like, it's just something you can.
There's a warming sensation, tiny bit. I think it's still subtle for me there in the pad itself, in whatever you connect it to, you get that. So it's like, and that's how they designed it as well. That same energy they felt was there. So it's doing the thing, and then tested on a whole bunch of people. But this is all anecdotal, anecdotal evidence.
You're actually bringing it into more of a contextual aspect that the people who are very science oriented and not spiritual oriented can get behind. And this is sort of the boundaries I want to break, because I think as soon as you can see that science is spiritual, then you immediately.
Yeah, like, I'm very logical and science minded, but a lot of the things I knew, I had to back up in that mentality, in that logical reason way. So it was kind of, I already know the answer. And it's trusting that too. Like, I already know, but I do have to go through this to prove it or whatever, or to explain it to someone else so they can get it how I feel it or know it as well. So it's that working with ourselves as well. It's like trusting yourself. So that's really what we're doing. You do know the answer. You do know what you're doing. You are teaching yourself. You'll realize later. But, you know, in the moment, it's hard to see.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can see how many times I was, trying to teach myself a lesson now from my past. Do you mind if we take a quick break when I grab some water real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Okay. Nir, is that you from Ish, or is that a different Nir? Hey, Keith. Keith is Astro.
Still there too. Hey, Brian.
Yeah, Brian, still with us. Oh, hey, Em, you back?
Right.
And Indigo's still here. I'm really glad you guys are still here. I know we've probably warned some of you out, but this is stimulating conversation. Learns a bunch. I'm learning. This is why I was like, I knew I wanted you to come on too, because like I've seen you talk with Bernai and stuff, and Campbell, and I just knew you've got a wealth of information. So thank you.
I can talk forever.
I know. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna put on a quick video and then I'm gonna grab some water. Let's do this one that he did.
In this life in them, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I calculate not a lot really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, but therefore it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo. I do find I still have the talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, but I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end of it. Like when I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10 I'm on it, I must say. Hopefully that hasn't unjinxed.
Hello. Oh man, we've been going for over 6 hours. Woo. Okay, so who's still here? What? Hello, come back, Rich. Is that really you? Get your butt back on here. I'm just kidding. When Callan comes back, we'll do a check-in here, but we probably will wrap up in maybe the next 30 minutes or so, just because it'll be noon for me. And as much as I love this conversation, I need to take my dogs outside. And I also, that's kind of like, I never take my phone with me. I think I've told you guys that. and that's sort of my time to kind of regroup every day. And I always try to go out barefoot several times a day. Hi, sweetie. Just a gorgeous dog. And then look at those eyes. Oh my goodness. Hi. What are you doing? You see
those eyes right away, didn't know. Yeah.
God, he's so gorgeous.
And little. He's tired. I just put another lot of He still has a thing with reflection and windows and stuff too. So when it's dark outside and he sees reflection in the windows, it's like, what's going on? What's there? What's there? Something there. And I'm like, hello, it's me. And he's like, did you see that?
Oh. Hi, Vividness. I didn't say hi to you earlier.
Hey, Vivid.
Thank you for hanging out.
Marathon.
Yeah. There is a point where I was actually shocked because I know maybe it's that you're kind of catching back up again with being live too, but I get worn out after Sundays because like usually we're on for so long, and then usually I hop on a call with like one of the Goonies or something after, and we're on for like 4 hours, you know. Yeah.
It's always usually like a 3-hour blocks that happens. So we've done 2 3-hour blocks, but if it's someone I haven't talked with before or just meeting or something, some reason it's always like a 3 hours, boom. Feel good.
For me, it's like 4. That's weird. It's like 4. And then there's like that 30-minute buffer of, hey, you know, you say goodbye. No, you say goodbye. You know, like you hang up.
And there's that. Yeah. And it's
yeah.
Really? 3 hours, 4 hours, like 6 hours doesn't feel like that for me. It just feels like because you're in a conversation that's enjoyable. Exactly. So it's only the painful ones that last forever. It's like, damn, you know, or they get really quick, like the trigger, and it gets really heated, and it's over in an instant as well. There's that, yeah. It's like sometimes we want that to happen as well, so I don't have to talk to that person and stuff as well. It's like all of these things we go through, you know, it's like we really have to understand why we're doing it to change it as well.
Exactly.
That's Richie.
Yeah. He popped in the chat, but he's like I said, he's done what I get. And I like what I like is I actually reflect on our show like all week long, and you know, it's because there's so much, like I said, that's coming in. But like one of the things I need to do, I'm probably going to
allowing yourself to do that is a big thing, because that's when we realize stuff anyway. It's like what people said to me years ago. You know, those seeds other people left for you and stuff as well. They start to come in. I know that weird guy I was talking about. It usually is that. It's like, or mum said something just profound or whatever, but you realize it like she was dead.
Because I have moments like that in my life where, again, I have met people and they planted that seed in a way. And I've always joked that I hope, like how you just described it, that people look back and go, yeah, you remember that weird girl that was like going off? I hope that people look back at me like that. I have had some validation where I've been talking about this before, and I was pushing because I knew something weird was happening when they were pushing the masks, but with the flu V. And I had some people. I had some people come back and they were like, Sarah, everything you said, you know, came true. And it wasn't like everything I said, but it was like, to me, that felt good and validating.
My mum said that as well. She said, I was sitting down with your brother today and we were discussing how every single thing that you've said has come true. And that's how she's phrased it and everything too. And it's not everything, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
my parents can't see that yet, like, but yeah.
You know, at the time, you know, I wish like a lot of the time you said that was negative, and it really wasn't coming from a negative. You know, it was coming from love. It was all coming from love, but it's taken it. You know, it's like that thing of passion as well, which can be seen as that defensive state. Why are you so defensive? I'm not defensive. I'm just passionate about what my experiences are. Yeah, but it's taken as wants to be taken as well. It's like a lot of those those conditions, those situations, we don't really have that much control over that anyway. Yeah, so like not to get passionate, or we can choose that level of energy of that passion and stuff when
you can exactly. You can still bring it up. You can still be in the high vibe. I will say that when I get a little overlated, I do kind of come to a point where I'm like, okay, if I just maybe I need to take it down, like just a nudge, not a lot, but just a nudge, just to balance it.
To stay in control as well, because we do know when we're at a heightened state. This is eustress. So I'm not talking about distress here. This is passion, eustress. Yeah. So it's a lot of the same stuff going on, but this is for a positive use. But when we're in those states, it's hard to control as well. We can be guided. We can be, a moth following the flame. Oh, the flame's over here now. Because it's the both of those states, because they're so similar as well. So distress can be used for that, stress, anxiety. Look at the flame over here. I'll promise you, you get to the flame, it's all going to feel better for you. The new normal, come and get it.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I have control over that. Here's where it is for me.
It's sort of like watching people get like excited because like right during all this chaos, they started talking more about the concept of us being like cyborgs or just more bionic type options. And so that I've watched like my parents go from being excited about that to being like, hold on guys, wait a second. Like, you're not for Musk. He's the one talking about putting chips in your brain. What do you think is like going on? That kind of a thing, just opening up that.
Well, and it's when people can relate to it at that personal, like, it's what's in it for me. What's in it for me? But when they can relate the things to, so it's a matter of knowing them as well. The more you understand someone, you know what affects you, and that is kind of manipulative, but to a way that's benefiting them and everyone around as well. It's like sometimes we know that Band-Aid needs to be ripped off. You have to see this is affecting you, and seeing it from the outside as well. It's like, I know, someone's done that to themselves. I know you will be affected by that. How that manifests is going to be different for everyone. Is different for everyone, but it's that knowing there as well. So then you choose how. Like, it's not going to be a "fucking told you so." It's not going to be that, is it? That's a choice.
I did think that my parents did, like, I did manifest, I think, the first one. I think from that potentially is where the leukemia could have came into play. But after that, I had started focusing, because like when I had to get it, you probably heard me talk about how I was like manifesting saline. And I was really, really focusing on that. And I was focusing on, and then it came out in the news that all these, like, they had, all these people had gotten it just saline. And, but with my parents, I really feel that they did moving forward.
It's how the puzzle works. It's how the trick works. Saline has to be used. It's when you look at it logically, and this is what has to happen. They know certain things. They know what they're doing is wrong, right? We know that. So in doing that, it has to be set up to be believable, and that's a big part of how that's accomplished. Yeah.
To make it almost
like I knew someone who had to take it for no one I've ever talked to has taken this thing for a reason, for a virus. Not one have I talked to. It's for travel, for this. I had to see my children, this sort of stuff. I had to cross state to get my children, stuff like this as well. And there's hope that where that person knew that it was wrong, had some own manifestations of themselves to sort of help them get this saline shot sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
But this was after the fact for me as well, so it's not like I could help in any way in the moment now. It's like, for me, it's like, so what happened there? But unfortunately, from a lot of the effect, from situations that happened and stuff, it's like you didn't get that saline shot. And again, too unaware of what's happening as well. It's like the step one there is even if you know that it's not a saline shot, you know that you got
Yeah.
Well, it's acknowledging that and being aware of that. You may have a chance.
And
You know,
and like what I did is I imagined if I did get it that I was like my body was detoxing it and that I was pushing it out, and I was giving myself like little lymph massages, like especially in that area to push that stagnant energy. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's also like when it comes down to genes and all this sort of stuff as well, because we're at a next level of this sort of stuff. But I don't even necessarily believe in genes and how it's sort of laid out in front of me. So I can't say for sure what's happening there. But in terms of a template, I do know there's a template. And I do know there's a pure template. Like our stem cells are a pure template. And there's always a way to reset the template. I know that for sure. I can do that with seeds as well. It's been done with seeds. It's been experimented with seeds. So there are ways.
Well, yeah, think about resetting your immunity. It takes 3 days. So what happens? Isn't it 7 days and your cells start to regenerate?
There's all these different times for different cells throughout the body, but in the end, it's taken you 30-something years or something. You're basically regenerated completely. But you're always releasing stem cells, from your spine, from the template. It's like when you do a lot of sort of the relaxing and working with your pain and stuff, you realize that we have waves of energy from our spine. When we can tap into that or tap onto that or ride those waves with relaxation involved in that as well. So it's like waves of relaxation from our central core out. But when we visualize too, when we make use of our imagination and visualize that, this is like a white, pure liquid light coming from the center of our being outward. That's a cleansing. And that's a template. That template is full spectrum. That's full light. That's that stem cell, which can turn into everything it has to be. It can turn into any cell, but it's the beginnings of it's all information. So when we know that, when we understand these things, yes, there's a chance to reset this. But first, it's admitting that's a huge step here. Like even just knowing that you've put poison in is not enough. There's a lot of levels of understanding what you've done, in this now, because a lot of the previous things is just poison that we're dealing with on a mass of poison. But when you put it into a bloodstream, this is like we have a lot of mechanisms to stop that happening. But when that's straight in there, they got straight into the live stream. So that's a different level of detoxing and stuff, which is where I got my autism and shit from. So it's been years to get rid of that, detox that stuff, and to rebuild cells, to regrow cells, to rebuild my mind, the elasticity and the neuro pathways, to rebuild all that shit. Yeah. And intently, I was doing this for this reason. I'm rebuilding this because I know there's something wrong here and I'm rebuilding. I have to give myself all the things I need for that pathway. That's intent, and that's intent over years. I think it's one of the hardest things to deal that anyone should have to deal with. But I learned so much from doing that, of how we work and how the brain works and all this as well, because I had to do it. It was only the experience of doing. Yeah, that's the only reason I was interested in any, like, all our interest and what we have interest in is for you, is to help you, is everything you need to balance yourself in the moment. It's like all of that knowledge is for a reason. Like those awakenings we have and stuff as well, where we see like our whole life leading up to this moment. That's what all that means too. I was going in these routes of balancing all the time with one thing in mind: balance, 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 balance. Sometimes, most of the time where I'm going away from balance, like this is me seeing my whole life in a live stream sort of thing, where it's just coming out of me. And this is me giving this experience, letting go of these experiences too, where it's like I was going the wrong way in my heart was pure love. I wanted to balance, like everything was intent to balance, but because it was a wrong belief or whatever, I thought I was helping myself, but going not towards balance, going away from balance, making it worse until it got too worse, stopping that, going on to something else, so we can see ourselves flipping between and trying different things and all of this too. We're always on that path, always on that path of balance. It's literally when we step out of the way and allow that, you know, and a lot of the modalities and things I work with in helping and teaching other people or allowing other people to see their own sort of stuff is many different ways, because I've done them myself. I didn't have anyone sort of showing me or teaching me. It was literally from myself, just being in that moment of listening, right? So it's like this biofield with the tuning forks and stuff as well. It's Eileen Day McCusack as well. Yeah. I have her book. But I didn't read the book straight away. Like, I'd seen enough to sort of spark that imagination, right? So all I needed was a tuning fork. Didn't have a tuning fork, but I have my imagination, right? So I've ordered one, and there's one coming, and I'm like, can't wait for that. Because I know too, it's like, I can do it. I don't need it. It's in my imagination. I have one right here. And everyone does too. You don't need you have the perfect tuning fork right here. Here it is. Look.
It's weird because as soon as you said that, all I can hear now is like as if you were literally just, I can hear it right now. And I got tingling.
I hit it once. And because I'm controlling this, it's my imagination. It just keeps going. I don't have to keep re-hitting it all the time, which is what you do with the tuning. It's like, hit it again. But it all works. And all I did was put myself in that space of listening, active listening, observing, and going, what's going to happen? And you just slowly move it around and go, oh, shit, oh, fuck. And you surprise yourself. I'm feeling this. You know, and it disappears or whatever, and you're feeling something within you. You're connecting these things yourself. So you just do what works. You're fumbling around, discovering, oh shit, there's a color that comes along with this. There's that feeling that comes along with this. Oh, if I'm in this space, this works stronger. This works better. If I'm here, or do it at this time or whatever. All of these things, when we learn it ourselves, we're making our own tools, we're making our own modalities and stuff like this. And then I get the book, and I think after, when you read the book or whatever, and you go, you know what? If I had read this book before, I just got I know this works. Now how do I use it? And I discover all these things I would never have discovered if I'd read the book first. But after reading, now I understand the book more, and I understand what she's talking about more down on, because I've just experienced it myself. It's more real. So it's like everything's there for you as well. It's like before you eat, it's just the idea. And if you know your imagination is as powerful as it is, you'd use it more. It's like most, and it is a testing thing too. It's that proving thing.
I need to use it more. And this is why they throw the TV in front of you, because it's just a perfect distraction not to use your own imagination. Because it's so quick. That's going to fill this void but if I sat within myself, I might have to get through a few things. But then once I get through that, then it's like opening up like the doors of Narnia, the closet.
It gets easier and easier and stronger and stronger. And as you work on your imagination, because what you're doing is practicing that imagination in the physical with all of this as well. So it is new to us. So when we build that up strong, everything gets easier, quicker, faster, stronger. So the more of that we put in, that's real investment. That's a real investment.
Yeah.
We are literally that, and I think that understanding of how powerful we are when it comes to that, people are understanding now that it's coming into being, where people just get that and go, you know what, I might try that. I know it to be real. That what they're saying makes sense. Oh, and there's studies that actually back this up and stuff as well. Like all of this stuff is ready for us to actually know it and try it. But it is really only in the end just about giving it a shot, trying it, and go, I know it. And it's always afterwards, yeah, I did know that, and see, it happened. Like,
yeah.
oh. And at the start, some things don't happen.
Well,
You're waiting and nothing happens, and you're not ready, but you still try again for some reason.
And there's
you
things
try
that
again.
you're not like, you kind of forget that you asked for that happened, and so you're not like actually fully aware of your power because you're not seeing it exactly. You have to, because that's
back as
like,
well.
you want big things, but it comes in small packages, right?
You might learn something like you've already learned at 100% and then forgotten about it for years, and now suddenly it comes back with full force, and you go, but you know it at this different level now. It's like your basics, you've done your basics 101 or whatever, but now, I'm now ready to have this understanding at a different level. So it comes back with importance or whatever. It's important that I do this again or whatever. Yeah. It's like spinning of chakras and stuff like this as well. It's like, I know now, what I've been doing for a very long time. It's basically chakra spinning, right? And we know that increasing our vibration is a good thing. What we're doing is increasing our spin, and we're increasing those chakra spins, those vortexes, and speeding them up. So if you know you're doing that, we'll do it.
Sorry, explain to me what a chakra spin is.
So a chakra is a vortex, and it's a spinning vortex, right?
Yeah. So like when you're explaining that you're doing this, like you're activating this spin, or
yeah. I mean, and what I'm saying is just do it. So you know, like I've explained how a chakra works, but there's a lot of experience getting to that point of this is what's happening, because there's not only those, there's and different religions will talk about it differently, or different like Tibetan monks, it's more like 7, but they're in different areas and stuff. It's not like they're not there; they are there.
Yeah.
But, so it's more than 7 chakras that's told to us in one way. In another way, like the Tibetan, the lamas, it's like there's one in each knee. There's one in the lower chakral. There's the sex organs. There's one to the right of your body.
Yeah.
Here to the center, to the right here.
Yeah.
Right, and then the next one is the throat. Right, the base of the throat. Yeah. Then the next one is the back.
Remember that? Is that similar to? Remember the Jovian chart that I was showing you that last time? Mine. And I was showing you. Was that real similar to the layout? Right. Okay.
Yeah. And it's funny how I see this in different literature and different science studies and stuff as well, because that spot there is also another spot, which is here. This spot here is also another spot discovered by someone else who did hands-on healing and stuff, and reading his work, I'm like, that's interesting. They've done tests with Tesla coils, like flat pancake Tesla coils with energy going through, and that's a spot where they just test these things and they find a spot, and that feels good. And they're testing, and then on more and more people, and it's interesting how it's that spot, right?
Yeah.
And these spots sort of overlap.
Yeah. Like acupuncture, right?
But also the chakras relate to your glands, or the 7 gland.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
So activating. So in spit, and you've connected this too. You've connected this in your. So you went. I know. So this is already connected for you. So when you spin a chakra and you make it go faster, because you've connected those things and you're aware of these things as well, they all act. So you release those hormones, you more and more, like growth hormones and stuff as well. So the way I do it, a very simple way to do it is, if you're activating everything, I want you to light your entire brain up to do it, because this is how we work. This is how you activate the program, right? And this is how you change programs as well. It's spatial, physical, inside, outside. You light all of these things up at once, and it's within a thought field too. I mean, you bring that thought field forward, so it is TFT, thought field therapy, where you have to tune in the system. that, you know, this is, you tune in the pain to work on that pain. It has to be tuned in. So that's the tuning involved in it. So what I do is literally you visualize. So there's spatial, there's left and right brain working as well. So it's balanced, and you're visualizing that vortex, you know, and it's literally let it happen. Don't visualize something, just see what's there. So it's that initial, just letting go, seeing what you see.
So as soon as you said that, I immediately, because my mind went into like the pendulum swing kind of concept of like,
commands in there and stuff.
And it gets them all going. Like I immediately felt that, and then I could feel it, and I saw, like you said, all you said was vortex, and I saw like a tornado type shape, you know, and that I could feel the movement, and then I actually could feel it because I had that issue. Yeah.
And you went with it. You didn't stop it, and there's also an embedded intent in there of making it go faster as well, activating this, right? And that's all you need to do too. Like,
I realized, like,
you can go through each one. You can go through each one. You can get more direct knowledge with each. So if we're unbalanced, if this one's going very slow, this one's not as fast as the other ones. That's a lot of information we have there too. But let's activate more. So in doing that, so focusing down to certain, to whatever one you want to work on. Say I grab this one, but I'm grabbing something that there's a vortex here, right, which is our pineal too. This is the gland. So in all of these religion, there is, you know, they all know about the vortex center, right? But I can take it out and bring it in front of me like that, done. You know, and I have it here, and I have an image of it too. Oh, and I have a direction, you know, and I have a color as well as white, you know. And what I want to do is increase that. That's what I want to do. So I increase it. There we go. There's it going faster, and I can make it bigger as well. Look at that. Boom. Yeah. And I can feel that now.
I was like, I think I've been going in one direction, so I just like wanted to reverse it. Yes.
It's something you don't want. Reverse the direction. Change the color. But this is something I want more of. So I'm going to keep it. I'm going to make it more visual, so it's white. So I'm this brighter white. I just suggested. Changing all of the chakras bright white. You know, like it'll be its color, but get it white, get it more expression on everything, get it spinning faster, and then shove it back in there, put it back in there, and then feel what we've done something with our programming here. And we've increased our vibration. In doing physics, we've increased our vibration by doing physics.
People who need the visual first, who need to be able to feel it first, to be able to do just like what Callan said, like take it out and physically move it yourself, and then put it back in, and visualize that you did that. And it's amazing. It's like, because when you doubt yourself, you lose that. But it's like
you're in it. Do it. Allow yourself to do it. It could be silly or whatever, but it doesn't really matter so long as you allow all of yourself to do it. Just get involved. That is hypnosis.
That's actually a good perspective. Make it kind of silly, but it doesn't mean that it's not real, right?
It's not silly for me. There is a bit of silly, but it's fun. It's always fun because I feel good after it. I know this is fun to do as well. Yeah. Because I feel like I increase my spin. And here's another way, which I've done for a very long time, and it's putting it together. I know what I'm doing now. You know, why I was doing it before was probably very different to why I know I do this now too. And it's spin around clockwise. Yes. Arms up, spin around. I do it 21 times now.
Is this why I get sick so easily? Because I need to do it more often and I'm out of balance? Maybe I need to be spinning counterclockwise or something. I'm teasing, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we go with our natural spin. It is this clockwise. So when we're increasing that spin, we're gaining more energy. So I do this in the morning as well. When I get up, I'm doing that spin around, but I can gauge exactly where my spin, my energy, my vibration is at too. Because if I get dizzy, really, if I can't do 21, for say I get dizzy after 5, I'm like, whoa, that's different, you know, and I'll stop when I get dizzy. if I get dizzy, I stop, because I do 21 without any dizziness at all. You know, when I can do 21, I know and I've increased my vibration as well. So you feel energized after it. You feel what you feel after it. So you put that together and go, this is proof. But then you can visualize all your centers as well, your vortexes separately. But you've increased all of them together, like an all body increase by just physically doing that, right? But then you can go in and do it like that exercise I just went through, like take it out, every last part of it. It's the same with pain as well. Like if there's a pain, point to it, rip it out, take every last part. What's the color? Notice. You know what
I do? Just as like not trying to discredit what you just said, but instead of like envisioning like ripping it out or like forcefully coming out, how I started to envision it was after I had a different coworker who, she was practicing Reiki. I learned a little more because I was actually already doing it, not realizing what I was doing. And then she made me realize it. But more or less, like she actually talked about and imagine however you want to, but imagine when you release the energy that you remove it in a softer manner, and you're removing it into the ground to be recycled. So I envision smoke, black smoke, and I envision going through the whole body, and as if I'm collecting it, like it's like I'm like something like a suction device that helps pull smoke, right? That's how I envision it, and then I'm just slowly pushing it out and down and down and down out through the feet, and that's honestly I've noticed. Yes, and especially with
and allowing your body to flow in its electrical nature as well. So you're actually aligning your electrical nature of the body at the same time. Yeah.
And the other thing is that I don't know if you talked about it or if it was Bernie, but it was the spiritual alchemy thing, and it's the concept of the colors. So I do the solar plexus thing. I do this all the time now, especially with my older dog. I envision, and I'll even do the movements. I'll do like Qigong movements where I'm like, I'm pulling it in the good and I'm pushing out the bad, right? But I'll pull in the good, and then what I'll do is I'm putting the earth's energy up through her back like this, and I'm bringing in the healing from the heavens, and I'm mixing them into this gold solar plexus, you know, and like I can see it and I watch it. My favorite thing is like I look at it before I start doing that, and I see the color then, and I don't manifest it, I just see it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's just there. And it's a little dull. Usually hers is pretty bright overall, but I'll see it's a little dull, and so I'm just brightening it up, just adding a little zest.
Well, you can stick a tuning fork into that right there as well now too, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a very quick, easy way to.
I'm gonna go through it, and I'm gonna listen to the different frequency levels to pick up the different sounds, because I've listened to plenty, but I haven't really, and I'm gonna really absorb it, and then I'm gonna shut it all off, and I'm gonna try to manifest that. Now that we were talking about this, I'm very motivated because I really want to get into frequency therapy. But it's like, what if I can just do that all on my own?
But we use the tools to realize that we can do it ourselves. We can do it all ourselves. I now hold that with everything I do in mind.
That's huge
I want
for me.
to do everything myself, right? Like I have the vibe machine, I stand on the vibe machine, but without that, I'm jumping up and down. I'm giving that vibration in myself.
You're very chill, and I'm still like, after so many hours, you can see I'm getting a little restless. I have to move things, touch, and that's just kind of how I naturally am a little bit. But it makes me realize I'm still more in an anxious state than I realize. I have found a better balance, and I can catch it. Like when I feel it, I just work with the breathing really quickly. But yeah, it just makes, like you're saying.
The breathing in the heart, like connecting to the heart the quickest way possible. And before I knew the actual techniques and different ways of doing this, there was a very simple one I used, which was finding a picture of love, and it could be someone, something, some whatever. And then you can bring a picture in front of you, and that's love. And for me right now, it's my father. And it's a classic photo of him right here. But you just you take that and you bring it down into your heart, and you place it there in your heart, and you feel your awareness is going with that. and now my awareness is in the heart, and I'm feeling that there. That's there. I'm now I'm balanced in terms of spiritual and stuff as well. I'm right in the dead center here, which is the heart. So when we are acting from the heart and stuff as well, that's what that means too, where it's coming from there, which is pure flow, which is, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. I'm doing it with everything, and with that love. So you're putting the heart into the right space, and then you just align with it. Everything clicks with it. Your mind and your feeling there both click, physical and mental. So that's the easiest way I felt, because that's what I was doing, bringing that heart math into the green or whatever, connecting and syncing with that. That's what I was doing. And that's the quickest, easiest way to do it, really, and to stop yourself to do that. So that's for more visual. I like a lot of ways of doing things because they all back up each other, right? Like the breathing technique, like you get a breathing technique. And a lot of times you can see this in yourself. Like, I know when I'm there, now observe my own breathing. What am I doing? And when you know it, you can get back there really quick and go, how was I breathing? Yeah, it was more like this. And you've just created your own modality. You've created something so stronger for you, for yourself, and so much faster than anyone could have shown you. I can't teach you a technique unless you take the technique, whatever it is, and make it your own, which is what you did before. I envision this. Yeah, you know why? Because that was stronger, and that's what you needed for the moment as well. So it's sort of taking the way, the path is just kind of that ritual, but there's moments within it, and if you give over to it, so in that heart space of I'm just going with this, you're doing all the exact right things that you need for that moment. You'll realize later, but you're doing it. So it's like I can go through that, but with you knowing that and you take that on yourself and do it your way, it's much stronger for you. Whereas it'll still work for whoever, exactly how I say, if they got in it and did it exactly how, but then, them doing it for themselves later, I might change this, so long as it's not, I'm making it easy or I'm not facing something, I'm distracting myself, so long as you're going with it.
For truth with me, sometimes it is technically easier, mostly because that's how it works. That's just easier for you or for me specifically, not necessarily in the big, but
easier is usually efficient as well.
Exactly. That's
I just know what works, so you go straight there. All that fluff, and I'll just go straight there. So go straight there, like.
I drive people nuts at work because they'll show me how to use like a software, but I will figure out a different way to use it. And then when we go back to doing it together, they're like, whoa, what the hell did you just do? And I'm like, you got to figure out a different way to do it. Yeah,
a lot of the times, like I do lighting as well. So working with different lighting programs and different boards, like you go into a venue and it's a completely different board.
Yeah.
But I have that mind too, where I've sat on enough and I've learned enough that I could jump on any board and make it go. It's like, how do you speak? What's your language? Okay. So it's learning a language and talking to, it's bizarre, but
that is the sleep equipment though too, because there's like they have different software designs and like different ways to calibrate and everything. Some of them, are more advanced than others, and like you can add your own, but you have to calibrate it just the right way. You have to get the frequencies right, but it's all depending on what you're trying to measure too. So, anyway, that's.
But it's like if you know what you want, you get to it. That's that whole self-study, self-learning, and part of it as well. It's like I just know what I want, and it doesn't matter. Like this didn't work, that didn't work. Then it's those moments too where it's like, man, I did some weird stuff to get here, and no one would go about it that way. But I got there. And then you try and explain to someone, it's easy. You just click.
That describes my whole life. Just a series of weird things that got me here.
When you go along with it, it all works, and you're in the right place. I mean, that's the
every time that. Yep. Every time that I just like, oh, this is. Well, it's taking me a little longer because, like, I'll be honest. Like, I definitely let being let go from my job get to me and and probably like played too much into that it was like them coming against me. But there was like a distinct where there was like a disrespect that, you know, did happen, but it was like the trigger, the amount of time it took me to not, and to take away judgment from all the people that I felt ridiculed or accused of certain bullshit, you know. But the bottom line too is that realizing who I am as a person is and the people that we were all let go, where we spoke up. Oh, hold on, do it again, and I'm going to mute.
This is 174.
I do hear it.
I love this fork because it goes for a long time as well. So this is the fork that I stick in everything in the field.
That sounded hilarious.
But this is also because I've used it a lot. This is what I hear when I do it in my mind as well.
I actually can feel it in my chest right now, like a deep, like it's almost cleaning out my lungs. I do I always envision a toroidal field. And so wherever the energy's flowing, though, I see it. I see two, because I think we have two. I think we have one that kind of comes up here, and then we have a bottom one, potentially. Yeah.
Well, there's two halves as well. You're kept.
Yes.
You are in the middle of those two halves, and in that, so there's a hole over that as well, which is the larger field going in as well.
Yes, like these two together create which is where you can get, if you're really activating both, who knows how far you could get your aura out.
Yeah, and you can feel that point too, where it kind of changes. You can grab it. It's like the click and drag sort of thing. So once I've got it too, I'm just pulling it out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same, you know, because you can stop it with your mind too and go, I'm not pulling it out now, and it changes there now. So now that's where it is. I can stick it there and go, I'm dragging this out again now, and it just does it. So that's and now I've extended it out that far.
Yeah.
It's just so easy to do as well. You know, so expanding our aura, and then boom, just click and drag it.
Because you're doing it over your head right now, I can feel it over my head because I'm looking at you, but envisioning like I'm there, and it's over top.
There's that sympathy there as well. So there's motor, mirror neuron, it's all going, and it's we've been talking for 7 hours or something as well. So there's rapport and everything as well. And we've talked about this as well as that remote, you know, connection. So it doesn't matter about, it's like the same, our hearts are going to synchronize. It doesn't matter how far away we are connected in this.
Yeah.
And this is same as like going through me. All I have to do is think about you now, and I can go through your field on myself. It's that quantum locking as well. So it's just that I'm tuning that mind into, and whatever I tune that mind into, that's physical reality. So when we connect that too, we realize how powerful we are, how powerful our mind is. Because it's cool.
This is why I would love if we had the healing center. So like all day we could just do this. We could just play around with healing modalities all day.
That's what I do a lot because I can.
I'm getting there. I'm really trying to take the steps so I can get out of my job, and I can, you know, get to my off-grid center and get to doing all this.
Yeah, for you, this is study.
Yep.
You're working on yourself is the experience that you're giving as well. You know?
That's why that's why I know, as part of my timeline, why I'm quote unquote stuck. Brain tuning fork. Beautiful. Couldn't make it much clearer than that.
Well, and see, this is a step. Like before I did this, I did binaural beats a lot, right? And I do this for healing. So if I'm healing someone else, I will use these on people to actually put them into alpha. So if I want, depending on the healing or whatnot, do I want them in alpha? Yes, that's more healing than beta, what they're in. So I move their brain waves, their body reacts. If I want them in theta, deeper healing as well, a different level of healing too. Can be spontaneous miracle healing here at this level too. But how about I just get your mind into that? This bloody easy. you know.
And remember what I told you, what they found out about sleep. When you're in theta waves, you're healing your body. So
yeah, that's the most healing we can do before we exit the body.
And then the opposite. What's the opposite of that? The opposite is this beta field, this hyper intensity with in a regular rhythm is really what it's coming down to, I think, or at off frequency.
Gamma.
But gamma, there's other parts to gamma. They say that gamma, you have altered states of consciousness, right?
This really gamma is something that really, really, truly helped me a lot with autism and stuff. Breaking out of that beta, it's both sides, and going into that high, which I was in high beta anyway, right? So it's a very high frequency I was stuck in overwork, like thinking too much, overanalyzing. So it's actually quite easier to break out into gamma. But then gamma is allowed. It's a special place. A lot of monks that do a lot of the meditation, they're getting into those gamma when and that's bliss. When you get high up in there, that's bliss. Yeah. We can choose to go anywhere we want as well. So we can have more alpha waves. We can just go anywhere, literally. It's kind of the same the other way too. Really, just a different, but the same sort of outcome as well.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up that little.
But you don't really need. You just need like a sound audio too. Left and right and bang. That's what I did. But I had to get these as well.
The binary beats, right? Yeah.
Yeah. They work.
That's something that they use.
I even have a speaker. I have like a little travel one that has two speakers going out either way, so I can just place it in front, and you've got a left, right here as well, so I can place that. So you don't have to have that. So I can just place it behind someone's head as well.
Yeah.
And they're holding into that space as well. So it's like bugger doing the work. Like I can hypnotize. I can bring someone down to a theta level. Just takes time, effort, energy, or I can just put on a bloody thing and go boom.
After you like my stomach is like a little bit, I think I know why, but is a little bit like this, and I was feeling it, and then you did the tuning fork, and I'm still getting tingling, and I can just feel like there's like this whole relaxation that came over that slight discomfort I was having. I was trying to find that. I was just trying to show the waves, just like help with a visual, and I thought I had it saved, and I guess I don't. Have you seen the imagery of the X-ray of someone breathing and it pushing up against the pituitary gland?
No.
I'll show you. It's really cool, and it's just like, again, this is just solidification of what we talk about. Yeah, it's such a cool animation. Let me yeah, there we go. Get it so it's full screen. Oh. Oh, hold on a second. That didn't work. Sorry, 1 second. It looked like such an amateur. I don't care. Oh, there we go.
No,
Okay.
that's when you label it raw, real. Yeah.
That's why I do like live, because then I don't feel like I have to apologize for the mistake. It's just, this is normal, you know?
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you feel this happening as well. It's like the gaps between breathing, the moments of pause, those gaps are waves of energy, and those waves of energy come with this as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's part, like, increasing that is something to do as well. It's like when you see, like, when you become aware of between the breaths, it's like this period we think nothing's happening. It's the everything. You know, it's the stillness of creation. But if you're aware of those moments, there's a delay from it, or there's this energy that comes from it, which fills in the breaths and stuff as well. It's kind of bringing this energy, or seeing energy as well. It's appreciation of energy, lingering from the voids, if you will. And of course, we're releasing chemicals and stuff too. It's all happening.
Yeah.
You know.
It's, to me, what's crazy too is some of the people's descriptions of actual, like, full pieces of, like, metal coming out of their body, you know, from something that, you know, like maybe from a surgery or like an injury, like they got in a car accident and it was shrapnel, right? And it was embedded. But after doing detoxing and getting their body to flow, these pieces are coming out just like willy-nilly too. You know, it's really interesting.
Yeah, but your body's always wanting to do it. It's how well we can process this too, because, you know, you got to think about it kind of like a barrel as well, and you're filling up your barrel. So we do this with toxins as well. So, you know, it's all good and fine, and we detox or go through a flu or something, and we're getting rid of some of the barrel. But if the barrel's always filling up, there's this point where it's at explosion point. The next thing's going to be really bad, i.e. cancer, something like this.
Yeah.
Right, where it's tried all the pathways and it can't do what it can do because it just can't get rid of the toxins fast enough.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of the fixes always don't put it in. Same as the negativity as well, like toxic thoughts and stuff. Yeah, flush it out, remove it out, delete it.
Yep. Yep.
That's what's needed.
Aggressively, right? Like, see it as like a natural flow to just ease out. So I did this with my part of the Reiki I did with my dog. I was kissing her, actually. And in my mind, the kissing was causing a vibration that was breaking up all the infection and the bacteria and allowing for the flow.
So,
you know,
I let Buddy lick this one. And it's natural too. He wants to. I mean, of course, you know, and there's an electrical connection that happens there too with all of that. If you're aware of it and you embrace it and stuff as well, you feel more, it's stronger, and you can go, wow, thank you. You know, it's like, I know that's good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I have had two recent incidences where I go out barefoot, or I've been walking around a lot more barefoot, and I've gotten a twig stuck. Like, it just, all of a sudden I was walking and it just went right in between my big toe, and, you know, and I pulled it out, and I immediately in my mind, and it was like, as well, I had my cat just sliced my arm real good, like one night, like moved her the wrong way. And I have another injury in like another part of my foot. All of them, I was like, they're going to heal really fast, and they're not going to hurt long. They're not going to hurt long. And like, this is like, cause it won't hurt initially. Right. But then as soon as you, like, I felt that twinge, I'm like, go away, go away, go away, go away, please. Like, I don't need this. You know, I am amazed at how quick these have healed. And I even remember looking down and going, man, cause it was a weird spot, and thinking, dang, that healed really fast. Like, it did work. Like,
you know, you've done a lot of work to remove the blocks keep these things there and stuff as well. So you can rejoice in that too. And so it is a confirmation too of going, yeah, I know how my body works.
Yeah.
And then when I get out of the way and let it do its thing, and usually like it's like we're in the same direction here. Yep, cool. You know, so then you're not shocked by anything as well. Oh my God, this is coming out of whatever. You know, it's like, yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
You know,
and it was
okay.
like you just said too, because I recognized the cycle that was going on, and all these things were happening. My dog, I burnt myself and cut myself, kind of a thing, and there was something else that happened. And it was like, as soon as I realized that, like, it was this intensity of this energy, and like it's still going on. There's still things happening that are like, whoa, okay.
You've
And
already acknowledged it now, so you allow it, and then it changes completely.
Yeah, and some of these things I'm stepping back because I really know I have no control over it. I'm letting time take on a little bit of that, so I can, because then I'll know I'll see through it, and the other energy that's incorporated in this, see through it, see this bigger picture, you know, and it's so rewarding.
The best thing you can do is enjoy the moment. Like, it's like, oh, now I know what's happening. I can enjoy the experiences of this, like, because it will be very it's like experiential knowledge for you that you will pass on and share as well, because you know it so well.
It makes me want to run out in the streets and say, I did this, you can do it too, you know, that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Because I realize that
it's that energy that you will have with each client and stuff as well. I know how fucking easy it is. I just want you to get it, and I will spend whatever time it takes until you just see it and you get it. And really, that's a decision where I know what I need to do, and by George, I'm just going to do it. And it's that moment, right? And that's the realization that they need or whatever. A lot of the times when you're working with someone or whatever, they don't even know any of this, and it's like they knew it all along. They don't see this moment of emergence that happened for them, like the realization and stuff. So a lot of the time it's thankless. And
Which I'm used to it, or I am at least, with doing, because I did a lot of hands-on and therapy type work, not just, it was a lot of coaching, it was a lot of breathing. I didn't even know I was teaching people breathing techniques, but it all makes sense, right?
It had to be done. It had to be, you know, and that, like I say too, breathing's the quickest way to reduce stress. Like, just thinking about your breathing, putting some conscious awareness on it and going, well, especially if you know the synchronizing, you synchronize quickly. And the more you do it, the quicker you synchronize, and you just, boom, you're there. You know, so if you can teach that too. But this is the thing, it's so simple. Like, these things are so simple, it's too simple, that's not going to do anything for me. You know, it's the same as like earthing, because that's my number one. You know, I go, do you realize how important earthing is and stuff? You know, and you go through some studies, and because I can attack that in a million different ways as well. So for you to, you know that earthing balances your left-right hemisphere. You know, so if your left brain is a little bit more stimulated, nature will actually bring that down in line with your right? That's what happens. That's what we see in the studies and stuff as well, right? So you can explain it in this way for someone. Like, for you, you connect really strong with that, because you've seen that. You've seen and you connect with that really strong.
Yeah, and the whole
someone else, I might go, you know, with earthing, what happens is a flush of blood rushes to, when you're earthed properly, you get this flush of, this is what happens. This is the studies and stuff. This flush, so it's like an instant facelift. You know, so there's certain people I would say that to. Right. So it's these different.
I talk about that same thing where they've done the body scans and they can show the reduction before and after of inflammation, and they can show the whole body just, I
use that a lot because that's visual too, and you can show them and say, this is what happens instantly within 15 minutes. Like, you have inflammation, you have pain, right? Arthritis, pain. You've got inflammation right now, whatever it is, right? Yes. Earth takes that like instantly. Would you like to do, instead of taking this pill, just put that aside for a moment. Try this first. That's one level, but you've done it naturally. You've just reconnected back to Earth, by the way. Like
So
your
rewarding.
electrical system, your magnetic system, all of these systems are connected. So that's so if they can't see the importance of that, and it is really very simple. Most people want to go, oh, so that relates to me, like take my shoes off for 5-10 minutes, and it's like, that's not what I'm talking about.
No.
I have an earthing mat, I have an earthing pillow. I'm 24/7 Earth. That's how important it is for me, because I know that that's how we're supposed to be. That's how we're supposed to live. That's the natural way of living.
Yeah.
Same as intermittent fasting, I think that's our natural way. You know, where we don't eat much at all. Like we eat bugger all in this short window. And you have time, your body can digest whatever the crap you put in as well. Now we can start processing even the crap that we have to process.
I'm not proud of this. But I will admit that when I first started intermittent fasting, I definitely like allowed myself to not eat all day, right, and then just pig out on something like a fried chicken sandwich, you know, from this little food truck down the street that, you know. But I will tell you, it was a night and day difference of how my body processed it. Now, what I found interesting was like that didn't last long. That was sort of like I don't know what the right word is. Can't think of it for some reason, but like it was a temporary effect where like over time that no longer did that sit as well with me. But I also believe that was connected to the fact that my taste buds were changing, because every time I was fasting and every time I was changing what I was eating or eliminating things and completely taking them out, when I tried to reintroduce them, the body was like,
you're also observing a lot. When you do any sort of fast as well, you're observing a lot very quickly. So the more sort of you spend time with it, the more that we can process these observations, you know, and go, this means this means, and have more confidence in that as well.
Yeah.
You know, like intermittent fasting I've been doing for 10 years plus now, you know, it's probably more like something like 15 years. And this is the time I've had mental problems. After this I went down into a depression, but I haven't had physical problems. You know, if I kept going the way I was going, I would definitely end up with physical manifestations. But I was able to deal, and I did have physical, really, like actual inflammation in the brain and all these things as well, which I was doing physical things for as well. But it's not like overt symptoms or whatever as well. You know, it was mental. So clearing that, you clear the body at the same time and stuff as well. You do, like, one has effect on the other. It has to. That's law. That's nature as well.
Yeah.
Fun. And it's when I realized and stopped, and, you know, because there's a point in the awakening where you go like, you know, I've dealt with this problem, but I see and I know that this is the line and there's a sea of shit. You know, it's like, how do I get from here to where I know I want to be, you know? And it is one thing at a time, one step at a time. But when you give up to that and have the patience, you know that every step, you enjoy every step then. That's when your option shifts as well, and you go, I'm enjoying this thing that I'm doing. So you spend more time and awareness in the thing. You're not just doing it because I have to do it. It's like, you know, a lot of these things I suggest and stuff, it'll become a routine for someone or whatever, but they're just doing it.
Yeah.
They're not in it and gaining everything that you can get from it, because just the amount of awareness we can put, if we can muster up all the awareness to put in whatever we're doing and give all to it, we receive that much more. You know, where you can change things so much quicker as well. If you know you're doing it, it's like a lot of things I'll give people and they don't have to have any thinking as well. It's like TFT, using TFT on people. It's miracle stuff, you know, because you're just unblocking pathways, acupressure, acupoint pathways as well. That's what the meridians, right?
Yeah.
Quickly, boom, 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 boom. Like that polarity thing.
Yeah.
You know, I do this all the time because it does reset your clarity again. Yeah, these reversals.
I wonder if I did that more with my sinuses, you know. I don't know.
Well, I did teach you the resonators, going through the resonators as well.
I have been doing that.
Literally, you do it until you blast your fucking sinuses. Or like, I had a stuffy nose this morning. But I don't sit with these things. You know, I know how to get rid of them quick. So I sat there going, going through this, and it was a good 5 minutes that I was doing it. That exercise I gave you, right?
I was doing, yeah, actually, I spent like
done.
30 minutes doing it after our last talk, like the Monday when I was going to start my work day. I did this whole routine, and I did that for like a good 30 minutes because I incorporated it into that. Like I was already explaining you what I was already doing. And I loved it because, like you said, I kept focusing on feeling every spot that I was hitting. And it makes it, I'm going to stick up with
that
it.
get wider and wider and more expansive as well, don't you? Like, I'm feeling more of my body after the more you do. So it's like, here's the focus, but after a while, after you've done it for a while, it's now I feel that throughout my entire body as well.
Yes.
That's when it's resonating properly. Yeah. When
that's
it's
interesting because acupuncture, you know, once you start getting things moving, you no longer feel it stagnant in that one spot. Sorry, you feel it making those connections. Oh, it might be getting the hiccups.
And that can be, you can feel a little bit uncomfortable, out of balance for a while, but you do know it's better, and you're just getting used to that. You know, I was comfortable with this, which was out of balance. Now I'm moving towards, but it's knowing that too. You know, it's knowing these things, like you'll get more out of it, the awareness of it. And you do it yourself within it. Like if you are truly open to the experience, that's all you have to be. You know, if you are, you gain all this insight that you didn't have before as well. It's like, this is what's happening now. This is why I'm going through this now. Oh, wow. Like, and you're always in that moment of aha too. It's like, oh, wow, this is why I'm doing this. You know, I had a moment on the Vibe as well where I ended up in a position, but it was well back with this is a bit of a power position because we throw everything back here, you know, into our back and forget about it.
That's why I was saying this is considered a power position too. That's
put yourself into that painful position, right?
I love that though. That's my favorite stretch because and they actually say one of the best stretches is when you're doing the shoulder blades, when you bring them together and you bring your arms together. I don't know if you can see, but and you pull them back like that, and so that you're bringing them.
That's part of my, you know, when I do those 7 yawns and stuff, the yawns are all over it. Yeah.
Have you seen the? I want to show you this too now. Have you seen like the sacral?
If it's still there.
Like this guy's got really. Let me show you. This is on Instagram, but I found some really good healers, different types of practitioners. So this guy's just like it's yoga and stretching, you know. But he's got I actually sent these to Richie because he's got, you know, some back discomfort at times. And this is just like
I often recommend stretching for people, but I always find that like I don't want to go find a yoga class and go do some yoga because, you know, I don't think that's the way unless you're going to do it at home by yourself. I think that's the best way to do anything as well. You'll actually do it. Like a lot of people will go, yes, on Wednesday I go to yoga, and that's not what I'm talking about, you know. So I bring it to a different thing, whereas I go stretching, you know, and I give the basics of your body teaches you this stretching, right? So you go through that and you enhance that what you do, but also it's like use it as a discovery. So right now I'm going to do some stretching, and I want to find my limits. And I want to play with myself and find these things. And you'll put yourself in positions you never thought you'd go in and trying to find these different things like this too, right?
Yeah. That's
if you make it a discovery of yourself, right? Then you don't need rules. You don't need this technique, that you can just stretch. So right now I'm stretching, and you just go for it, and you find that position, hold a position, you know, and this is that thing of time too. So holding a position, hold it for longer, and then suddenly this muscle gives in, and you didn't even know you were holding that tension until it gives away, you know. And that's just that we stay in it. If there's any pain, just stay there, you know. but it's really stretching, finding, searching those, looking for them to get it out.
It's like you said, like I want to take whatever it is. It's sort of like if you find, I'm kind of like if I find a cyst on my dog, and I've been more gentle, but like just slowly like doing this to get it to want to ease up at some point. And so it's the same thing like when you're stretching, you're trying to get like if you had a knot in your back, you're trying to, when I massage somebody, they'll tell me, oh, it's a good pain, because what I'm doing, I'll relax them to the point where I can actually get into the problem area. I can find the spot that needs to be released. And one of my
I know a lot of techniques for pain though as well. These things as well. So I usually add a lot of stuff. Like I'll be telling someone if I'm massaging, I want you to tense here. You know, here it is. And I will really, and I'll take them through like that NLP type stuff as well.
Yeah.
Taking through that action. Yeah. And now relax it. Great. Thank you. And then I'll move it more and release it more and release it more. But while they're tensing as well, I will be massaging it while there. You feel, tense it more. Yeah, really grip onto it. Right.
Interesting.
This is feeling that pain too, and you're moving it and you're feeling every part of it. So you can grip on a little bit more, a little bit more. And now I will say, you know, I'll get that moment of release as fast and quick as possible as well. And now release it all, let it go like this. And I'll put that energy into it with them as well. So they feel all this too.
You're like helping. Yeah.
What is that moment of releasing when you release attention or say like, you know, there's this moments where it just happens, right? And what do we feel? Really get into that. It's like, you know, that nail bed, the yoga nail bed. Where it's just
I have an acupuncture mat. Sorry, I have one of those.
Right. So you lay on it, you know that it's painful up until a point it's not. And you just fall asleep. Usually that's what people do. But stay in that moment of that releasing.
Yeah.
Because that's all it is. You can bring that to it. And that's all I'm doing when I'm getting someone to, you are actually grabbing all of that and you're telling your body to do exactly what you want it to do. It's this communication with the body. That's right. But it's a very simple thing. It's like, it's just knowing that fundamental of how the body works in terms of tensing something up and releasing something. Yeah, so do it fully. You know, it's the same as stretching as well. We're getting to that full limit of ourselves. So we shouldn't be able to stretch back, and that's pain. We stretch back until we stop. That's my limit. So you can stretch into that pain until there's no pain anymore. So you're stretching in all unknown weird ways, and you can't feel the pain. Right. Yoga man.
Yeah. I mean, I can almost still get my foot over my head, so we could do that live right now, but I just can't. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow, that was really easy for you. Yeah. I can't really call it. I haven't been practicing enough, so there you go.
Well, I do these things. You know, I don't just talk. I do what I say. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And it's fun. Like that's an addictive thing. Like stretching, you know how addictive it is when you get into a good stretch. These are the things we should be addicted to. Let's be addicted to them. Breathing correctly. You know how good that makes you feel. I'm addicted to how good that makes me feel. So I do the thing. You know, it makes so much more sense and it's easier to do. That's the secret of motivation there too. It's like the end in mind. I know I feel good. So I'll do the spinning around. I know I'm energized from that. I do it because I get what I get from it. You know, and the more you do it, the more you've proven yourself that, this is how it works.
So one of the things I'm just doing too is just making sure like I dance a little bit. And I haven't been good about it every day, but I'm trying to, you know, make a ritual, and then singing. Because I used to go get in the car to drive around so I could sing at the top of my lungs. And that was the thing, to really let it out and not deafen my parents, you know, if they're trying to watch TV or whatever. That's how I go do it. And I joke because some windows are sometimes down and you're flying by someone's house and, you know you hear a little snippet. Oh, I don't give a shit. You know, you hear a little snippet.
When you drink there, you know, you've reached that special spot. Yeah. Because it is all about not caring what other people think of you as well. That's a huge thing, because that allows someone to change as well. It's like we're talking about, like putting someone in that space.
Yeah, that was something I lost as a child. People used to tell me that all the time. You really don't care what people think, do you? I'm like, no, I want to be weird. But as I got into that puberty stage and that pressure of being worried about being alone, because I need to have a family and I need to have kids, and because this is right. So I need to have that perfect. Yeah. Ooh, 7.5.
Oh, yeah. It's nearly a full day there, isn't it? Like 8-hour day.
Yeah, and I should probably take advantage of it. It's 70 degrees here, which is like 32 degrees Celsius or something like that. It's nice. It's beautiful right now. I can feel it. I can feel this breeze coming in. You can kind of see the way the lights changed a little bit. You can't really see right now. I have like curtains up.
It has been low.
Anyway.
Like 2 degrees Celsius here.
It's what?
2 degrees Celsius.
Oh, right. Oh, by you? I'm used to that. I don't know. Well, I told you what's negative. What's negative 30 degrees in Celsius, and from Fahrenheit to Celsius? I always mix it up because I don't think it shows it correctly. Is it negative 10?
It's around there somewhere.
Negative 32 Fahrenheit. Well, anyway, that's.
I can work out miles and kilometers, but that's only because I had an old car that had miles, a Jaguar.
I know. I was like, "Come on, Callum, give it to me." But I can't. When I've tried to look it up before,
I'm a numbers guy, but I work in degrees Celsius. You know, I've always like if it's a recipe or something, I'm always looking it up. So I haven't worked it out. I mean, these things with mathematics, we just the reason it gets simple is because we take the time to work it out. If we just work it out in our mind, we find that it's easy. But it is doing it. It's like, okay. There is energy involved, but
this was like figuring out. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say this was like figuring out coding for myself, because it ended up just being a lot of, like, in a way, mathematical equations in their own context, right? And so it was just like, once I could see that pattern, then it was like, oh, okay, I can, and I'm not taking extra time to train on it, but again, the patterns. It says it's negative 25, but I feel like, again, it's cold as shit. Let's just say that. That's where I'm from. And Bernie, I think, deals with that in the winter. You would think, though, by you that you guys would get into the negatives or below zero, right? It's sometimes you do. Yeah.
Yeah. -4, -5. Yeah.
Because I'm
it's like a peak of something as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not for long, not for days and days. It'll be the peak of something. It's like, oh yeah. If there's moisture, it's actually then it feels colder and stuff as well. So that's been a little bit different these times around the last couple of years.
I can completely relate. To me, like negative 30, like you can't quite breathe because you're trying to like get more like air molecules, but it doesn't feel like it gets to me. It doesn't feel like it gets into my bones. It feels like it's just hitting my face. Where when I moved out here to Oregon, it will hit that where it's right above freezing and it's raining, and I will shiver so hard I can't stop it because I feel like it gets into my bones. And that's colder to me than like sometimes the negative 30 felt. Now, just like seriously, like.
I sometimes initiate that sort of shiver because that's a vibration and stuff as well. We can initiate and stuff, but now I know the secret to sort of staying warm, sort of thing, is activating our imagination and stuff. So, I don't need to get to those moments, or I'll use those moments too, because it does warm us up. But there are better ways, right? It's like we can be in such a harsh. It's our mind that's making it. It's our mind that's saying this is freezing. for one, when it's like, no, I can be warm in this.
Yeah.
And like, why can some people do it and some people, it's mental, you know? So it's just putting yourself in that space.
And people living in like surviving extreme situations. And you know, that's a good another point with people getting used to air conditioning and heating. It's because, you know, it's like you're so quick to just relieve that. That's how you do it instead of going within and focusing, and then you'll realize you know it might take a little longer, but you can do it yourself. Yeah, because
like, I live up in the hills, right? And I don't really use that much heating or cooling at all. Only when it gets to the really, really cold, I'll maybe put on some more clothes and stuff as well. But it's natural. Like, I want it to be natural. So I'm not going from a really hot day. I'm going into a kind of a warm room. It's fine though. You know, I control my temperature, right, within the environment, right?
Yeah.
So if I was to go from a really hot environment outside and then go inside to air condition really cold and go, oh, that's nice. Ah, yeah. Then when I walk out into the sun, it's really hot. And see how that changes really quickly? But if I stay and it's a slow change into things, and cars the same. So jumping into a car or someone picking me up and they've got the air conditioner on, and then I jump out. Oh, now I'm hot. Now I've fucked up my own natural system. So I know, like, that's where I want to stay in that natural zone. So I'll do many things to keep it sort of as natural as possible. So even here, you know, I'll put the fire on now later, you know, just at night time. But I'm just waking up and getting used to that environment as it is. So I'm not going to turn anything on or whatever. Airflow, yeah. If you're just moving air, so fans and stuff, I'll use a bit of.
Yeah, and that's
as well.
Yeah. Okay, because that's my main thing.
Like, we're in a box.
Say that again.
It's just because we're in a box as well. This ain't natural.
Yeah.
But moving the air through, that's health and everything as well. Stagnant air, no good.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of people get ill too in winter, is because they don't open the door and move the air. They just heat the same air, and they got to seal it all in to keep it. It's really bad heating and stuff anyway. The worst efficiency and everything. It's just the wrong way to do it.
Yeah.
The ancients and the cathedral, like these buildings had it worked out better, I'm sure. You know, where it was probably more radiant heat and they had the flows worked out more correctly.
Yeah.
So they could have the doors open and stuff and still be warm inside and stuff as well. But
it's they're kind of, isn't that kind of maybe what they're doing with those because they probably had, what do they call that, like ductless, or it's like the bypassing, it's like areas in the house to allow for the air to flow properly, and they're doing that with the earth ships, I want to say, or there's other people building homes, and it's to make them like eco-friendly. They have where they have certain beds that they open and they close depending on the year to allow for the proper heating and cooling, and then backup system only when they need it, like you.
There's a lot of different natural ways to sort of. One way I saw someone do, which is they put a rock in that was a bit of a roundhouse sort of thing, and they put a very big, heavy rock in the very center, and there was a skylight above it. So when the sun came over, it heated up that rock. But this is in the desert sort of thing. So it created this heat column in the center, and you open the windows at the top on that little bit of the dome, the sunroof or whatever, but it's drawing in the cool air. So you crack the doors open, or you have the door open, and you've got this constant cool breeze coming in all the time. So it's working out these different methods of doing it as well, just natural. Yeah. And you don't have to do much for that, but you can enjoy a cool breeze all the time. Natural pumping going on, you know.
I think we used to soak in water more because in hot days, like I would just swim all day long, and I was never overheated. I would often get shivery when it was like a really hot day because I would just be in the water all day, you know. I wasn't in the air conditioning, you know. We were out because we'd go to the park because we wanted to be outside. I didn't want to be inside.
Yeah, and with that's our hormone balancing. A lot of our hormone balancing and stuff as well. It's really the inside is not really where we're supposed to be, you know, all day, every day. That's like going to work in a cubicle or something like this as well. It's like, you know, people know it's not natural as well. But what are we doing within our head, and what stories are we making that makes this worse? You know, because I know that I can be in a prison cell as well, but not here. You know, with what we've talked about, you know, I can be extremely happy no matter where I am. It's here, you know, because I can be sitting there and close my eyes and go off to wherever the hell I want to go off to and have that experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know it'll be physical as well.
Yeah.
It will manifest my physical being.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I've been really trying to manifest the land that I see myself like having. And I'm not envisioning or putting too much stipulation on what the structures look like or anything, or what the land looks like. I'm just allowing it to come to me. But I'm just taking time to focus on it.
Focus on the feeling, yeah. For how do I feel in this moment? It doesn't matter the visual yet, because you connect with that feeling. That comes as well. There's two ways we can go about this. You know?
For me, that's what comes first. It'll come as a feeling, and the feeling will manifest as a visual.
Yeah, so that's where the focus goes, and enhance that, put more energy towards that, and notice everything else, observe what comes from it. Yeah, because we're getting ourselves out of the way as well again. You know, so it's like put your energy where it goes, and really be aware, all of your awareness into that. And then you're in that space too of allowing it, noticing something else too. I was so involved in this, and then that's happening now. And all right, so you know, it's using our awareness, because it's focus, or it's that gentle awareness of everything as well, right? You know, so I can, you know, it's like having awareness of everything, which is open, right brain, full imagination too. At the ready, being in that space of readiness, and that light little focus on something as well. And that's our intent, or whatever that we bring into this world, you know, and then allowing whatever to come. So we're in a space of allowing, you know, so this is how we can use that focus different ways as well, because we can really focus on something to the loss of everything else and miss everything else. So it's a matter of this paradox of being focused, but also being in that space of I'm listening, I'm aware, you know, anything can happen and I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of paradoxes in nature. Like being in the middle is a paradox.
Yeah, I was going to say duality is our existence, and we're trying to we're trying to find the balance from constant two polarities.
But that is also being comfortable with that not knowing.
Yes.
That's
and also understanding the importance of having both, in the chaos theory. There's good chaos, you know.
Oh yeah. And my awakening was through chaos. Like when I really woke up, it was like it all came to a chaotic moment, and had to, like, nature just has to reorganize this. So we just let go to this reorganizing, and in our mind, in the mind here, it's like, oh, I see it so simply now. And that's how all of these million things that I did in my life come together and fit together and stuff for this. You know, it's so simple.
Yeah.
And that's what has to happen at the end of that chaos, you know, an organized structure. It just happens naturally.
And then it's beautiful, and you can laugh about it.
Yeah. I mean, but at the time we're experiencing the suffering, remember too. But it's because I was so stupid and went through this suffering, I can laugh about that for sure. You know, and that keeps you on track too, where it is now looking back as with a fondness of my past and stuff as well, because we change our past as well. So when I see that now as not a suffering, you know, there was that, I'm aware of that, but the learning was more. And now I'd go through that same experience just in wonder, and be there, experience it, right? So we can allow ourselves to be that going forward.
Yeah.
What always happens, it will happen. So, you know, that allows us to be in the moment more and experience the moment more. that beautiful.
Like this cute, she's doing that. She keeps burrowing her head, and then she's kneading my hands because she does it real gentle. It doesn't hurt. That's what she was doing. She was licking me, and she was like kneading my hands at the same time while I was holding her and rubbing her belly.
Like,
She loves. Needs this kind of intense. Like she likes to have her butt smacked. Like watch this. Show them what you like. Ready?
Bum smack. Yeah.
You see how she's looking at me right now, like, yeah.
My last dog was a pit bull, like this massive, solid thing too, and he loved that. And the head too, like smacking the head, like people think I'm smacking the hell out of him, but it's like it's all
muscle, yeah.
He asked for this. He wants this. Like this is one of his favorite things. Right? It was really hard. He's like, he that's what he wanted, but he's solid and he's strong and that's really shit.
Yeah, and it's known that they were bred because the fight, right? Yeah.
It's like this is us waking ourselves up as well. You know, there's all this too, like, the pressure point. How I teach someone to sort of go about acupressure without knowing anything as well. It's just like feel yourself up, feel yourself. If there's a pain, you found a pressure point. Done. So like going through, little pain there, then you work with that, and then I can work with that in many different ways. We've got a laser, all these things, but you found that point that you're sore with. You're sore. Why is it sore? Because it's a pressure point and it's meant to be sore. So, when you're doing pressure points, it's best to do it on yourself too when you feel it and you go, yeah, I'm sore there. And now it's clear,
Yeah.
So there's a way that people can do it without the knowledge. It's that exploring as well. So it's like, because that's a stopping point for a lot of people is I need to know all the bloody steps and what's the first step, and then I go from there. And if I don't know all of the 10 steps precisely in my memory, I'm not even going to bother starting. And that's usually where everyone is, right? They're just not going to get it right.
Yeah.
If I can make it simple and go, hey, explore with yourself and make it fun, because that's usually how it all is too. You're going to find more things that work for you. Yeah.
I wonder if that's like been part of an indoctrination to get us like to color in the lines kind of concept, right? Is that Yeah.
Not even give it a shot, to not even give it a try, to go straight for the instant gratification. Oh yeah, it's all part of it. And it's breaking out. It's we're reprogramming that. So we have to put energy into it to do it. Awareness and energy, and go, I'm making the decision not to do that, to actually do what I think is more natural, which is usually the opposite of what we're told from indoctrination centers and everywhere, the opposite.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we're nearly on 8 hours.
All right. I think if it's cool with you, we'll call it at the 8-hour mark here. Oh, it looks like you have a question in the chat too. Hello, everybody. Did I say hi to Arthur already? Hi, Arthur. And hi, Hugh. Thank you guys for being here. 8 hours in. We might have I haven't read that.
Doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, but healing with whole foods, that's wonderful.
You've talked to Kevin, right?
One other thing, like one tip. Kevin, sorry?
Sorry, Calistoga Refried. His name's Kevin. He's been on Burn Eye Show. I feel like you guys might have talked before, but he's a wealth of. He's done the light. He's a wealth of knowledge too. But I swear to God, like every episode, I end up talking about him. But he did the light and sound therapy, which is very similar to the bioneurofeedback in a way. But that he kind of was like he did it at the start of that precipice, and it just, to me, it makes so much sense. It's really cool.
It all connects.
Yeah, I know. I feel like meeting you, I didn't know actually. I knew you were wealth of knowledge, but I didn't know that you had patients, that you were actively like practicing. So this is great, and I want to. I need to get your direct contact information too, but especially as I go on my journey, and that was one thing. Like I think I need to take a weekend off soon here too, or a little bit of time, just to actually. I want to get off grid. But yeah, because I'm going to go see a Reiki master, and I'm going to just start some processes with this. I just want to immerse myself to as much as possible and take in and learn as much as possible right now, and I'll probably end up developing my own way, like it sounds like you have, to really heal your patients. So that's
and it's what works. I mean, I've tried everything on me, but there's a lot of things I know work for me, only me, and then there's a lot of things, just knowing that difference between what works for absolutely everyone. It works for a being, a body, as we've all got the same body to an extent, and then there's differences. It's noticing that, because I thought, well, what's going to heal someone else as well? Because every time I taught myself, it's also like I was teaching myself how to explain it to everyone, or how to explain it as well, because that's part of that learning. It's like if you can explain it or teach it. So I wasn't teaching anyone. I was teaching myself, but I put myself in that state of, hey, what if I had to give a class on this? How would I explain this? And then you understand it better yourself.
And that's almost like, so people don't understand. This is actually beautiful, because people don't really understand Reiki, or when I talk about it. And so I've found this other way, because I do have a science mind too, and I do really enjoy that, to explain it to them.
Yeah. And that's where I find like analogies are really awesome, because you can explain things with simple stories. And if they get it, you're always looking for that moment of, oh, you get it. Because I know that that's the moment that you'll probably try this. You will give it a shot. And that's all I'm, most of the time, that's all I want, is just give it a shot the first time. You'll see from a lot of things I do, they are, instant. You do it, it's good, and so you get the knowing of it, so you will continue as well, because that's the other part. It's like, I know there's a lot of things that if people could just continue doing it, but usually people stop themselves shy of and really that's a matter of talking to them too, and getting, where's your mindset at, to really you get them to wanting to heal, and then they will do the things, so usually people don't want to heal, even though they're coming to you for heal or knowledge or whatever advice. They don't want to, so it's that tricky thing that's really the crux of it. If you can just get them to first want to heal, and then realize that they have to heal themselves. It's not me healing you. I can help the process or show you how to heal yourself, but it's really you healing yourself.
I can bring the energy to you, but it's up to you to actually use it and keep it there and build your own aura off of it, right? That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, because there's another sort of trap we can get into too, which is, I can take your pain away.
Yes, I can cure you.
I don't want it to come back.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. The difference is, I don't want it to come back, and that's you. Like a lot of things, then, I need to teach you how to take your pain away too, because then you can deal with it ongoing or whatever. Or this is the cause of it. Stop doing this, and so we can deal with it in many ways. But that's knowledge, but that's awareness they have to have, So a lot of it's left up for them, because a lot of the times you can't help people as well. I mean, that's what you have to realize as well. It's like, I tried, but because it is their journey and they don't want to heal.
Yeah, exactly. Just like their choice on anything that they want. It's their journey. It's their choice. They have to figure out what works best with what's going to, make them thrive.
That's kind of the beauty with sort of being a professional healer and stuff. Because I'm not I don't have, the ways I heal people are very strange indeed. The ways people get to me or hear me and stuff as well. So there's some, I sort of let it be known that I'm a wizard. That's basically it.
You are.
There's a curiosity that comes right with that. That sort of sets up a pathway for me. but there is a beautiful way in which, if you're a professional healer, someone coming to you, they're already at that point of, I want to heal myself to a degree, which is a positive thing. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Almost interesting though, because it's like some people, it's like they're testing the waters when they come. It's, you know, like you're saying, they don't necessarily actually want to heal themselves. They're actually coming to get more information. But I think the interesting thing is that maybe it won't happen right then. But I do think that moment will impact them and it'll connect for them later. And this is what's happening.
They can shut down on you as well.
Yeah.
It's like, and it's literally outside of their control a lot of the time when they're not ready for such a healing and stuff as well. You know, they just shut down and it's like, well, that's all we can do today.
Exactly.
You know, yeah.
Sorry, I have a picture of you since you're a wizard. Of course, now I can't find it. This is so great all day today. I didn't really plan anything either, but I have a picture that I made. It was like, you're going to become more conservative in your 30s, and it's like a guy in a like a kind of cartoony wizard suit, but just a huge beard, and he's burning a dollar bill over like a chemistry beaker, and he's just fucking around. Anyway, that's you, Mr. Wizard. Now I'm going to have to call you the Wizard. I love it.
Well, I do. Yeah, it's the Hermit Wizard is another I've been known as, because I am a hermit living in the hills as well, you know. So when I'm doing my warm-ups, I don't give a shit. It's like, oh.
I'm 2 steps away from that. I can feel it, that I'm so close to that kind of environment. I know that's going to be, because I've been manifesting it for a long time. So it's going to happen.
That's where these beautiful groups, when it comes to group chanting and stuff like this as well, it's like, yeah, let's all do it. And then it's okay. Somehow that's okay. Right?
Yeah. All right.
We put ourselves in funny situations.
This has been a great talk, Bill Callum. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Are we going out with the dude? Are we going out with the dude gear?
That's cutting out the blue light for me, right?
Yeah. Actually, I am all about that. I think I used to preach that to my patients constantly about blue light, and I could see the difference in the brainwaves. Again, I could see it increasing your rate, you know, yeah. And it was funny.
Well, here's something else, you know, like EMF, your pineal sees that as light.
That makes sense.
That's why turning off all the EMF is a huge thing, because you're turning off light still. That's what you're getting to darkness, which is full melatonin.
Yep. That makes sense.
We're on a spectrum here. When you do it and completely get rid of the EMF, you feel a difference.
And what does your heart take in versus like your brain? Your heart is actually taking in light and emitting light.
Yeah.
But I know your brain does, but you know what I mean? It's going there first, which is what's causing the stir up of, yeah. Okay. I was just finding something to play. All right, everybody.
Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you. Hold on, I'm gonna.
Amazing.
Did we say bye to everybody? Yeah. I think we've weeded everybody out at this point.
There's still people here.
Yeah. Woo. I seriously, I love that, and I love that. Like, because if it was me too, this is like Bernie's. I would just play it all day, and I'd pause it here and there. I'd take it with me sometimes and just listen to it. So this is awesome. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Much love. Let's keep having these awesome conversations. And if you want, shall you accept? Your homework is to manifest some amazing shit. Love you.
Keep
Bye.
manifesting.
In this life in them, what do you think you've learned?
Absolutely nothing. Well, I've tried to learn, but I'll calculate not a lot, really. I've learned that you must treat people properly, and that you must proceed in a certain way, and you must try and have a vibe of how to sort of enjoy situations. So I've learned just to, you know, don't get miserable or fight the misery with some intelligence. This is like the most difficult area of the whole malarkey, really. It's hard to turn something around when it's going, and it's not something that you can learn by well, as far as I can see, it's something that comes to you with a bit of luck and a bit of instinct, yeah? But therefore it's not something you can ever bank on. I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell it is or how it works at all, you know? That's why I treat it like voodoo, 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 voodoo. I do find I still have a talent to like cause a bit of, stir up a little bit of confusion, yeah? But I'll do what I can to create as much chaos as I possibly can. But my chaos is always well-natured, or has a positive goal at the end. When I start causing chaos in a situation, it's because the situation really needed to be changed, for example, or something is going to happen that I thought would be a good idea. And 9 times out of 10, I'm on it, I must say. But hopefully, that hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed. That hasn't unjinxed.